der es nochmal Zusatzinfos zur zweiten Staffel gibt. Thema Location und auch Ausrüstung. Zusätzlich gibt es ein kleines Startpaket, das heißt, ihr könnt genau schauen, was ihr bräuchtet, wenn ihr Einsteiger seid und selbst mal rausgehen wollt. 10% Rabatt gibt es natürlich auch mit dem eingeblendeten Rabattcode und den Link dazu findet ihr im angepinnten Kommentar und der Videobeschreibung. Jetzt viel Spaß mit der nächsten Folge von Seven vs. Wild.
Viel Spaß.
Ich will also versuchen, mit nur einem Gegenstand zu überleben.
Das ist der Paradiesapfel.
Wilson! Bist du's?
Ich hab
Schafft er nicht, Digga, schafft er nicht.
so geilen Loot hier. Ich hab einfach Süßwasser.
In diesen Survival-Modus zu kommen, das ist echt nicht einfach.
Also weiter rein in die Mangroven.
Ausgesetzt auf einer tropischen Insel kämpfen 7 Kandidaten 7 Tage ums Überleben. Sie treten an, um wilden Tieren, giftigen Pflanzen und Naturgewalten zu trotzen. Wer nach 7 Tagen noch übrig ist und die meisten Punkte in den Tageschallenges gesammelt hat, ist der Gewinner. Ja! Keine Kamerateams, kein Kontakt zur Außenwelt, vollkommene Isolation.
Das fühlt sich gerade an, als würde das so nicht mehr lange gehen, muss ich sagen.
Ich glaube, ich kann nicht mehr.
Was geht ab, Sebastian?
Also ich glaube, meine Grenze ist jetzt erreicht.
Jede Minute kämpfe ich. Mit mir.
Ich hasse es gerade. Ich find's nicht geil.
Das hier.
Auch nicht,
Ist
ja.
ein anderes Level.
Trotz Seven vs. Wild Projekt, ich hab das noch nicht geguckt. Und danach FNCS, Digga.
Du musst hart sein, wenn der Dschungel weint.
Wann bricht deine Psyche?
Welcome to the jungle. Ich habe gekämpft ohne Ende.
Der heutige.
7 vs. Wild, Panama.
Das geht jetzt nicht direkt mit Knossi weiter. Wusste ich. Wegen dem Cliffhanger.
Ah ja. Ich wähle eine stumpfe, rostige Machete. Ich sag's euch ganz ehrlich, das Ding von Otto ist richtig geil. Das hier, naja. Guck mal hier. Keine Chance.
Boah, Fritz ist ja echt gefickt,
Scheiße.
Digga.
Naja, das wird anders die nächsten Tage. Das ist natürlich jetzt auch hier sofort, ne? Schlangengebiet und sowas. Hier musst du jetzt aufpassen. Ist auch alles lose. Eigentlich nicht auf den Boden fassen. Don't do stupid shit, hieß es.
Digga.
Ah, hier sind schon Dornen dran.
Sebastian, das geht heute noch weiter. Also, heute kommt die zweite Hälfte, Bruder. Das ist noch nicht fertig, das Turnier.
Verschiedene Spots angeguckt. Aber ich bin mir tatsächlich gerade sehr, sehr unsicher, ob ich jetzt wirklich mein Lager hier im Dschungel aufbauen soll oder doch lieber irgendwo in der Küstenregion. Das Problem ist diese klassische Übergangszone, wo du so einen schönen Sandstrand hast und dann geht so ganz seicht in den Dschungel rein. Habe ich hier nicht. Ich hoffe, dass jemand anders so einen Spot hat.
Also, Digga, ich sag dir so, wie es ist. Ich glaube, Kami und Dings werden das machen. Oder halt Veno und Kxvaii, Digga. Also Kxvaii und Venus sind schon krank gewesen gestern, aber Kami, der Pole, Digga, und Dings, die waren krass, Digga. Mein Pferd war ja Bugger und Mero, aber die kacken ja richtig rein. Und Vadil und Jannis, Digga, nur 34. Bruder. Aber sieht man mal, was Welt und nur Europa ausmacht, ne?
Und sich ein schönes Camp aufbaut. Aber ich muss mich tatsächlich entscheiden, ob ich unten auf diesen Felsen da irgendwie schlafe oder hier wirklich im Dschungel drin. Allerdings schwirren hier auch schon Moskitos rum. Und ich glaube, hier wird es auch richtig finster und dunkel drin. Aber ich muss abwägen. Bisher gab es noch keinen Spot, der mich wirklich richtig überzeugt hat, wo ich gesagt habe, mega geil. Da fühle ich mich wohl. Ich bin wieder unten an den Mangroven. Meine ganze Ausrüstung müsste da hinten stehen. Ich bin jetzt oben durch den Dschungel lang. Hier sieht es schon wieder geiler aus. Alter. Das müsste der Fluss sein, der quasi da drüben reinmündet. Aber das sieht auch so aus, als würden sich hier die Krokodile hinchillen. Boah, es ist so dicht, ey. Da hinten komme ich niemals durch. Ich glaube, ich werde mir das ein bisschen aufheben für die nächsten Tage. Ich versuche erstmal wieder zurück zu meiner Ausrüstung zu kommen.
Bin gespannt, Digga.
Also es macht halt auch keinen Unterschied, ob ich hier durch die Mangroven durchstampfe oder durch den Dschungel. Ist beides nicht so geil. Aber da vorne müsste es schon wieder vorbei sein. Boah, ist das dicht, ey. Ich glaube, ich lasse den Stock hier. So. Ich bin wieder zurück aus dem Dschungel hinter mir. Das sind meine Sachen, wo ich reingegangen bin. Ich war bei dem Fluss unterwegs, ich war bei den Mangroven unterwegs. Ich kenne jetzt schon mal ein bisschen meine Umgebung.
Was ist das für ein Part 3, Folge 3, Digi?
Aber das Wichtigste bei der Lagerplatzwahl ist, dass man sich da wohlfühlt. Ein gutes Bauchgefühl hat, das Ganze schön findet. Und mir ist es persönlich wichtig, einen Platz zu haben, wo Licht reinkommt, ich aber auch ein bisschen Schatten habe.
Ist das da ein Termitenbau oder was? Digga, voll viele Löcher. Aber das hat er in der zweiten Folge, glaube ich, schon gesagt. Keine Ahnung.
Wo ich weit gucken kann, wo ich auch ein bisschen was vom Ozean mitkriege. Das heißt, ich werde tatsächlich wieder ein bisschen zurückgehen in die Richtung. Weil hier hinten ist mir das alles zu düster, zu dunkel, zu sumpfig. Und vor allem auch viel zu viel Moskitos. Ich merke, wie ich mittlerweile richtig am Schwitzen bin. By the way, meine Klamotten sind übrigens kein Stück trocken geworden. Es ist alles noch komplett klamm. Ich bin gespannt, was es heute Nacht wird. Aber es wird Zeit, den nächsten Schluck zu wagen. Ich sage mal, es ist locker eine halbe Stunde um. Ist nichts passiert. Mein Magen grummelt nicht. Von daher, Prösterchen. Bisschen mehr getrunken, aber auch das reicht jetzt erstmal. Die Linse ist sehr schmantig durch das ganze Salz überall. Krass, ich bin jetzt wieder zurück an der Stelle, wo ich mein Wasser aufgefüllt habe. Und könnt ihr euch daran erinnern, wie ich hier die Flaschen ausgewaschen habe? Thema Ebbe und Flut. Guckt mal, wie weit das Wasser zurückgegangen ist. Das ist schon mal gut zu wissen. Weil dann kann ich eventuell auch bei Ebbe einfacher rüber die nächsten Tage mal. Aber heute macht es für mich keinen Sinn rüber zu gehen, sondern ich will auf jeden Fall auf der Seite mir ein Lager suchen. Was ich auch schon festgestellt habe, hier geht auf jeden Fall ein leichtes Lüftchen.
Es ist auf jeden Fall richtig, dass er nachdenkt, der Junge.
Und oben steht die Luft total. Das heißt, oben wird viel mehr Viehzeug unterwegs sein, als hier irgendwie am Ufer.
Fritz, der kleine Experte, Digga.
Aber trotzdem habe ich immer noch keinen Lagerplatz gefunden. Weil hier vorne geht sofort dichter Dschungel los. Und das gefällt mir nicht. Ich habe auf jeden Fall schon einen Plan, was mein Schlaf-Shelter-System angeht.
Aufnahme
Aber
kaputt.
dazu verrate ich später mehr.
Egal, die Folge
Ich glaube auf jeden Fall, dass es anders wird als bei den anderen.
Mal gucken, ob er Lack hat mit der Dings. Das gibt ihn Kraft,
So,
Digga.
Kokosnuss öffnen, habt ihr tausendmal schon gesehen. Kann man entweder in der Mitte mit einem flachen Gegenstand bzw. der Rückseite der Machete machen, dann geht die in zwei. Oder man hat hier diese 3 Löcher und drückt den Mund ein. Ich glaube, jeder der anderen Teilnehmer wird sich heute eine Kokosnuss snacken. Safe.
Mhm.
Safe.
Hat er wieder gemacht.
Aber ich habe leider keine Grüne am Start. Und das Schöne ist, so eine Kokosnuss hat auch viele wertvolle Inhaltsstoffe. Ich habe noch ein bisschen meine Prioritätenliste überdacht und
100 Gramm Kokosnussfleisch enthält ca. 360 Kalorien. Das Kokoswasser ist voll von Mineralien wie Kalium, Calcium, Natrium, Eisen, Zink, Kupfer, Phosphor und Seele. Oh, das ist gut, Digga.
dadurch, dass ich jetzt erstmal das Wichtigste erledigt habe, das ist das Thema Wasserversorgung in Form von gefiltertem Wasser durch die Gesteinsschichten und in Form von zumindest erstmal solchen braunen Kokosnüssen, werde ich die Prio auf jeden Fall auf Schlafplatz, Shelterbau legen. Und ich denke mal, das Thema Feuer wird eher so ein Ding für morgen, weil es ist alles nass. Ich habe noch nichts Trockenes gesehen. Aufschlagen ist doch immer noch am besten.
Guck mal, wie gekonnt, Digga.
Coconut!
Mal Mund zu, Junge.
Ist komplett am Arsch. Ist komplett am Arsch. Krass. Naja. Ich bin gespannt, wie die nach einer Woche aussieht. Naja, was soll's.
Für die Schleifen oder
Gemeinsam mit 13 Content-Creatern und Content-CreatorInnen werde ich 10 Stunden lang die verrückteste Hausparty unseres Lebens feiern.
Von der zweiten Staffel Hausparty X erwarte ich schon einiges.
Boah, bei Hausparty X freue ich mich am
Otto!
Klamotten
Mein
hängen
Favorite.
zum Trocknen. Übernachtungsplatz auch gefunden. Wasser haben wir. Und ich gehe jetzt mal im Adams Kostüm schön erkunden hier. Neue Schuhe habe ich auch. Woher dieser Bach kommt, was da oben ist, weil Süßwasser, ob ich das einfach so trinken kann. Und ich möchte mich einfach schön im Schatten aufhalten. Ja, das Wasser hier, das Frische sieht eigentlich genauso aus wie unten. Deswegen weiß ich gerade gar nicht. Soll ich hier noch großartig weiter den Bach hochgehen oder nicht? Sind das tatsächlich schon mal ein bisschen Arbeit, das mal frei zu schlagen. Und mir sind ein paar gute Gedanken gekommen. Wenn ich hier das sehe, so ein Knäuel Fischernetze, Alter.
Was ist das, Digga? Habt ihr das
Die
gesehen?
getrocknet, wie so ein Bett. Wenn das erhöht ist, ich glaube, das ist cool.
Freezer, was geht? Alles klar bei dir oder was?
Weiter im Dschungel. Da geht das Wasser weiter hoch.
Otto wird locker gewinnen,
Hier
glaube
stehe
ich auch.
Aber
Otto ist der
im
krasse,
Adamskostüm
Digga.
ist da kein Weiterkommen.
Otto oder Fritz?
Weil sich da jetzt durchzuschlagen.
Aber Digga, Joris ist auch nicht schlecht. Man darf niemanden unterstützen, also unterschätzen. Knossi, die beiden Weiber, die sind auf jeden Fall Dings, die werden das nicht machen.
Geht, kommt aber ewig langsam
Und
vorwärts.
Sascha,
bis
keine
meine
Ahnung.
Sachen
Mal
trocken
gucken.
sind.
Die
Dann
Challenges
rauswaschen.
sind halt entscheidend,
Kommt
ne?
da mal wieder und ja. Kraxel mal den Weg zurück, den man Kommissar hat. Sieht, glaube ich, ganz okay aus. Eigentlich müsste ich was abkochen, natürlich klar, direkt Richtung Feuer gehen. Aber Shelter geht erstmal vor. Und ich weiß nicht. Jetzt sieht er mir ganz okay aus.
Ich hätte so wie Fritz gemacht.
Hydrate or die. Schmeckt Jod. Kann man Süppele.
Muss ich schmecken, muss wirken, ne?
Um in meine Höhle zu gelangen, muss ich komplett über die... Nichts passiert. Aber das wäre mit normalen Schuhen nicht passiert. Aber ich habe nur Flipflops. Ne, dazu muss ich über diesen Steinschrand. Und da scheppert die Sonne so, dass ich mir wahrscheinlich sofort ein Sonnenbrand einfange. Aber ich habe mich nun mal entschieden, mein Shelter, oder jetzt müssen wir erst in der Nacht da hinten da durchzubringen. Süßwasser habe ich. Ja, ich bin auch überlegen, ob ich dieses Netz einfach mal da raushole aus dem Wasser, trocknen lasse. Könnte nämlich auch eine coole Matratze sein. Also mehrere Sachen gleichzeitig. Erstmal trocknen, gerade vor allem die Klamotten. Die dürfen auch schon gleich trocken sein. Oder hoffe ich zumindest. Weil dann lässt sich das auch wieder leichter sich hier leichter bewegen und man ist nicht so Sonnenbrand der Gefahr so ausgesetzt, außer durch im Gesicht, Ohren und so weiter. Ja. Obwohl es eigentlich sogar ganz angenehm ist, hier nackt durch die Gegend zu laufen, muss man sagen. Wenn der Sonnenbrand nicht wäre.
Sieht aus wie im Ostblock.
Klamotten sind trocken, fast wirklich komplett trocken. Selbst Schuhe und Socken. Schuhe sogar noch vor Socken. Es ist super. Das heißt, ich bin jetzt startklar, um Gas zu geben und baue mir da mein Halbhöhlen-Shelter fertig. Das ist das Ziel. Mal gucken, was ich überall Baumaterialien finde. Steine und. Und ich habe gemerkt, ich weiß nicht, ob ihr es sehen könnt, hinten am Horizont gibt es verschiedene Arten von Wolken, die sich so auftürmen.
Alleine, guck mal, das Ding, ne? Das sieht geil aus, Digga. Man könnte da so... Das liegt da perfekt so eigentlich. Wenn man genug Kraft hätte. Also ich würde es versuchen, weil das ist Holz ist Moos. Holz ist Moos. Würde ich das Ding vielleicht darüber schleppen, Digga. Und mir noch... Damit es gemütlicher wird. Man kann das ja alles mit Holz und so abdecken. Dann würde ich mir so eine Steinmauer gegen den Wind ziehen und so. Otto hat einen guten Place. Er hat flaches Gewässer, man kann gut fischen. Eigentlich könnte Otto das easy gewinnen. Wenn er das Ding hier, das ist Meter.
Das bedeutet meistens nicht, dass es schön wird, sondern eher, dass es richtig übel wird. Deswegen bin ich auch dankbar, dass ich so eine Halbvorstandhöhle sonst was da habe. Kann kommen, was da wolle. Wir legen los mit Bauen.
Er macht's auch mit Steine. Ja, Mann, geil. Ich würde auch machen, genau so. Aber ich hätte dieses Teil versucht dann noch rüberzuziehen und
Steine
so.
an, schwitzt man schon wie Sau. So, bis jetzt sieht es noch von unten nicht so viel aus. Hier war halt dieser Riesenstein schon. Jetzt will ich das eigentlich hier komplett zumachen. Also so ähnlich könnte es aussehen. Oder der Anfang davon, dass man
jetzt sagt nicht, das wird sein Bett.
Quersachen drauf. Ja. Wäre eine Sache, könnte man machen. Aber dann kam mir der Gedanke, hier gibt es wirklich irre Dinge. Ist ein bisschen mit Kraft anstrengend verbunden. Deswegen, wenn ich weiß, ob ich das machen soll. Aber es wäre schon mega, wenn das klappen würde. Ach, übrigens, genau, Klamotten. So, vom Schwitzen werden sie natürlich langsam wieder ein bisschen feuchter, aber sind nicht mehr pitschnass und vor allem nicht mehr mit Salzwasser nass. Ey, was haltet ihr von dieser Platte? Die ist riesig.
Die ist geil.
Das heißt, da könnte ich so entspannt mich drauflegen. Tiefenentspannt. Problem ist, das Ding muss in die Höhle. Und ich weiß nicht wie. Weil es echt sehr, sehr schwer ist.
Scheiße, dann wird das andere auch schwer
würde
sein.
schon irgendwie klappen.
Ich hätte es so gemacht, so.
Aber mal schauen. Finde ich besser wie zwei irgendwelche...
Zieh das dahin.
Das Ding könnte ich einfach hin auf die Steine knallen. Bob. Ist auf jeden Fall schon mal eine komplett ebene Fläche oder nahezu ebene Fläche. Und dann geht es nur noch darum, wie kann ich es abholzern, aber das Ding kracht nicht runter. Das ist einfach... Wäre perfekt, meiner Meinung nach, das Ding darüber zu bringen.
Oh, hallo Krabby! Hallo Krabby! Ich liebe die Tiere. Neue Idee. Hör zu.
Was mit seinem Fuß?
Der Baum, Kokosnuss. Rechts, egal. Und der Baum, eine alte Kokosnuss. Rechts und links, Ruhe. Ich würde hier quasi in die Hängematte steigen, aber kein Dach. Ich sag dir ehrlich, für heute okay. Bisschen bewölkt, aber ey, ich schlaf direkt am Strand. Fühlt sich nicht geschützt an, fühlt sich kacke an. Aber irgendwie wie dafür gemacht. Ey, da wird's einfach reinregnen. Da kannst du auch nicht viel mit Dach bauen. Was willst du für Dach bauen? An die ganzen Survival-Experten wieder. Bau dir doch ein Dach. Ich sag dir eins, die Kippe heute Abend, die habe ich mir verdient. Die habe ich mir verdient. Wunde geht, will ich auch noch an der Stelle sagen. Ich öffne keinen Notfallkit. Ist ja klar. Also man kann doch mal sehen. Das geht. Sah aber echt übel aus. Stock drinnen raus. Kein Problem. Wir gehen hier hin.
Kein Problem. So ist
Morgen
gut,
überlege ich
Junge.
neu. Komm, egal. Ich baue jetzt auf. So sieht's aus jetzt. Ist doch schon. Ist doch geil, oder nicht? Ist doch nett. So stellt man
Knossi
sich
einfach,
eine
juckt
Hängematte
nicht,
vor,
Digga.
Im Paradies. Ich muss das, ey, aber ich bin nicht happy. Jedes Mal ein Gekraxel, ihr könnt euch nicht vorstellen. Von da, also, ich bin nicht happy, aber das sind wilde Strände. Ja. Über Müll schlafen einfach. Voll im Müll. Ohne Dach, egal. Hauptsache Hängematte. Und wenn es regnet, no joke, dann stehe ich auf, dann bin ich wach. Ist mir egal. Nur nachts hier aufstehen. Nachts hier aufstehen. Boah, Junge.
Mann, Digga, du musst einfach nur ein bisschen creative sein, Digga.
Das ist gut, oder? Leg ich mal rein. Da noch ein Stock rein. Ich bin fein. Wenn es regnet, bin ich am Arsch. Erste Nacht. Mit Blick auf Beach. Jetzt reicht's mir gleich. Aber... Schläppchen kurz aus. Die Viecher kommen auch schon. Man merkt schon Mücken und so. Ja!
Er freut sich richtig, fühl ich.
Vom Spektakulären ist das der Place, ey. Besser kann's nicht sein. Ey, besser kann's nicht sein. Jetzt brauchst gar nichts mehr machen. Die Ridgeline schön hochgezogen. Das ist der Place to be. Ihr wisst, was bin ich für ein Survivor? Notfall-Survivor. Ich bin wie 90% der Leute. Sowas wird für mich nie, das war gar keine Option. Und ich habe keine Ahnung, vielleicht sagt ihr zu Hause, ja, so würde ich es auch machen. Vielleicht sagt ihr aber auch zu Hause, der hat gar keinen Plan. Ich weiß, dass ich viel Unsinn heute schon gemacht habe. Mit den Schlappen rumlaufen, aber ich wusste mir nicht anders zu helfen. Ich meine, guckt euch das an. Hier rumzulaufen ist nicht einfach. Der Strand ist nach hinten geschlossen. Für mich ist kein Durchkommen. Alter, die Moskitos jagen echt. Für mich ist kein Durchkommen nach hinten möglich. Oben links, es ist kein Weiterkommen möglich. Vielleicht, wenn ich da hinten über Felsen kletter. Aber ey, boah, muss ich auch nicht haben. Muss ich auch nicht haben. Komm, Jungs. Gleich mal für ein gutes Gefühl. Kommt Coconut runter! Kommt Coconut runter! Kommt die runter! Jetzt aber! Nee. Hä? Ist doch nicht so leicht. Coconut! Boah!
Knosse!
Das kann man. So einfach geht das. Gar nichts. Gar nichts. Später. Kostet zu viel Kraft. Aber hey, das mal zu probieren. Ist krass. Es ist nicht einfach. Naja gut, hier liegen ja auch einige, aber die sehen sehr vergoren aus. Aber da können auch einige gut dabei sein. Kein Problem.
Kann ein Gute mit dabei sein.
Nee. Ja, muss man aufmachen, muss man probieren. Alles voll hier. Was ich auch entdeckt habe, als ich vorhin hier das Lager aufschlagen wollte, ist dieses Zeug. Ich glaube, das ist trocken, furztrocken. Das ist fürs Feuermachen gut. Aber hey,
Office, das geht.
So beschissen. Hier die Sachen. Jedes Mal hier ganz runter, Felsen, da hinten wieder hoch. Das kann ich mir für 7 Tage. Da wünsche ich mir was anderes noch. Wird kein Baum wachsen so schnell.
Bei der ersten Milch, die nicht von Mama ist.
Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie oft er diesen Stock da geschwungen hat, Digga, aber ich jetzt... Also, ich hätte das einfach probiert, bis ich einen Erfolg hab, Digga. Auch wenn es Kraft aufwendig ist, Digga. Die Kraft, die du dadurch tankst, ist auch wichtig.
Da ist ein Hai. Ich hoffe, ihr könnt ihn sehen. Das ist jetzt kein Witz, da ist ein Hai. Da ist ein Hai. Seht ihr den? Seht ihr die Flosse? Ach du Scheiße. Ach du Scheiße, ist das gruselig. Oh mein Gott! Da ist er eben aufgetaucht. Ich hoffe einfach, dass es einen Shot gibt. Das,
Oha,
das
Digga!
sieht man ja auf jeden Fall, oder? Da hier.
Digga, die wurden da einfach rausgeschmissen in das Wasser rein, Digga. Jetzt stell dir vor, Hai hat direkt Schnapp gemacht am Anfang. Alter, what the fuck?
Also zu wissen, dass ich da heute Morgen schön reingesprungen bin und dann hier an Land geschwommen bin. Besonders eigentlich sind Haie ja nachtaktiv. Und er schwimmt immer hin und her. Was macht er?
Chillen, Digga. Er kommt auf jeden Fall nicht raus.
Die Antwort bitte. Oh, guck mal, jetzt ist er da ganz hinten. Jetzt sieht man das nicht mehr so gut. Ich hoffe einfach, dass ihr den Hai sehen konntet auf irgendeiner Aufnahme. Das klingt so doof, aber es ist irgendwie geil zu wissen, dass noch jemand anderes hier ist. Selbst wenn es nur ein Hai ist. Ich weiß auch schon wieder nicht, was ich war. Ach genau, heute ein sehr erfolgreicher Tag. Angekommen. Ich habe Trinkwasser gefunden. Das war sehr cool. Wo mir auch im Nachhinein aufgefallen ist, ist einfach da drüben. So, ist einfach auch eine Trinkwasserquelle, weil da sich das Regenwasser sammelt. Und hier läuft das Süßwasser aus dem Fluss, läuft hier ins Meer. Hier, da haben wir Kokosnüsse erfolgreich darunter geholt und sie aufgemacht. Also die eine war jetzt vielleicht nicht der beste Move und war jetzt vielleicht auch immer nicht so schlau, aber ich habe es gemacht. Ja. Und jetzt ist halt das Einzige noch so ein bisschen sheltermäßig. Ich bin jetzt hier ein bisschen in den Dschungel reingegangen. Guck mal, wie riesig dieser Baum ist. Hammer. Aber das ist so ein bisschen hier so eine Sackgasse. Klar könnte ich mich hier durchschlagen, aber ich glaube nicht, dass es in irgendeiner Art und Weise da für mich mehr Möglichkeiten gibt, ja, irgendwo mit meinem Biwaksack zu pennen. Auch hier geht es sehr steil hoch. Eine Idee habe ich noch und das ist, weil jetzt immer noch Ebbe ist, dass ich einmal auf den Felsen da drüben klettere und gucke links und rechts, wie es da aussieht.
Mittlerweile bin ich dabei, mein Shelter zu bauen. Hinter mir. Dieser Spot hat folgendes Problem. Da hinten ist alles voller Fliegen. Hier oben ist alles relativ trocken. Viecherfrei und auch sonst meiner Meinung nach relativ gut geeignet. Diese beiden Wurzeln, zum einen die hier und zum anderen die hier, sollten mein Gewicht ganz gut halten können. Ich habe hier mit der Machete schon ein bisschen Arbeit geleistet und habe Einkerbungen gemacht. Diese Einkerbungen sollten das Seil, das ich da später zum Befestigen der Hängematte nehme, ganz gut halten. Ob es funktioniert, weiß ich nicht, werden wir sehen. Aber ich muss definitiv kreativ werden, denn dieser Stamm ist tatsächlich hohl. Da waren Termiten schon am Werk und deswegen traue ich diesem Ding hier nicht mehr ganz so sehr. Das Gute daran, wenn ich fallen würde, würde ich zwar auf den Steinboden fallen, aber nur ungefähr einen Viertelmeter tief. Genau deswegen werde ich jetzt mal ein bisschen landeinwärts laufen, um zum einen Holz zu finden und zum anderen Palmblätter. Diese Palmblätter sehen zwar geil aus, Problem ist aber, es sind Stachelpalmen und die haben überall kleine Stacheln. Das heißt, die Stacheln hier von den Blättern zu entfernen, würde mir zu viel Zeit kosten jetzt erstmal. Die Alternative ist einfach ignorieren und eine bessere Palme suchen. Vielleicht gibt es da hinten ja auch noch sowas wie Kokosnüsse. Wer weiß, jetzt erstmal schauen. Also das Wasser sieht immer noch sehr sauber aus hier oben. Keinerlei Verschmutzung oder sonst was. Das ist gut. Wasser ist sehr klar. Okay, also Resümee. Ich werde keine andere Palme finden, außer der Stachelpalme. Das heißt, ich gehe zurück an den Strand, weil ab jetzt wäre alles viel zu kalorienaufwendig, um ein paar Palmblätter ranzubringen. Ich habe jetzt gehofft, da wäre irgendwie was bodennahes. Aber tatsächlich scheint es mir so, als hätte ich keine Alternative, als den Stachelpalme zu nehmen, sie zu entstacheln und das Ganze dann für den Shelterbau zu nutzen. Übrigens auch hier, ne? Da überall diese Stacheln. Es ist enorm wichtig zu schauen, wo man hinläuft. Wenn man eine Sekunde unachtsam ist, kann eine Scheiße passieren. Das möchte man nicht. Wie gehe ich das Ganze an? Ich habe hier verschiedene Bambusrohre gefunden. Diese Bambusrohre nehme ich jetzt als Grundgestell, um mein Fischernetz als Hängematte zu nutzen. Ob das Ganze klappen wird, ich weiß es nicht. Ich zeige euch das Ganze mal ganz kurz. Wie gesagt, ich habe die beiden Wurzeln dazu verwendet, ja, das Gestell zu basteln. Das Ganze sieht jetzt so aus. Es ist belastbar, aber sehr wackelig. Die ersten Wehwehchen sind übrigens auch schon da. Kleine Hautlappen fehlen. Überall die ersten Moskitos, die mich gestochen haben. Ich habe rote Punkte überall. Ja, aber darüber hinaus geht es mir gut. Das heißt, es sind alles Wunden, die jetzt nicht wirklich medizinisch relevant sind. Dafür bin ich dankbar, denn bisher ist nichts schief gegangen. Ja,
guter Junge. Guter Junge.
Ich komme voran. Ihr seht es hier. Es wird. Also, 2 Bambusstammen. Ich habe hier alles ziemlich gut befestigt. Das einzige Problem, das hier ist nicht fest. Diese Y-Verzweigung und natürlich das hier ist ein bewegliches Element. Eigentlich wahrscheinlich ziemlich bequem, wenn das Ganze so ein bisschen federt und so ein bisschen cozy ist. Aber ist natürlich schwierig damit zu basteln. Ich denke, ich bekomme es hin, dass ich da drin angenehm schlafen kann. Ich brauche jetzt noch ein bisschen mehr Fischernetz tatsächlich, aber ich habe unendlich viel. So viel wie ich aktuell habe, kann ich nicht benutzen, deswegen werde ich es wahrscheinlich jetzt einfach dafür nutzen. Ja, wie ich das Dach mache, absolut gar keine Ahnung. Wirklich gar keine Ahnung. Ich bin richtig überfordert, weil das Dach mindestens 4 Meter hoch sein wird oder sein muss, dass es irgendwie was taugt. Oder ich mache es halt einfach nur kurz über mich. Aber auch da, wie mache ich das? Ich bräuchte jetzt irgendwie einen Ast, der 5 Meter lang ist. Ja, doch. Von dort quasi bis hier. Ja, darüber hinaus, ich habe jetzt einen kleinen Tisch. Ich habe meine Sachen mal alle hergeholt. Das Wasser aus dem Bach ist unglaublich.
Wenn ich die Folge zu Ende geguckt habe, Schatz.
Richtig sauber. Also wirklich, da drin ist kein einziger Partikel mehr. Ich trinke das also einfach so aus der Quelle. Gut, soweit von mir.
Einfach komplett durchnässt, alles ist immer durchgehend komplett durchnässt. So am Schwitzen. Moskitos beißen mich schon überall. Ja, du schwitzt natürlich und jetzt muss ich da so tief rein, weil da geht's nirgends. Ah, ist das ein Scheiß. Ist das ein Scheiß. Boah. Hängematte mit Moskitonetz. Fuck.
Hallo. Hallo. Was ist los, Schatz? Hä?
Okay, also. Mir ist richtig schlecht. Von lauter Auspowern.
Immer noch, wenn ich das hier zu Ende geguckt habe. Hörst du mich nicht?
Kann immer. Komplett durchschwitzt. Boah. Überall die Viecher. Moskitos.
Halbe Stunde.
Und ich schaff's nicht, das nachzubauen.
Halbe Stunde.
Weil da ist der Boden ganz anders. Du kannst nicht graben. Lauter Wurzeln sind. Lauter Steine, die ersten 10 cm nur Steine. Die Bäume haben alle Spitzen. Ständig schneidet man sie. Also ich glaube, die Hängematte wird bald dran glauben müssen. Aber noch gebe ich nicht auf. Zweiter Plan wäre natürlich einfach da irgendwo pennen. Heraußen. Einfach nur 2 Stämme hin. Lang, also 2 längs, die anderen quer. Leicht erhöht. Fertig, einfach nur. Aber ja, ist schon risky mit dem Krokodil. Fuck. Und der nächste Scheiß ist einfach, ihr habt da nur Steine. Es ist nirgends gemütlich. Nirgends ist es weich. Nirgends. Fuck. So, jetzt war ich kurz im Kopf im Wasser.
Bis erst er am meisten Hose kackt, so ein bisschen.
Ich überlege gerade, was ich jetzt machen soll.
Knossi hat ja noch Spaß am Leben, so, aber er macht so, ja fuck, Digga. Alles scheiße, Digga. Kein Bock mehr, Digga.
Mir ist so schlecht. Ich habe gegraben die ganze Zeit. Es fällt immer wieder um, weil hier einfach nur Steine sind. Überall Steine. Was willst du hier bauen? Und auch wenn du weiter reingehst, nur Steine. Jetzt überlege ich, ob ich einfach hier so quer die Dinger lege. Also viele Äste so einfach schräg hin. Dann bin ich einfach da drauf. Keine Ahnung. Die ganze Zeit die Gedanken, einfach die Hängematte nehmen. 2 Gegenstände, wäre immer noch mega nice. Aber Plan B, ich probiere es jetzt noch. Die Teile nehme ich gerade mit. Schleppe ich gerade schon. Oh. 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 Oh.
Durch CFG, ich habe richtig Bock jetzt Stranded Deep zu zocken.
Da jetzt irgendwie mehrere längs dann da drauf bin. Keine Ahnung. Fuck. Boah, ist kein selber, kann man sich nicht vorstellen. Kann man sich nicht vorstellen.
Ja.
Was ist das überhaupt? Und warum stinkt das noch scheiße? Hey, ich hab so geschleppt, könnt ihr euch nicht vorstellen. Der Baumstamm und der fette Baumstamm waren schon da. Dann habe ich den geholt, den fetten da und den fetten da von da drüben. den Riesenteil, um mich nochmal hier abzuheben. Ja? Und dann habe ich die ganz langen Teile geholt und so längs gelegt, damit ich einfach jetzt so liegen kann. Also Erhöhung, Erhöhung und dann auf den Teilen drauf. Ich habe jetzt durchgerackert, weil ich weiß, es geht jede Sekunde wird finster und da drinnen gestochen worden von Moskitos, 1000-mal. Ich habe so reingerackert, ich habe da drüben 3 Stunden so reingerackert. Es hat einfach nicht geklappt. Aber nicht aufgeben, Fokus behalten, obwohl er schon richtig schlecht wird und du denkst, jetzt wird es gleich finster. Du kannst auf den Stein nicht pennen. Wenn da ein Sand wäre, mir egal, ich schlafe auf dem Sand. Geht nicht. Da ganz drüben ist Sand, aber da ist die Flut. Ja. Und deswegen hier jetzt das gebaut. Natürlich, scheiß drauf, da sind immer Groven. Da ist Süßwasser. Wenn da ein Krokodil kommt, frisst es mich. Kommt es da raus, frisst es mich. Es sind da überall Tierwege, Wildschweine, was weiß ich. Aber deswegen die Erhöhungen, ich habe versucht, so gut es geht. Morgen werde ich weiterbauen. Vielleicht kommt morgen da ein Dach dazu, so schräg. Keine Ahnung, wie ich das machen soll. Ich lasse vielleicht das einfallen. Ich hoffe einfach, dass es heute Nacht nicht regnet. Auf gut Glück. Und dass kein Krokodil kommt. Und keine Wildsau. Und keine Schlange. Und kein nix. Aber ich bin da, glaube ich, echt gut aufgestellt. Bei dem anderen bauen wir übrigens Ameisen. Auch mit dem Seil, das wäre scheiße gewesen. Die Ameisen wären über das Seil dann gekommen und wären bei mir herumgekrabbelt. Wirklich, man muss dann so viele Dinge denken. Das habe ich mal länger nicht gefilmt. Ich habe jetzt alles aufgebaut, weil ich so einen Stress habe. Aber so schaut es jetzt aus. Ich weiß, es schaut vielleicht nicht nach viel aus, aber es war so viel Arbeit. Jetzt 5 Stunden, 6 Stunden, 7 Stunden nur gebaut. Hardcore. Das großes Problem, weil ich werde extrem viel trinken, okay, geht. Aber ich werde extrem viel Nahrung brauchen. Ich habe jetzt schon so einen Riesenhunger. Der Körper ist an nichts gewohnt. Nichts. Weder die Luftfeuchtigkeit, noch die ganze Zeit uneben gehen bei den Steinen. Mit meinen Schuhen. Immer, durchgehend, jeder Schritt. Dann so schwer.
Also, ich sag mal so, ich bin in den Harz. Das ist das Mittelgebirge von Deutschland. Vielleicht kennt ihr den. Also, es ist ein Mittelgebirge. Da bin ich mit richtig festen Schuhen hingelaufen. So. Also ich habe richtig Wanderschuhe dafür angezogen. Warum nimmt der Sportschuh mit aus Survival, Digga? Was ist das?
Mit der Machete Racker, ey, es ist so krass. Aber ich will nicht jammern, ich habe auch keine Zeit zu jammern. Deswegen weiter geht's. Grünfläche drauf, vielleicht schaffe ich es irgendwie, Grünzeugs drauf. Dass ich irgendwie halbwegs gut bin.
Sie sind unterwegs, um
So,
sich
guck
jeder
mir Maggie zu, Alter.
Herausforderung zu stellen.
Ich bin ganz ehrlich, stabil ist das nicht, aber es steht wieder. Mein Ziel ist es heute wirklich erstmal einfach nur ein regendichtes Dach zu bekommen oder einigermaßen regendichtes Dach und erhöht zu liegen. Alles andere kommt dann morgen. Ich werde mich jetzt auf den Weg machen und große Palmblätter suchen. Ich habe hier gerade was gefunden. Ich habe zwar ein Messer, aber wenn ich jetzt kein Messer hätte, dann könnte ich mir vorstellen, dass man sich hier raus ziemlich gut ein Schneidwerkzeug machen könnte, weil der ist echt ganz schön scharfkantig. Ich will ja nicht sagen, Leute, aber ich hing gerade mit meinen Haaren in diesem Stachelbusch. Der hat von unten, der hat überall Stacheln. Ich bin gerade dabei, hier so ein paar Blätter abzumachen.
Tja, Hose kackt 6,50.
Ich merke gerade, dass die nächsten 7 Tage hart werden. Ich habe es mir jetzt anders überlegt. Das Ding hat einfach überhaupt nicht gehalten, das, was ich vorher gebaut hatte. Das war so instabil. Das ist jetzt auch nicht optimal, aber es ist schon mal ein bisschen fester. Und ich muss jetzt irgendwie was hinbekommen, dass ich heute Nacht sollte es regnen, einigermaßen trocken bleibe. Ich werde das natürlich alles hier noch irgendwie versuchen festzubinden. Da muss ich hier das irgendwie noch versuchen, so ein bisschen abzudecken. Mir fehlen halt so ein bisschen gerade, also einfach Stöcker fehlen mir hier. Ich muss mal gleich gucken, wie ich hier noch so ein bisschen was finde. Ja, ich glaube, es wird später auf jeden Fall noch so eine kleine Dusche fällig. Ja, ich merke aber, es ist halt nicht mehr morgens. Also es wird hier jetzt schon alles so ein bisschen düsterer. Oder zumindest ist die Sonne so ein bisschen weg. Ja, ich brauche auf jeden Fall heute Nacht ein Feuer. Ich finde es gerade so ein bisschen schwierig einzuschätzen, wie viel Zeit ich noch habe. Ich habe das Gefühl, dass es schon so ein bisschen dämmert. Ich weiß halt leider nicht, wie spät es ist. Und ich habe gerade mir so ein paar Gedanken gemacht, was ich jetzt als nächstes mache, weil, naja, das hier wird mich definitiv nicht vor Regen schützen. Trotzdem habe ich mir jetzt überlegt, dass ich mich jetzt erstmal um eine Feuerstelle kümmere. Dass ich ja, irgendwie ein Feuer hinkriege. Und sollte es heute Nacht in Strömen irgendwie anfangen zu gießen, dann muss ich zusehen, dass ich irgendwie, ja, irgendwo in Sicherheit komme, mich irgendwo drunter stellen kann und dann da ausharren kann. Ich habe das jetzt hier gerade schon vorbereitet. Ich bin gleich mal gespannt, ob das klappt. Ich habe jetzt hier ein bisschen Zunder hingelegt. Hier dann nochmal so ein paar trockene, einigermaßen trockene Kokosfasern. Da ein paar kleine Stämme und dann hier jetzt ein bisschen Holz. Ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, eventuell werde ich einfach diesen großen Stamm hier nehmen und den immer nach und nach ins Feuer schieben. Ich bin mal gespannt, wie das funktioniert.
Okay, ich glaube, die Sonne geht bald unter. Ich kenne das. Wenn die Sonne so steht hier, dann geht das ruckzuck. Dann ist ruckzuck weg. So, ich habe mir auf dem Weg eine Kokosnuss mitgenommen. Und ich dachte mir, ey, das ist die perfekte Vorrichtung, um Kokosnuss zu öffnen. Das ist mein Kokosnussöffner. Also so wie es aussieht, glaube ich, das wird meine Küche. Das ist mein Wohnzimmer. Das ist mein Schlafzimmer. Und ich habe auch schon noch eine Idee, wo mein Badezimmer wird. The biggest mansion! Das größte Haus am Beach. Ich benutze einfach den ganzen Strand. Ich brauche kein Haus. Ich benutze den ganzen Strand. Ich habe verschiedene Bereiche. Ich gehe nachher duschen da. Ich gehe nachher da duschen. Und dann bin ich sauber und gehe ins Bett. Jetzt nochmal die Kokosnuss auf. Wer glaubt, dass es klappt? Ja, wen frage ich eigentlich? Ich kriege eh keine Antwort. Aber ich glaube, man merkt auch eins, sagt ehrlich, wie ich durch den Wind bin. Ne? Für alle, die gedacht haben, ja klar, der macht jetzt hier den Clown oder was. Wie soll das gehen? Ich bin ernst dabei. Ruhe. Habe ich mir einfacher vorgestellt. Haben wir anders geübt. Das gibt's doch nicht. Es ist nicht so, wie wir es uns geübt haben, aber wir hatten halt auch nicht diese Art von Kokosnuss, ne? Die Zune. Ich lasse erst mal. Das macht mich zu arg fertig. Fuck. Scheiße. Das habe ich jetzt zurechtgesucht. Wenn meine Berechnungen richtig sind. Das fühlt sich wie hochbrennbar an. Ich weiß nicht warum. Von dieser Palme. Von klein nach groß. Stöcke und Treibholz, Bambus, eine alte Kokosnuss. Ich würde erstmal die kleinen Teile reinlegen. Und wir probieren das jetzt. Keine Kokosnuss aufgekriegt. Hoffentlich schaffe ich es wenigstens Feuer zu machen. Weil ansonsten weiß ich auch nicht. Ich bin gespannt. Ich brauche hier mal Schön hin. Das wäre krass.
Was geht ab?
Es wäre wichtig. Es wäre so wichtig für mich. Riecht nach Feuer, aber brennt nicht. Aber kleine Glutkrümel, das könnte gut gehen. Es muss kleiner sein. Aber ein Erfolgserlebnis bitte heute. Bitte ein Erfolgserlebnis. Ja! Okay, das brennt. Oh, es hat gebrannt. Komm. Ja, komm. 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 Komm, Junge. Komm. 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 Komm, 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 komm. Komm, 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 komm. Komm.
Knossi ist der Erste, der Feuer hat, Alter.
Ja, das hier ist das gute Zeug. Das hier ist das gute Zeug. Das hier ist das gute Zeug. Ich hab Feuer gemacht. Ich hab Feuer gemacht. Es brennt, es brennt. Ich hab's geschafft. Am Leben halten. Okay. Ich habe einfach Feuer gemacht. Wer weiß, wie lange es brennt, aber es brennt. Es brennt.
Nein!
Es brennt. Ich habe einfach Feuer gemacht.
Okay.
Okay, das kann ich. Ich kann etwas. Ich kann etwas. Das ist wichtig. Weil ich denke, ich habe schon solche Gedanken, dass ich keine Kokosnuss aufkriege. Aber ich kann Feuer machen. Das reicht für heute. Das reicht mir. Das ist krass. Ich habe einfach Feuer. Das ist so sick. Oh! 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 Einiges geschafft, aber Feuer ist wieder ausgegangen. Feuer ist wieder ausgegangen, aber es glüht noch. Es dürfte reichen. Für eine meiner Zigaretten, denkt immer dran, das soll keine Werbung sein, ehrlich, für Zigaretten. Ich bin da selbst auch nicht stolz drauf und wirklich, vielleicht macht diese Reise was mit mir. Aber ich habe echt an so einem Tag wie heute noch nie so wenig an Zigaretten gedacht. Und deswegen nehme ich mir heute eine raus. Oh, bitte nicht runterfallen. Oh, das Feuer glüht wenigstens noch.
Ja, kümmere dich da drum.
Das Wasser dicht. Oh ja. Wie kann man sich so freuen, ne?
Ich krieg flaschenweise Fanpost aus der Zivilisation.
Ach Bruder, kümmere dich um... Rauchen kannst du, ja, gut, Digga. Selbst das, Digga, das glüht bis nach meinem Knossi, Digga. Mein Junge.
Du bist unser Held, geh nie weg von der Insel. Bleib da.
Ne, ich muss den Filter abbrechen.
Asozial am Beat.
Furchtbar. Behalte dich als Zunder.
Er braucht
ja,
Geld und keine 20 Sender. Palmenstamm.
Jetzt einfach mal eine Runde chillen. Nur eine einzige Runde chillen. Es ist unfassbar.
Er macht sein eigenes Brot. Ich
habe es immer noch nicht realisiert, ja, was ich hier mache. wenn die Sonne untergeht, gehe ich direkt ins Nest. Weil jetzt wird's dunkel da hinten. Oh Mann, ich habe so einen steinigen Strand. Kein Baum am Sand oder sowas. Es ist ein Wunder, dass, wenn ich mir mit den Dingern nicht die Haxen breche. Meine Schuhe habe ich oben ins Lager gemacht. Die ist nass. Gerade trocken gewesen, meine lange Unterhose. Wir genießen. Zusammen. Noch einmal. Diese View. Oh, Vögel kommen auch vorbei. Seven on the Wild. Und das ist auch der Moment. Ich habe mit Sascha ausgemacht. Wir verstehen uns so gut. Es war unglaubliche Zeit, auch zu Beginn. Sascha ausgemacht, wenn die Sonne untergeht, denken wir an uns.
Du bist unser Held, geh nie weg von der Insel. Bleib da. Asozial am Beach. Am Ende der Welt.
Kommt nicht zurück. Aber ich weiß, wenn er mich nicht vergisst, macht er es auch. Ich melde mich nochmal, wenn in der Nacht was passiert. Euer Knossi.
So, Otto, Alter. Mal sehen, was der Junge mit seinem Lager macht da. Der Aal.
Ich schütze mich, weil ich meine Hoffnungen nicht begraben möchte.
Ehrlich? Du bist schon halb tot, Maga.
Halten auch Sie Ihren Corona-Schutz aktuell. Zusammen gegen Corona.de.
So, dann hoffen wir, dass wir das Ding da immer hingewucht kriegen. Boah, du Scheiße.
Na komm, Digga. Zieh durch! Du machst das, Wilson!
Das tut nicht so gut für den Rücken. Alter Schwede. So, das Ding ist groß genug für mich. Das tonnenschwere Teil. Das sind wir bei uns. Jetzt kommt Anpassungsarbeiten. Die Sonne brennt immer noch. Lifehack des Tages. Nicht jeder Bambus hält so eine dicke Holzplatte. Einen haben wir schon durch. Muss ich noch einen suchen. Lübt. Ich krieg das hin. Ich habe mich jetzt dagegen entschieden, hier gegen das Holzbrett, weil das natürlich null federt. Und ich habe einfach ohne einen Bambus gefunden. Jetzt suche ich die passenden Stücke dazu.
Das kannst du immer noch als Arbeitsplatte usen,
Digga. Und dann sollte das gut klappen. Weil vor allem hier sowas, was wir hier drin haben, will ich noch nicht im Rücken haben. So, hier seht ihr die Bambus. Plan ist, weil das natürlich einfach schön federt oder ein bisschen federt, das so hinzubringen, dass sie breit genug sind. Mal schauen, mit was vielleicht noch Polster und zurecht machen, aber so, dass zumindest mal für die erste Nacht gut reicht. Und ein bisschen Zeit habe ich auch noch, das ready zu machen. Aber ich muss erstmal wieder ein bisschen Wasser trinken. Und für all die sagen, ja, was ist mit Wasser, warum trinkst du einfach so? Ja, Wasser Hauptaugenmerk oder einfach das Wichtigste. Aber ehrlich, bei dem, was ich trinke und was ich hier schwitze, ich könnte das gar nicht abkochen. Ich bin den ganzen Tag nur Wasser kochen. Also scheiß drauf, ich habe angefangen zu trinken in kleinen Stücken, den größeren, und ich merke genau gar nichts. Ich muss ganz normal auf Toilette gehen. Nichts, kein Magengrummeln, gar nichts. Deswegen, ich gehe davon aus, dass es passt. Vielleicht passt es auch nur bis morgen, ich weiß es nicht. Aber das, was ich mir hier reinschraube an Getränken, an Wasser, da würde die ganze Sache jetzt, müsste Prio 1 sein, Feuer machen. Irgendwas finden, um zu kochen, indem ich dann 10 Liter koche, um mir 10 Liter Wasser reinzudampfen. Anstatt einfach dahin gelaufen, durchladen. Also, so. Schien mir persönlich jetzt logische Alternative. Kann natürlich auch anders sein, wenn es mich deswegen rauskickt. Aber ich denke, das wird es nicht. So, ich mache weiter.
Spitzelett.
So, kleines Update. Ich habe mich wieder angezogen. Die Klamotten haben jetzt gut eine Stunde, 1,5 Stunden getrocknet, schätze ich mal. Und ja, es ist schon sehr, sehr viel trocken. Bisschen was noch feucht, aber das hat sich auf jeden Fall gelohnt, nochmal die Sonne zu nutzen, weil hier vorne ist sie jetzt fast weg. In der Zeit habe ich ein bisschen die Schnur entwirrt und hier auch schon ja, zusammengeknüpft. Hier habe ich ein bisschen was, hier habe ich so Gurtband. Ja, das kann ich schon mal benutzen. Hier sind noch restliche Knäuel. Dauert recht lange, aber das ist halt richtig geiles Zeug. Da ich immer noch nicht so richtig weiß, wo ich mein Lager aufschlagen möchte, gucke ich mich noch mal ein bisschen um. Wir haben jetzt auch extreme Ebbe. Also vorhin war das Wasser wirklich bis hier. Und hier ist alles weg. Ich will mir ein bisschen das Gebiet hier angucken, ob es hier vielleicht irgendwelche Sachen gibt, die ich bei Ebbe dann erkunden kann. Und eventuell auch, ob man schon auf die andere Seite kommt. Aber eine Sache vorweg, und zwar, seitdem ich jetzt da drüben sitze, mich angezogen habe, ist dort vorne, weiß ich nicht, ein Vogel, so eine Art Geier. Und der pickt die ganze Zeit auf irgendetwas rum. Und da gehen wir jetzt einfach mal hin. Der wird wahrscheinlich gleich wegfliegen. Aber ich will wissen, was der da hat und was der da frisst. Hat er das mitgenommen? Da liegt irgendwas. Da liegt. Was ist das? Jetzt sitzt er da oben. Da oben sitzt er jetzt drauf und beobachtet, was ich hier mache. Boah, das ist ein Fisch. Ja, das ist ein Kugelfisch, der da liegt. Ein toter. Der pickt an dem rum. Mal gucken, ob der jetzt hier gleich aggressiv wird, weil ich... Boah, krass. Hier liegt er. Riecht jetzt nicht irgendwie modrig oder so. Ja, gleich fliegt er weg. Nicht, dass der mich angreift, weil er denkt, dass ich sein Zeug will. Zack, zack, zack. Er wartet da oben. Der wird gleich wieder hingehen. Aber hier kann ich euch einmal den toten Kugelfisch zeigen. Da liegt er, Augen schon ausgepickt. Ja. Naja, soll der Geier mal ruhig gleich weiter essen. Auf jeden Fall ist hier extreme Ebbe. Ihr erinnert euch, als ich angekommen bin, war das alles unter Wasser. Die ganzen Bäume. Und da kann man natürlich jetzt mal gucken. Aber was mir aufgefallen ist, hier vorne gibt es so einen richtigen runden Bereich. Vielleicht sammeln sich dann Fische in diesen Bereichen, die sich irgendwie, ja, die nicht mehr weggekommen sind bei der Ebbe. Und dann könnte man die super aufsammeln oder zum Beispiel auch mit dem Speer jagen die nächsten Tage. Ja, vorne ist so ein richtiges Becken. Ich glaube aber fast, ich würde jetzt dort vorne rüber kommen. Ah. Okay, eine Entscheidung treffen. Dort rüber gehen, schnell auf die andere Seite oder da hinten weiter erkunden. Ich glaube, dort hinten hebe ich mir lieber auf, weil das sieht nach ziemlich roughen Klippen aus. Aber dieser ganze Bereich ist natürlich schon extrem spannend irgendwie. Ich habe jetzt übrigens meinen Gürtel genommen und hier so quer gepackt und die Machete hier ran gemacht, damit die ein bisschen höher sitzt. Ich bin vorhin die ganze Zeit hängen geblieben, weil die so extrem lang ist, dass sie sich immer an der Kniekehle verfangen hat. Hier hinten ist wieder dieser Mangrovenwaldabschnitt, wo ich durchgeklettert bin und der vorhin noch komplett unter Wasser stand. Geil. Jetzt kann ich hier einfach rüberlaufen auf die andere Seite. Huhu. Wie geil ist das denn?
In diesem Flussbecken würde ich nach Fischen gucken, Digga.
Auf der Seite habe ich auch auf jeden Fall länger Licht. Ich habe ja doch einen Strand. Geil. Was ist hier hinten los? Ich höre euch. Das ist alles unter Wasser normalerweise. Puh. Jetzt sehe ich mal das ganze Ding hier. Also die Seite fühle ich hier irgendwie mehr. Aber ich wäre so gern an irgendwelchen schönen Kokosnusspalmen gewesen. Das hätte ich mir irgendwie gewünscht. Ich gehe da oben mal kurz rein. Das sieht nach einer Lichtung aus. Es sind überall Krebse, die sich bewegen. Deswegen habe ich mich gerade so erschrocken. Wenn man das sauber kriegt, wäre es ein heftiger Auffangbehälter für Regen. Hier ist eine Kokosnuss. Ist das hier eine Ingwerknolle oder was? Schaut mal, hier ist Beton. Hier ist ein Stück Betonweg. Aha. Das könnte noch von damals sein, als die militärisch genutzt worden ist. Okay, okay. Hier ist richtig Beton. Das ist eine richtige Freifläche. Oh, hier ein Haufen Fässer. Alles mit durchgerosteten Fässern. Das ist doch safe noch aus dieser Chemiewaffenzeit. Hier
Mann.
Beton, Metallrohr. Das sind doch alles irgendwelche illegalen Müllgiftfässer hier. Scheiße. Der Akku war gerade alle. Wir waren ja jetzt in der letzten Aufnahme an diesem Weg dort dran. Ich bin dem nicht weiter gefolgt. Das heben wir uns mal für die nächsten Tage auf. Aber ich bin dort drüben auf der anderen Seite noch ein bisschen weitergegangen, habe ein bisschen was erkundet. Hab da eine Entdeckung gemacht. Ich weiß nicht, was das ist, aber das zeige ich euch die Tage nochmal. Ich glaube, das hängt auch mit diesen Fässern zusammen. Irgendwelche Hinterlassenschaften von der militärischen Nutzung. Keine Ahnung, was das genau ist. Und tatsächlich habe ich das noch gefunden und mitgenommen. Ein Netz. Ein Fischernetz, schätze ich mal, aber aus so richtigem dicken Stoff. Ne? Also jetzt nicht aus so Angelseher.
Soll ich da
richtig nice.
ins Wasser hauen, Digga?
Ist auch noch stabil,
Wird
kann
dann eine
nicht verreißen.
Fischfalle machen.
Wieder ein bisschen gelootet. So. Ich habe immer noch kein Nachtlager. Naja. Wir haben extreme Ebbe, ihr seht's. Aber ich habe sowohl dort drüben gesehen, da war auch kein guter Lagerplatz, als auch hier. Das ist bei Flut komplett mit Wasser voll. Seht ihr das? Bis komplett hier ran. Das heißt, ich habe hier an der Seite einen Streifen von vielleicht einem Meter, wo ich langlaufen könnte. Ich kann hier nirgendwo mein Lager aufbauen. Auch hier nicht. Der Müll würde ja sonst nicht da liegen. Hier kommt komplett das Wasser rein. Das heißt, dieses komplette Gebiet, auf dem ich mich hauptsächlich bewegt habe, die ganzen letzten Stunden, an den Felsen dran, mit diesen ganzen Steinen, strandartig, ist nicht lagertauglich, weil ich hier absaufe. Also muss ich doch wieder rein in den Dschungel. Scheiße. Ich mache keine großartigen, riesigen Bauwerke und trotzdem öle ich wie Sau. Ich weiß, ich habe es schon dreimal jetzt gesagt. Ich habe gerade die letzten Minuten das Netz entwirrt. Es sind viele kleine Fetzen, die man vielleicht für einen Reusenbau, Kescher oder sowas verwenden kann hier. Aber mein Plan tatsächlich war es, sich eine Hängematte damit zu bauen. Und zwar mit diesem grünen, mit dieser grünen Schnur, die ist sehr, sehr belastbar. Und mit dem Netz. Und ja, ich habe es mir ein bisschen besser vorgestellt. Es ist wirklich sehr, sehr löchrig. Aber der Bereich, finde ich, sieht ganz gut aus. Wenn ich das nochmal checke, die Löcher vielleicht dann ein bisschen zumache mit diesen Fetzen, dann könnte ich doch ein recht großes Netz haben, woraus ich mir eine Hängematte bauen kann. Und das Geile wäre, wenn ich mir daraus eine Hängematte baue, dann kann ich die irgendwo im Lager aufbauen. Aber wenn ich merke, ey, ist vielleicht scheiße, fühle ich mich nicht wohl, zu viel Moskitos, ich will woanders hin, dann baue ich die ab und kann nächsten Tag woanders pennen. Das ist tatsächlich der Plan, da bin ich ein bisschen mobiler mit meiner Lagerstätte. Die erste Nacht wird auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr improvisiert. Ich will nicht gleich am Anfang einen riesen Shelter bauen mit Dach und Schlafplattform und so weiter. Habe ich generell Bock, aber nicht gleich am ersten Tag. Ich muss erstmal langsam Ressourcen checken und so weiter. Deswegen ist der Plan halt hier so eine improvisierte Hängematte. Ich weiß nicht so recht. Naja, gut, chillig, ne? Ich lieg auf dem Boden. Scheiße. Aber ich habe hier diverse verstellbare Knoten gebastelt. Können wir auch ein bisschen justieren direkt. Okay. Das Netz ist... Fuck! Jetzt habe ich ein dickes Problem. Scheiße. Ich habe gerade mit Sammeln, Auseinanderknüpfen, Knoten und so weiter für dieses Netz gefühlte 2 Stunden investiert. Hab da richtig dran gerobbt, da ist nichts zerrissen. Aber jetzt war es doch nicht stark genug. Jetzt wird's dunkel und ich muss mir was überlegen. Variante 1, Netzhängematte. Sah so nice aus, hier schön mit verstellbarem Knoten, mit einem Stock drin, stufenlos verstellbar und so weiter. Aber das war wohl nichts.
Boah, Digga.
Auch hier, guck dir das an. Oh, schön, wie aus dem Bilderbuch. Aber wenn das Netz nicht hält, dann bringt mir das auch alles nichts. Shit. Ich habe keine Zeit mehr, jetzt hier noch großen Shader zu bauen. Dann baue ich mir doch lieber ein kleines Trabberbett unten irgendwie direkt an den Felsen und lass mich von der Flut überraschen. Ja, moin.
Shelterings. Fritz Hose kackt. Fritz einfach Hose kackt.
Seven vs. Wild. Panama.
Holy shit, Digga.
Gemeinsam mit 13 Content Creators.
So, gehen wir rüber. Let's go. Yeah.
to the action. Let's go ahead and start gearing up, of course, for that first game there, Jacob.
Yeah, first game of the day, but it's the
Ey, wir kommen genau pünktlich rein.
overall
Geil.
competition. The FNCS Invitational has not disappointed one bit.
That's right. A two-day competition leaves a lot of stress, of course, on the shoulders. You get that first day out the way, and then you have to think about everything and how it played out.
Yeah, and luckily for them, this is a two-day competition. For some of these teams that might be on the low end of the leaderboard, don't count yourselves out yet. It's all about that mindset, but the mindset has to be ready because game number 7 starts right now.
Here it is. The players are on that battle bus, and we get to see it all play out. This is it, folks. It's day 2 of the FNCS Invitational, and we are just moments away from jumping off that bus. Let's get it.
Yeah, this time around, we got a little bit of a different bus pass than the most of them than we saw yesterday. All the way south, moving north. That means Cloudy Condos is going to have action. Greasy Grove is going to have Janice and Vidil, and a lot of time this time around because that's one of the things that I felt like frustrated them a little bit. 5 north zones on the day yesterday. It left them very little time to get things going.
But hey, that didn't stop ZND and Joe from doing well. That did not stop other teams that landed in those southern areas from performing well. It is all a matter of how you strategize.
Yep, and already you see Cami and Seti, the only team with 2 VRs on the day. They got their own drop spot and they held it for seasons, and already you can see where they're getting a lot of their surge. That early bus path already proven to be successful.
That's right, a great job there early.
Was er direkt schon hinverteilt hat, Digga.
Luckily for us, we get to really pick up where we left off. This fight here for Larson and Smite didn't always go their way. Although they did manage to end inside that top 10 window, it was still very much a competition for them. And I mean, this is the most room we've actually seen them have.
Yeah, yesterday you seen like a 4-2 in Smite and Larson's favor. Over here towards Vico and Moran. Vico has been going off as a solo all day long yesterday, and you can already tell it looks like they're on the hunt, trying to catch somebody off guard, and that's a lone player that they're surrounding.
The first thing Vico told me was, "Did you see me pop
Bin
off
gespannt,
last
Digga.
night?" I was like,
I think we all did.
You were going crazy. And we get to see how they're feeling, and you can tell the confidence is there. Look at the surging confidence to walk in with no builds and really try to make this a play here. But that build from Grawls is going to go ahead and discover that there's an opponent down here, and up he goes. Yeah. Oh! It finds the player on the other side. What a read. And they just cut him off. That was beautiful.
That was a perfect read. He checked him out of a book of the library. It didn't even return him back. That is huge, and you can see Vico and Moran, the only team currently in the top 10, playing in their first finals together. That is natural chemistry. That goes to show these are 2 fantastic individual players. You combine those powers, you get one dangerous duo, just like Cold and Scented. They had one of the victory royales yesterday, a couple of top placements, and that put themselves in contention to take the title.
And lucky for Cold and Scented, they've managed to go ahead and find themselves a little bit of room to play the drop there, and that's why we're noticing them in the end game. And just think about the dynamic that's playing out right here for Larson and Smite. They have a huge decision to make. Do we go ahead and risk it all and take the fight for Muzz and Looter, or do we allow them to have a piece of this drop spot so that we play smart, play safe, and earn points?
Yeah, I think both of these teams realizing how dangerous it can be, and Smite and Larson, they're in the top, and you got to imagine those 2 games that they got taken out off spawn, how much that could have changed things. And 96 players alive. This is the same passive style gameplay that we saw in game number 1. That only leads me to think one thing. Storm Surge is going to get chaotic.
It's going to be a tough one, but hopefully not for Mr. Savage and iDrop as they kick things off very nicely here. It seems like the engagement against On1 and Baka, this is what we've been touching on this entire time, right? The fact that there are different ways to play the Chrome Jam Junction. Usually whoever gets the high ground is the most benefit. Hold up. Savage stepping up to the wall. Let's see how quickly he can turn us around.
Yeah, right now.
Let's go, Leute. Bin echt gespannt.
Oh my God, Mr. Savage just get absolutely done up by On1 and Baka. Continuing that momentum from yesterday, putting iDrop on the back foot. He's just trying to stay alive right now and stabilize the situation.
And if you didn't respect NAOS before, you have to now. On1 and Baka have truly shown how their preparation has come into play here, putting down arguably one of the stronger European duos to show up here this weekend.
Yeah, they smell the fear right now, and they're hot on the chase. This is 2 more points. This is a great start. More Storm Surge, everything for On1 and Baka to keep it going and try to get that top spot, because they know know with a second place finish in NA West last season, anything is possible. But iDrop, he doesn't want to be a part of it, but they're just not wanting to let him get away.
I like that they're chasing this one down here, though. I think it's very much worth it. Get those points. Make up for the games that you were bested out on. And this time around, Baco with the display. Everyone close your eyes. You saw nothing. We move on.
Oh, but look at that in the feed, though. King gets credit for the knock on the Baca. I don't know where they're at, but you got to know, an aggressive team coming from Brazil, if they see that green light, they're going to go.
They have to weigh their options at that point. Like, what just happened? How did we get that? Okay. Luckily for us, we get to jump on over to Janice and Vadil here at the Reality Falls. This has been a very interesting position for them to play out of because Vico and Miranda have found so much success, and Vadil and Janice are such a great team. It's unfortunate they're being contested.
Yeah, this is what more we were looking towards seeing today. It may have started off a little slow, but Smite and Larson know how dangerous they can be, especially if they have the high ground against Muzz and Looter. But the longer this one takes, it looks like it was a little bit of a north zone. A lot of teams are going to begin to rotate in. So you know as well as I do, the longer you take, the more chance of a third party. And that's going to be Larson and Smite's job right there to try to disengage. But they don't disengage far. They just continuously hold that high ground.
Smart of them. They're showing us that they actually want to take this fight. Smite and Larson, some of the most confident players we have actually seen.
Yeah, he's not backing down.
Looter's like, what's up? You guys want to do this? I play better. Box to box. Come see me.
That could have been a key. That could have been a huge key for success for Smite and Larson, because winning those off-spawn exchanges gets you the Storm, so you don't have to worry about it later in the game. But the duo from OCE wants to challenge the NA East. Muzz taking some layers away. Larson just trying to stagger himself. Right there, those angles are going to be so important for both of these teams.
And players know better than to go too high as well. You want to make sure you're respecting the distance, but not too much. In fact, you get chopped down, but it's a great angle here. Muzz finds a huge tag. He's going to win the exchange there, and luckily, the shots in the distance, probably from King and Ed, do not connect here.
Yeah, it's like an Eiffel Tower getting built. You even see those shots already now coming in from all different directions. Everybody wants that surge. They want to have as much flexibility through the mid game as possible. And once again, it looks like Larson and Smite are trying to disengage. They don't want to get stuck in this mess. They felt and dealt with this lobby at the top spot, and they know that you cannot fall behind. You cannot put everything you all have in all one moment. So for them, it's about re-matting up, because you look, they barely have anything.
Well, lucky for us, things are going to simmer down, and Taco's going to give us the quick update.
But more importantly, it's going to be about some of these Southside teams that are, again, going to be finding themselves making a huge journey towards those North polling zones. Joe and Andy specifically, they're sitting right now in that 4th place position on the leaderboard. So it is absolutely crucial for these guys to gather as much materials, as much resources as possible. That's exactly what Andy and Joe are making sure to take their time to do, because they know they've got quite the journey ahead of them, and they're going to make the most of it. But let's get back to the action.
Thank you so much for that breakdown there, Taco. It really does give us the full picture about Joe and Andy's journey in the game here, right? They're one of the few teams, like we said, they, against all odds, perform very well with the zone not landing them.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of how they're getting that job done, but Smite in the feed, looking like he's already going to take down Muzz, leaving Looter in a 1v2 situation. I'm getting that feeling of deja vu from yesterday where they 1v2'd inside of the cave, but it got really, really dangerous.
It's a great angle for Smite here. He almost catches Looter off guard. He was so ready, but here comes the defensive shots from down low. He's got to be careful. That wall is not his, and now he has to break through. This is how a pro player turns things around. Larson comes from behind and throws tomatoes on the body just like that.
Showing exactly how he's feeling right now, but there goes that first elimination. This is how Muzz went down. He's building in wood. The lack of resources right now. He got did up like a sit-up, sent back to the lobby. Now it's up to Pars. They were in an exchange. He got the knock on to Bailey. The Siphon finally going to come through, and this is a chance for him to slow it down, stabilize here for a moment while he figures out what is next.
Alex and Bailey have been contested this weekend. Pars and Raze mixing things up. Seems like they haven't caught a break just yet. But way to kick things off. Raze is down, in fact, as well. So this is a one-on-one type situation. The question is, can he find his way to a reboot, Van? The longer this goes on, the tougher it's going to be for him to go ahead and turn this bad situation around.
Yeah, but don't worry. If they're going to go ahead, and right now Alex has the opportunity with the med miss and the flopper, they can try to get a reboot that is in Storm, but you got to do it sooner rather than later. But it doesn't look like Pars wants to let that one come easy. And you can see the zone in the left. that is going to be another northern zone. So the players that we were talking about, Janice and Vidil, Joe and Z, Andy, and a lot of those teams that are on the southern portion of the map have to go ahead and figure out a way to go ahead and travel as fast as possible yet again.
Looks like we're picking up the trend where we left off. This is a full zone pool, but Joe and Zian have already proven to us they know how to play these. One thing we do know for certain is so does Vino and Kxvaii. When the zone lands on top of them, they have turned all of those games around into excellent end games. We'll see if it ends up happening. Joe and Z Andy moving from outside the zone. They don't necessarily want to take the fastest course of action to the safety. They have to go a little wide here to give themselves some room. In the distance, Cammy and Seti, so they're hot on their trails as well. And then, of course, Macwood and Kanata here to the left. That's the resistance.
Yep, you see Joe and Zandy, 5 games, 5+ eliminations on day 1. Most of any duo. The consistency coming out of some of these teams is absolutely insane, but jumping on board, Kxvaii and Vino, our first place team. They got the zone that you talked about, and you can look how they're setting up right on top of the blimp. They're not necessarily together. That way they can continue to maximize their opportunity to get Surge.
And they're so far apart. Just look at where Vino is compared to where Kxvaii was on that mountain. They have that north zone on lock. Here's Edgy and Acorn, one of NA East's only hope inside the top 10 right now. Last game yesterday fell slightly short of their expectations, but one thing I did notice about Acorn and Edgy, they were in the player lounge late last night, VOD reviewing, studying how to adjust their gameplay to never drop another round. If they can put all of those rounds and learnings into play, Game 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And that VOD review actually paid off, but we've seen this rotate from Cammy and Seti. Everybody's hitting that VOD review after day number 1. They want that free rotation, especially since they are in the storm. But I did see Booga go down, Malabuka getting a knock on to Andalex. But for this team, I love this rotate now. Cammy and Seti were in a different position yesterday. They were down on Surge, but for Trulex and Ticho, they are over 300 above. They have absolutely nothing to worry about other than finding that sweet spot in zone.
Here's Colton Scented, playing very smart, taking their time, and of course, hiding out where they can. Another team that is seemingly interested in playing as individuals here. Scented trusting in his teammate to watch his back while he works on the loot. Trip Hearn and Thomas HD coming in at second place today, finding themselves 19 above the Surge. Big task in front of them, but this is perfect. Talk about a delivery. You find a player, it's Grolls, one that we know was already taken out earlier, so he's going to have a limited amount of loot to work with.
Dänemark hat zweitmeisten Spieler.
They find a few tags, they get away. I wonder, is that the pressure of a day 2 finals? Is that the pressure of being in second place coming in? Were they too early?
Nah, I feel like this is them right now, feeling that comfortability, the flexibility of being at that top spot. Because you know as well as I do, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard dictates how you have to play coming into day number 2. If you're at the bottom, you got to find a way to mix those eliminations up with some victory royales. But if you're at the top, you can do anything that you want, and that's why that VOD review in the practice is so important.
Problem is going to come down to that Storm Surge, though. We'll see what they can do. Seti and Cammy find themselves very far above the Surge, but also deep inside the zone. That's something you don't see very often. That's like water and oil. They don't quite mix. But let's get on over to Brazil region right here of Zeets and KVR. They have big EU players on site here. Refsguard and Clown are going to get burned.
No, really, that
outside of the zone as well. KVR and Zeet, they have plenty of heals to work with. And that's exactly why they're staggering themselves so far back, 290 above for them. That's a feeling of comfortability as Storm Surge begins to activate. And this is the thing, for those players that are comfortable on Storm Surge, this is an opportunity to look around the lobby, figure out who is struggling. Because when that Storm Surge ticks their shields down, you hear that crack, you hear that audio cue. And for some of these players, that's a green light.
Now we get to tune in. What looks like a little hold up, right? Looking at the loot, weighing the options, nice little pickup there. But hold up, Brazil versus Middle East is going down right now. Spy is on the low ground here with focus there. It's not looking good. PHZin loses the wall. Quick take there from Spy as he defends off PHZin, but PHZin has all the pressure off of his shoulders, and he catches Spy in a fly trap there with a quick finish. And I can hear the Brazilian fans on the other side cheering for PHZin and Quintos.
Stark, Digga. Das war nicht schlecht, Digga.
I just preface that type of situation. If you're down on surge, you almost have to beeline it to the first team, and Cool's even going down backside of zone. Struggles for them, looking like it's going to start early here in game number 7. Merrim's going to go down to Acorn. Yumi is out. The team from NA West that took the Chapter 3 Season 3 championship is out of the lobby in the first game.
And you know, yesterday, Marim and Zagu had so many people to fall in love with who they are, but they're going to get taken out in this competition a little early on.
Aber das ist nicht finished, ne? Noch genau, glaube ich.
Also feeling the pressures of a late rotate coming out the zone. Luckily, there is, of course, the edge right in front of them, so this is going to be a slow mover. They're going to have to burn a second launch pad now, which will open up an inventory slot, but look at Joe and Zianda here. They will have to do something big in order to bounce back. Have Colton sent it off to the side here. Great early builds there. That's the safety play. Don't want to risk it. Not worth it.
And you can see right now, since it's pulling so far north, you see Chrome Jam Junction right there. That southern portion of the zone is going to get so stacked, and it's going to get so hard for some of these players to traverse through. Thomas HG still trying to hold on to as much of the high ground as possible. And you can see him peeking through, gathering all that information, and that's so important because you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
This is my problem with them disengaging from Grols and Rifty. Little did they know, that would have been an excellent fight for them to take. They were just coming off of a reboot pickup, and now looking back at it, they could have used that damage. This extra pressure here to perform is going to force them into either peeking, which will open up the risk, or jumping onto a player. And they're going to go for high ground here. They're going to go for a position. They find a box. No one's inside of it. And a quick check just in case. Tripper and all of a sudden finds himself in a world of trouble here. Just a couple of seconds before this surge turns on.
It's huge right now. You see they're just trying to look everywhere. But that's the thing in these stacked lobbies. When you fall behind on surge, it is so tough to find the shots that you need.
Alles klar mit dir oder was?
Nobody wants to
Geht's dir mal
nobody
lieber?
wants to bite off more than they can chew, because then that is how you go down. 329 above. Acorn by himself. He has very little to worry about in terms of surge. For him, it's just about making it to zone game after game.
He's so lucky. The zone actually pulls south. We saw what Acorn was able to do yesterday as a solo. He picked up so many points, and that post-game interview was perfect. We got to hear the credit from Edgy, but Thomas HD, the surge is active. No way they go in through the Chrome build. They are not playing around, but this is some of NA West's best box fighters on the other side of the wall. Thomas HD, Tripper has to take this battle here. They do not have time to sit around looking out anything for anything. There it is. Baka opens the wall. No tag. That's a miss. That's a problem. Reminder, find a little
That's
bit
a
here.
problem.
He does have the HP advantage. In he goes. The edit comes from the side. A great job. EU. One goes down. Can they turn it around? Baka needs to clutch up here. No HP. Shot from behind as well. He gets the trade. This is such a tough position.
He has to try to find a stabilize and find a moment to breathe right now, because it was game 5 yesterday. He 1v2'd Mr. Savage and iDrop at the top of Chrome Jam. Now he's trying to do the same thing, but I don't know if he was able to get the opportunity to revive on one. So Baka is now by himself, but luckily for him, they did get some early eliminations. They did get some early damage, so they don't have to worry about Storm Surge. But oh my god, how are Thomas and Tripper still alive?
This is crazy. The map awareness, understanding the vault was just nearby and fighting their way towards it for the heals. It wasn't just for the battle, it was the positioning to the vault. What a big play here. It all makes sense as to why they wanted to position themselves here. But still, they will need to find tags now better than ever. They have shield bubbles as well to protect themselves for the next box fight.
Yeah, and for that can easily close the gap on a couple of teams if they want to go box to box, wall to wall, and have that be their plan. You can see them breaking through the builds. They're just trying to find anybody that is nearby, because they don't want to peek and accidentally get shot at by the lobby. So for them, it's about finding whoever is close, and they hear the players nearby, so they're just trying their best to figure out what they are going to do.
Just a couple tags now, but also a few seconds away from the half in, half out. The surge will continue to wreck the lobby. It's going to become more and more difficult now as the seconds rage on. This is game 7 of the FNCS Invitational, and the action is really starting to pick up now.
Yeah, Pam Stu went down early on. Batch left by himself. A consistent duo on the day, but he is 17 below the damage threshold. Reed in his line of sight. He's trying to hunt, but somebody, that's Seti who takes that one away. That was Batch's best chance at Storm Surge damage.
It's going to go all the way north here. We know Edgy was a solo. Now we have Thatch as a solo as well.
Thomas und Tripper.
Take a look at the points.
Wer hat das getippt,
It's
oder?
looking very much like a three-way race, continuing the trend here as EU leads the charge right now. Jumping over. Shield bubbles are down. Tripper and Thomas HD has found their next targets, and it's not an easy choice by any means. We are looking at KBR and Zeet on the other side of the wall.
And even though for Thomas and Tripper and Storm Surge is not activated right now, they knew
Thomas.
they last stood.
Sagt
when it comes to that
Thomas.
damage. Exactly that.
Thomas
They
und
are
Tripper.
still below. It is still a worry for them.
Hat
And they
100.
have to travel
Boah,
through
Digga,
all
muss
these
100
players
Damage
who are actually
machen.
beating them to the punch. This could get dangerous, but for Janice and Vidil, they have the high ground. They have that perfect opportunity if they're low on Surge to just clean up the lobby.
And we wanted to check in with Vino and Kxvaii. How have they managed to take this zone favor and turn it to their advantage? Heavy material, big HP, well above the surge.
Vino und
Launch pads to
Kxvaii,
work
ne?
with. This is a story written for them right now.
Vadil und Jannis leben aber auch noch.
Points they had leading coming into this. This can only
Vielleicht macht Vadil und Jannis heute Comeback, Digga. Wer weiß. Gönnen würde ich dir das. Aqua und Reason leben auch noch.
And you can see they're already positioned themselves to do it. But Aqua with a drop shot and now punished.
Holy shit.
The risk wasn't worth it. Reason
Holy shit.
behind. He turns it around. Another team says, "Whoa!"
Aqua dead, Digga.
It's a solo now, and the burning of the mats here to try to survive. That's unfortunate for Aqua.
Yep, he was right there trying to chop down, and that was tantalizing him to go for that shot right then and there, and he went for it. That was a huge opportunity. Unfortunately enough, it didn't pay off, but for Acorn and Edgy, they're making it this far. And actually seeing these guys get knocked a few times throughout this game. That was where Edgy finally went down, but for Acorn, he was one of the biggest damage dealers in the lobby throughout 6 games yesterday. Looking to keep that up for Cammy and Seti. They started the day in 3rd. They moved up to 2nd already, so their game plan is continuing to pay off.
And Zeet finds Vico in the feed there too, so things are really starting to get interesting now.
Reason
We're
dead.
seeing changes happen. Joe is
Thomas
still in
hat
this
Reason
game as well.
geholt.
Take a look. Acorn as a solo right now, making do with anything right. Honestly, when we last tuned in, he barely had something, but on high ground,
No,
Kxvaii
really,
and
no.
Vino have now solidified themselves as the Titans up top.
Yeah, that feeling of deja vu sinks in yet again. 6 moving zone. That's the same time they took it yesterday as Thomas and Tripperin. This time around, they're going to have that flexibility because they're 141 above the damage threshold this time, so they don't have to go hunting. They can
Thomas
stay
Hardy
out of
lebt
zone,
immer noch.
try to get
Das ist,
themselves
Digga,
in a good
absolut
spot.
insane.
This beautiful way and usage of the shield
Komm,
bubbles.
Kami,
They're
Digga.
working on the dead side while using the shield bubbles. Kami though.
Kami der Zeti allerdings.
And Seti is left now as a solo in this endgame to the hands of Larson. Kami falls.
Yeah, and this
Ah,
endgame
Digga,
is
das
getting
könnte
so
Punkte
rough. Up
kosten,
and down
Bruder.
these mountains.
Trip hat einen One-Shot.
Are gonna have to figure out what they're gonna do, especially Tripper, who is out of builds. Him and Thomas have to figure out something, but they have been through the ringer this game. If anybody deserves it, it's them.
This is crazy. Tripper and Thomas should not be alive right now, but they are staying up.
Tulex dead, Thomas. Was macht er?
And he is back in the game. It will come.
Tripper dead.
Tripper falling though, but hey, they have earned points, and now we have another top
Quasi und Veno auf High Ground. Oh mein Gott.
keeping up with the pace. Scented, cold, still alive. 3 Elans as well. Looking to take a fight there, but no. They want to make this rotate. They need to get to the zone. What a great layer change here from Scented.
Ich sehe die ganze Zeit, no really, Digga, der macht Kills, Digga. Da wieder, no really, Digga, er holt alles. Was macht er? Er hat Bock auf heute.
Early game start, but first place, Kxvaii and Vino holding on high to the high ground in the sky.
Boah, die haben nur 62 Blitz, Bruder. Also Kxvaii zumindest.
You can see the heals coming out from Ketos and PH in there. They still have so much to work with. 2 of our top 5 teams already out. So for Vino and Kxvaii, they are starting to take away. Tripper holding on with dear life here at 200 points, making sure
Digga, voll viele EU-Player in dieser Runde.
now for a Brazilian duo. Larson has a solo right now, trying to steal away.
Larsen 31 Punkte. Thomas hat 29, Digga.
But somehow Scented again, he goes down, but it's Thomas.
Oh, guck mal, seine Builds, alle weg. Er hat 5 Builds, Bruder.
Right before our very eyes. Top 10 finish. Now he's in the top 7 as well.
Top 10, no really dead.
Larson, all these solos coming around. This is going to get good.
Thomas hat die auch weg. Ja, Digga, es gewinnt Kxvaii und Dings. Kxvaii und Veno, guck dir das an. Vortex chillt da unten, der stirbt jetzt. Aber von dir lebt auch noch, komm, Junge! And that.
Kxvaii gonna get burned there for over peeking down low, but this should be their game.
That feeling of deja vu comes in yet again, picking
Komm,
up
Janis
where they
und
left
boah,
off
Janis und Badi, komm bitte back. Die kommt back in game, Digga.
And it's come down to a 2v2 situation between two of the top teams in EU. With Janis and Fadil feeling the pressure of the high ground, running out of builds. This is basically Kxvaii and Veno's game.
Digga, Kxvaii und Veno gegen Janis und Dings. Oh mein Gott, kommt!
Janis and Fadil know better. They need to continue the pressure. Veno goes down. He takes a shot. Fadil blocks it. Beautifully done. Janis stuck up from behind.
Nein! Janis dead! Tore weg und Dings! Oh mein Gott, schade, Digga. Ah, Digga, ich hätte ihm das gegönnt, Bruder.
This is one team you don't want to give a single advantage to because you will regret it at the end of the day.
Veno and Kxvaii are showing us why they are a cut above the rest. They're looking good while they do it. The ability.
Die haben jetzt 3 Runden gewonnen von 7. Die sind so OP, schade, Digga. Aber Zweiter, Digga.
I'm joined now by your game 7 winners. It's Kxvaii and Veno. What an incredible way. A short time ago about coming in at like a strong
Im Early Game hol ich mir kurz was zu trinken, Digga. Das ist wirklich schon richtig.
Yeah, I know. It's just unbelievable. Hopefully we can still close it out. We're feeling good. Maybe we should get a bit more 4-kill win, but we saw some of the teams around you managing to score a lot of points as well. Were you conscious of that? Were you focused simply on the task at hand, which was seeing that out and getting the victory royale?
We're just focused on playing our own game and winning the game. That's it. Like, brand new day, brand new everything.
Well, it was a great start to the meetings and a great start to this competition on day number 2. Let's get back to Zeke and the desk.
Was war das für ein Game, Digga? Schade, Digga. Die haben sich beide gegenseitig noch genockt, Digga.
We interviewed them at the end of yesterday and they said we want to take a moment, we need to go back, we need to review a couple things and come back stronger tomorrow. What a better way than just go ahead and win the game. I mean, to come out and in zone 2 be zone favored, to be sitting in zone on height, basically max materials, basically max heals.
Guckt ihr das an, Digga.
They're unstoppable, Zeke. We saw it yesterday, and I don't know what's going on. Another north zone for this duo with the potential they have,
Das war
how
Deal
confident they are, how well they play.
Und Veno hätte den Shot nicht getroffen. Oh mein Gott, Digga. So machen, Digga. 224.
You know how they knew how to capitalize? Game number 5, the zone was almost in the exact same place yesterday. Today, it's in the exact same place again. It's just
Santic bleiben Dritter, die ersten 3 bleiben.
And of course, Kxvaii and Veno, it's the
Xid
same
und KWR 2 Plays gut gemacht, Digga.
Second moving zone, they actually switched to metal. Now that's the time when most teams are going to be using wood. They're going to be running out of steam because they used all their hard mats earlier on. Kxvaii and Veno are different. They know how to play high ground. The most turnover of height happens in second zone, and they were reinforced in metal.
Egal, Digga, Vadil und Jans haben gut Punkte gemacht, Digga. Die sind auf jeden Fall besser wie Dings. Also besser als Platz 34 safe.
And of course, they come out strong. Thomas HD and Trippin as well. We watched the top 3. They have not budged.
Look, I got scared for a moment watching Thomas HD and Tripper, and they went up against Baka and on one. You can actually see it happening here, and that was a close one. One of them, I believe it was Thomas. No, it was Tripperin who got knocked down here, leaving Thomas alone. But he did a huge amount of damage before getting knocked, and was actually able to escape and get picked up again, which allowed them to get those points that they needed.
Yeah, it was absolutely valiant from Trippin there as well. If he'd have just gone down without taking out one of the opponents there, he wouldn't have been able to get res, right? That was a crucial amount of damage that he did right there, and it allowed Thomas HD to have that freedom to get the revive. I didn't think they were going to make it through this endgame. Their surge were looking pretty bad, particularly for their zone position here. Of course, they're landing at the Rave Cave. They have all of the map mobility in the world to get there. It did require a nice little solo clutch from Thomas HD, who is synonymous with solo clutches.
Consistency, consistency, consistency is what this duo is showing. Yesterday, they got more than 20 points in every single match. Also, top 15 in every single match, and today they're looking to do the same.
That's right. Well, guess what? These are just some of our insights. Vivid is actually standing by on the stage. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, of course. Listen, I am feeling for the players right now. We saw them hit the socials. They were complaining about all these North Zones yesterday.
Die kommt, Digga, aber ich hoffe, dass die Top 10 schaffen.
Kind of explain why some of these pro players are having such a hard time with this. Well, first of all, it's going to be all about Tilted Towers and the blimp that we can find there. Look what this position is doing around it. There is not a single arrow under this blimp, and what it does is it's going to force this funnel on the right side and the left side of it. So as they're making this rotation all the way up to the northern side of this map, they're all just rotating together, right? The
Einmal ganz kurz ein Dings rein.
Fortnite line over there for these burgers, absolutely incredible. And then when this zone actually ends up closing in, they're all just on the southern side of this, and it's so congested that it makes it so hard for any of these teams to consistently handle this if you are coming from the southern side of the map. But of course, Kxvaii and Vino landing up there, they do take that victory out. Congratulations to them. That being said, let's take it back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Vivid. Fantastic breakdown there. I did want to take a moment to highlight some of the other duels we did see, kind of performing well. Zeet, KBR, they finally find themselves in that top 15 and hold and fall in 5th place. Now remember, we don't need the Victory Royale to climb the standings. We just need to be consistent.
Look, I love to see this duo performing well. The audience loves it. I hear the cheers when they're getting Elim after Elim, and now being
22 sind die jetzt, auf 22.
Finals they are playing together. This duo coming from being the champions of Chapter 3 Season 2. Zeet being an all-star champion as well, to now on the main international stage.
Der Weltmeister auf Platz 40, Bruder. Er nimmt $1000 mit, geht doch voll klar, Bruder. Was no really, Digga, hat auch gut gemacht.
That's right, another duo.
Auf der 12, Digga.
Also alive there in the top 15. So real Brazil, they're showing up huge today. I feel like another duo that we actually got to see first time. They're kind of still under the radar. Vidil and Janice, they've been relatively quiet, but they did make top 5 in this last game. So what are we kind of hoping to see out of this duo?
Look, they adapted. I saw Janice on social media yesterday. He was like, I don't know what to do. I'm landing in an uncontested spot. The zones are pulling north. I don't have time to get enough surge. I don't have time to get enough damage. I need to change something. And clearly, Janice and Vidil changed something, because they got 2nd place now going into today. It's a huge match for them.
Yeah, they were doing great. I saw Vidil just doing a little bit of Volta as well, and he's really making changes.
Man, a lot of these players, they know today is the day to bring it all. But as we prepare for Game 8, let's go hang out with Monster D-Face and Jacob to get things started.
Thank you so much there, Zeke. Yeah, we really get to pick things up. It's looking like we're closing into a runaway train, potentially.
Yeah, potentially it is so, but there's still 5 games left on the day. For some of these teams, right now, game number 8 is their chance to close the gap on that leaderboard and fight for the chance to call yourself the FNCS Invitational Champion.
Well, at this point, if I'm a team, I don't care where I'm landing, I'm gonna maybe think to myself, hey, let's slide on north. Let's play the upper side of this early rotate. How do we get to those general areas sooner rather than later? Well, now we get to find out, folks. Here we are. Game number 8 is kicking off.
Yep, got a little bit of a different bus path yet again. I'm liking the little bit of variety that we are coming out with. And for some of these teams, we're going to see a little bit of Fort Jones, Eclipse and Duke, Peak and Anas. Almost all day yesterday, they completely split the POI, went their 2 separate ways. And that's how they were able to get the spot they did on the leaderboard.
That's right, and also Jamper and Peterbot on that coast having a tough time.
Yeah.
Sorry, Junge, kurz was zu trinken.
Not much to work with.
Sonst verreck ich hier gleich. Sonst geht hier alles im Berg runter.
Being imposed on. It's not all about taking head-to-head engagements. It's also about what you lose out on.
Yeah, because you also got to remember, there is 7 different regions being represented right now. Some of these guys are the top dog in their region, and they're not contested on the usual. So this is a new feeling and a new thing for some of them to have to work through, as Cammy and Seti yet again trying to get that early surge down as Larson and Smite taking control of the entire house over at Grimm's Gables. A split spot coming out from Muzz and Looter. But you got to watch out if you're being this split against a team that is this active in Larson and Smite.
I did not expect Miro to fall so early, but it looks like Kanata might have found himself a free knock in the air.
As now we get to look over at Chapix and Tayson. The rotate out for Aqua, losing his teammate right now. Reason is down, and Aqua, I can just feel the desperation. The look on his face tells it all, man, as they are communicating with one another. What went wrong?
You can see Seti and Cammy joined Aqua and Nyrox as the only players with multiple VRs in an international event. That is absolutely impressive, as these teams are closing the gap between each other. They want that off-spawn exchange, and for Muzz and Looter, they want revenge. They want redemption for what they've been going through.
Shiny,
that last game was a great one for Smite and Larson, officially jumping their way back up into the top 5. So if Muzz and Looter play spoiler here, it'll be a huge landslide moment for Smite and Larson. They can't afford that. Lovely for them to disengage and play this one out. Tripper and Thomas HD so far, for me, the play of the day has to go to them. They have managed to turn that last game around with nothing. Arguably, probably one of the worst positions we'll see them in over the course of the day.
And they had one of the most performances yesterday, almost 20 points in
Ja.
all
Wenn,
6
guck mal,
games.
ja, die sind jetzt auf Platz 22, Digga. Eine gute Runde, die
You
sind
gotta
Top
imagine
10.
how that really puts them on the confidence scale coming into day number 2 is Joe and Z Andy. We're gonna have a little bit of a North Pool yet again. It's gonna be on the eastern side this time around, so for some of these teams, it's gonna be a little bit of an easier game, but some of them, it's gonna be equally as hard as the last.
I'm happy we have to jump in with KBR here because Z is down. We saw that exchange happen in the feed there. Remember, they are not completely clear here at the Lustrous Lagoon in this general area. They do have tons of players that land in this general area. Runa and Peppo being a few. Chimp up at the north side alongside Scram being another set of duos, right? So that is very much a contested area, and now he has to play for the save.
Yep, on board, Kxvaii and Vino. One of 2 teams in this event that has 2 victory royales so far in this tournament, and you're seeing how they're getting the job done. Going from balloon to balloon, the high ground, getting the surge, surveying the lobby is absolutely important. This is such a synergistic duo that cannot be stopped at the way they're going right now.
I don't want to call it too early, but
hey,
the zone is leaning north. Is it going to end somewhere up there? Yes or no?
No. I want to bet against it. I want to bet against it because some of these teams have been just going through the ringer with those north zones. I'd be okay with an eastern one, giving some of our teams on that just a little bit of a chance to kind of climb up that leaderboard. But a team that doesn't need a chance because they take it by force is Wox and Robob Kebab. They're one of my favorite teams simply because of Robob's name.
Yeah, you say it all the way through every time. I don't have the heart to risk it. Bailey and Alex in a box fight right now versus Yusri and Ju. This is a long-awaited fight. It's been happening all weekend long. They're one of the few teams that have been contested, but not have really turned their winning fights into anything big in the end game, right?
It's huge. Just wave Ju and Yusri not backing down here. This is a fight that I think kind of settled every single game yesterday. Or at least I'd guess so, between Alex and Bailey, Ju and Yusri. But Alex and Bailey, I was kind of talking to them. Anybody in this tournament, realistically, including them, can pop off at a moment's notice. You just have to find a way to do it while staying consistent at the same time, and they want to go ahead and get this elimination. They want to go ahead and fight this so that way they can get the surge that they need so they don't have to worry about it later on. Because unlike every regular FNCS of the past, our contested teams this side around are actually having very good tournaments.
I think what we're seeing right now is stage pressure kicking in. I had a lot of time to kick up, really catch up and get to know Alex and Bailey in the lead up to all of this. And what they've managed to tell me is they were winning most of their creative head-to-head. So I think when it comes down to raw skill, Alex and Bailey might have the edge over Ju and Yusri, who are newer formed duo in finals style settings. That's kind of what's happening here. Let's go and catch up with Miro, though. What's going on with him down south?
Yeah, him and Booga, I've been wanting to
so.
see more of. This
Vielleicht
is a
ist das ja noch was
legacy-style
Wildes,
event for
Digga.
them.
Abwarten, wie krass die das machen.
Miro
und Boga, Digga, die kacken komplett rein, Digga. Das war mein Pferd. Mein Pferd.
So they had to go hunting just like so many other players in the lobby, and you're not really able to control your game if you're just forced to go for surge game after game.
That's right, but luckily for him, he does find a little bit of success there. An Elim is huge, especially considering he can go ahead and rotate sooner rather than later.
Denkst du, das ist clever mit Controller zu spielen oder denkst du, man hat einen Vorteil, wenn man Maus und halt Keyboard spielt? Maus und Keyboard hast du viel bessere Mechanics halt, ne? Kannst du besser bauen und so. Also viel schneller und so.
You can see that Thomas having more points as a solo than any other player in EU, but to me that's not too surprising because we talk about his accolades, we talk about how legendary of a player he is. He just needs to seal that deal with an FNCS championship, and he could really cement
Der einzige Vorteil, den du bei Controller hast, ist Controller Aim.
See, he also led all damage on day number 1, really earning that respect there. If you didn't believe it before, seeing him do it in person is exceptional. As Seti and Cammy, we can
mit Maus und Keyboard musst du halt mit der Maus aimen, ne?
Great duo here, just really strategizing all the way through, playing so well so far, and continuing the trend. Last game, not so bad, right? They did enough to maintain the pace there in 3rd place.
That's where Tayson and Chapix, you can see a lot of those Cloudy Condos teams not able to get a ton of damage to put themselves up for a good mid game, but right now they already took down Macwood, looking to go back-to-back and take down Kanata as well. They're hot on the heels. They don't want to let this one escape. The damage continues. The pressure is just insurmountable right now as Kanata is just trying to survive. Luckily for him, a couple of players joining on the fun. The tags come in from a third party. That's going to allow Kanata just a few seconds to try to stabilize against this
Also ich will es nicht lernen. Solange ich den Controller nicht drauf habe, brauche ich Maus und Tastatur nicht versuchen, Digga.
South to the edge of the zone here to see what they can make happen, but Kanata riding his way around the builds right now. You can see Tayson now jumping onto all the loot. Some of it was already scavenged through, so Kanata should have the reboot card there. If the distance shots come in, that could be Bugha and Miro at the hill there. As we know, this is their area. They do play those outskirts. They will not rotate early to center. It's not how they do it.
Kanata's just trying to stay alive right now on the edge of zone as well, so it's not going to be a storm fight when it comes down to it. So Chapix and Tayson do exactly anything they want, and you can kind of see KBRC 4th place. They go down in this one. That's not where you want to be, but the fight continues, and Kanata is doing an absolutely fantastic job fighting back against one of the best teams.
Jonas spielt Fortnite selber mit dem Controller. Was einfach kacke ist, sich jetzt komplett dann umzustellen.
And the edit comes through, he fights back. This is what pro players do so well, and Tayson still, against all odds, will turn that one around, but it was looking so dicey.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kanata and Macwood, that's where that consistency of yesterday kind of comes to a halt, but there's still a couple more games on the day. They can climb back at any moment.
That's right. Let's get a quick update from Taco on how things are going.
Been a lot of action taking place over in the Tilted Towers area as well throughout this game, but absolutely wanted to highlight the way that Acorn and Edgy have just managed
to darauf hyped, Fortnite krass zu werden. Ich will das Spiel ausfahren. Ich will nicht unbedingt jetzt noch besser werden.
He's making sure to take care of their surge management. The entire while
Alles gut, Schatz. Dafür streame ich ja.
Looking everywhere he can for as many tags as possible so that their rotations can be as free as they need it.
And those are the strengths of Tilted Towers. Center location, it doesn't matter where the
Deswegen heißt es ja auch Viewingparty, Digga. Zusammen mit der Community das gucken.
Every single time, and again, as we gave you guys the updates, top 5 has changed as 4th place is now out of the competition. You see there the slight misplay from KBR. He tries to throw down a chug splash, but unfortunately sends one into the bush, and look at that, gets eliminated there by Wax and Robob. And the reaction, that's a tough one there because, again, they were doing very well pacing in Game 8.
Yeah, just hopefully right now mentally they realize that they can still do very, very well. They can still jump up a ton of placings in the next couple of games. You just have to buckle down. You can see the TSM duo far below. But now I want to go over to Larson and Smite. Is this the longest either one of these teams have not only been alive, but been in grim games as well? But at the end of the day, they want to fight. And that fight they will get. And between Larson and Smite, they have a little bit of
krieg dafür sogar noch Geld, dass ich mit meiner Freundin rede.
At this point, I don't even know if they know it's Looter or Muzz. How do they? You really... Like, how do they? It's been happening for so long. Maybe they walked away and came back, said, hey, is this another duo? But no, it's just Larson. It's just Smite. It's just Muzz. It's just Looter. And now out of material, Larson trapped up. Box like a fish, almost. Smite turns it around, though. 2v1. They try to swing in, and it's not looking good. They are hurt.
Wir sind Runde 8 von 12.
goes Smite.
Also,
Larson sneaks out the side there.
das ist die zweite
And
Runde von
catches the
6.
First elimination and the siphon is enough to get some mats there.
That's huge. That's huge for them, for their comeback attempt. Get as many placements as possible, but there's a couple other teams that are stacked up here as well, and it does look like the surviving member of that duo got out alive for a moment, but he cannot go back into the storm. Otherwise, he will get eliminated by somebody else.
And Thomas HD gets those 2 points. That can be a difference maker. 3 points for Thomas HD and Trippin, who are on the heels of Vino and Kxvaii, but now 4th place is down. 5th place is down. The top 3 have more of a runway to start ramping up here. King and Ed, though, under shots here. They are making the rotate. It's Avery and Commandment who's up above. Low on material count as well. King has to box up.
Yep, another team towards the north side of the map, on the western side as well, that has a little bit of a pull to go. I don't want to say I called it, but I wanted that little bit of an eastern side.
Nein, Digga, gestern war auch 1 Feierabend oder so.
As Sentin and Cole, they're just a below surge, but barely below as they're continuing to find the tags, trying to get themselves above. Just like that, it appears. They did just enough damage, but for them, that's not a feeling of comfortability at all. They know their job is not done just yet, and that's why they keep surveying the field.
That is right. Great tags here. Scepter is going to find down low. This is where you need to really hit your shots. When your team is just on that line of danger, when the storm surge is looming.
Also in etwa so wie gestern, Schatz. 1:30 oder so.
That matter most. Noah Riley, bad sniper, very low on HP, not even pausing to go ahead and heal one another instead. Pushing on in. That's the Japanese duo right there. Zagu and Mareem, they are champions of Asia. The most
Ich weiß auch nicht, seit wann der auf Controller spielt. War er nicht über Maus Keyboard?
Very quickly as to why you don't walk up to that wall.
Yeah, and they're actually one of the teams that have some of the best performances when rebooting a player. They got a 25th place finish, they got a second,
so,
but no Riley doesn't care.
Oh, Digga, nur stirbt.
Gets dropped as well. Both these players living on a prayer.
Oh mein Gott, mehr Mut nur. Jan ist dead. Jan ist dead.
Representing for Japan, we love to see it. It's a jammed house here in North Carolina. We love to see these teams
Vadier stirbt an Dings.
Under the action. Thomas HD Tripper doing that as well. Look at how they adjusted from game 1 on this day, from game 7 to game 8 now, right? All of a sudden now, they are so far above with the damage.
Ich hab ja gestern die 6. Runde nicht geguckt, ne?
Thomas HD and Trippin, I will say they're a second half team, they're second day team. Historically, they just perform better when their back is up against the wall, and hopefully for NAEs, hopefully for North America altogether.
Early sterben die sterben early, Digga. Das kann man nicht halt. Das kann man halt nicht tun, Fisch.
It was only because they had a bad game 2. They had a 0-point game 2 yesterday. Other than that, they were among the top 3 in performances at the second half of the day. If they can continue that here early, they will be on the run to the race.
Vino's going to find Hellfire in the feed there. That's going to be a huge refresh for him, but Keto's and PH in holding on to dear life right now, just edging on the top 10 here as far as overall points go. Last game they were in 4th, they slipped way on down, and this time it seems like the Storm Surge has ran a number on them. Now let's take a look at the current game leaders. Rotates there, Cammy and Seti being a few of the bulk that are still in this one, finding themselves pretty much dead center here. Now remember, if there's any zone you want to be in the middle, it's zone 3, as it gives you the highest odds to pull that 4th one. Yep. Beyond that, it's anyone's ball game.
And the interesting thing about Cammy and Seti and the way they're playing this weekend is historically, we've talked about it in the desk to kind of start the day yesterday, they're not an aggressive team. Even though they're in a top placing team, they're usually on the low, but right now, another top placing team on the leaderboard, Joe and Z Andy trying to get busy. Malibuka goes down. Merstash is by himself, trying to live with just a sliver of HP as Joe wastes no time trying to get into the box, but Z Andy goes down to the storm. 1v1 situation. Peace Control goes right back over to Merstash. He peeks through at the wrong time. Huge tag, back to back by Joe to get the double elimination.
And we love to see it. It's usually your friends that turn on you, Joe. See Andy against Malibuka and Merstash. Tough one right there, but they will be the EU team on.
Nur die beste Qualität hier. So zack, das Volumetriebe.
That's what we want to see. We saw Miro getting a little bit busy earlier. Now we're seeing Bugha start to get active. This team is beginning to come online, and for a team as dangerous as they are, they have never placed out of the top 3 monster, and they want to keep that accolade intact.
It's going to be a tough one, though. They will have to continue to turn up. Vico is in a fight up against Zagu and Mareem, and he wins.
Sagudet und Merendet. Die haben gestern so gut gespielt, Digga. Die verkackten das ja voll. Die waren eben relativ auch schon früh dead.
Very, very similar situation. Top of the mountain. They got some traveling to do. A few teams around them as well. But they're just trying to figure out where the rest of the teams actually went. So right now, they're trying to figure out what that slow side is.
Let's see it. Joe by himself. Z Andy picked apart on the rotate. No heals for Joe. What a tough spot to be in. But hey, at least he has Chrome Splashes for the rotate.
Oh yeah, Digga.
It's going to be tough. We're holding our breaths. I'm sure he is as well. You can see he's just biting his lip, looking around like, oh man, I gotta time this perfectly.
When do I move? When do I go?
Thomas hat Trip an Leben noch.
Second after second. As Thomas and Trip from 271 above the damage threshold. Not much to go, but they want to get there as fast as possible. In a zone like this, you want to get yourself that sweet spot, and it looks like they're going straight for the high ground.
Storm Church, aber die haben 250 darüber, das ist
This
gut.
will allow the builds to get to max HP, and now they can start to read the room. It's Epic Whale. That's not an easy duo by any means, but no, high ground cannot be claimed. There's still some natural terrain off to the side there. They have to weigh their decisions. Thomas HD, so much better in this game here, looking so much better. Tripper as well.
I like this view of the lobby right now because it really shows us.
Guck mal, wie die alle gerade so in Rotation stehen. Das sieht richtig heftig aus.
Launchpad early if they do not get the zone is Hijo Belusi picking up a couple on the Brazilian duo of King and Ed. You see Epic Whale, a player that usually is lighting up.
Aber guck mal im Süden, Digga. Im Süden ist ganz schlimm.
A lot of these teams are known with their backs up against the wall to come up big.
Oder guck mal hier, Digga. Ja, er ist dead. Wer war das? Mikeson, der außen da war. So, mach, Digga.
They have done enough to go ahead and continue to trade that 7th and 8th place position. The top 10 is extremely competitive here. Bugha, Miro, 4 eliminations. What a massive swing of points here.
And they're just continuously looking for the shots all around. Finally finding that comfortability here. Finally finding some sort of stride to work with. And you can see the flashes coming out, and that's how they're
Komm, Junge! Streng mal an, Junge!
Stuck in that mess on the side. They did just enough damage to weaken one team to try to put them the focus of that lobby.
Vino and Kxvaii already positioned up at the north side here. Here comes another launch pad. It's down. And the heals are looking excellent for this duo, but the material count halfway.
Setium kam immer noch Dritter. Tripan und Thomas Zweiter immer noch. Oh mein Gott.
And now split from Kxvaii. Kxvaii bases out wide here to put up a front on high ground. The Scram and Chimp who land outside of the Lustrous Lagoon all of a sudden trying to turn us around. Edgy is down. Acorn by himself. World of trouble. And he goes down to Avery from the side there.
Kxvaii und Velens leben noch, Thomas und die leben, die ersten 3 leben immer noch.
Eliminations already. Chimp and Scram finding success here on the day. They had a top finish yesterday. They're looking to
39 Leute noch. Vielleicht macht der Bugha jetzt mal diese Runde was.
You know what time it is. 5th into 6th moving zone. This is where they typically try to go for that high ground and hold on to it for the rest of the game.
Bugha und Dings würde ich halt auch noch Top 10 wünschen. Einfach ein Zeichen setzen, dass der Weltmeister noch da ist, Digga. Also die sind aktuell 40. ne? Weltmeister einfach auf Platz 40, Bruder.
If anybody can do it and pick up some big placement points, it is going to be him. And if you look at his inventory, he has that recipe for success. Kxvaii, Vino, just looking for that information. Like I said, they're right now looking, is high ground take going to be possible? As they're spotting all these players around, figure out who is moving, where to go. Is Tripper and Thomas
placement
33 below
points
the
jetzt.
damage threshold. They're going to launch pad, get ahead of zone, and as soon as they do, even though they're not in zone, they're going to be looking all
Jetzt
around
geht's
them
los,
and trying to
Digga.
find the tags that they need.
Guck mal, wie die alle auf einmal in die Luft gehen, Digga. Das sieht so hammer aus immer, Digga. So geisteskrank.
Because at the end of the day, we know they put in all the work.
Vino holt Reed.
way up to high ground, and all of a sudden, he is trying to go.
Hat wieder High Ground.
They might just be the most winningest team of the FNCS Invitational at this rate.
Ich will da oben in der Liste einfach noch nicht Booker lesen. Alistair.
Two eliminations on their way to the end game, and if they could just make it that far, they're trying to stay ahead of zone, trying to find some elevation to work with, but Chimp and Scram.
Boah, guck dir das an, Digga, was machen die? Wie die im Highground schwitzen.
Building high enough to shut down that opportunity.
Squeezy's gonna meet him there as well. And look at this, it's gonna cost him a ton of material. So it's not over yet. Launchpad comes in, and
Mero holt Race durch Stormschutz. Booker holt. Oh mein Gott. Ich babbel dir nur Scheiße, Digga. Nice, Digga. Taste und Chapix haben Highground.
And while all this action's going down in the mud towards the low ground, Booga and Miro found 2 more eliminations. They're continuing to light things up as Andalix finding one. Vino finds another on Robot Kebab before
Vino dead.
Kxvaii left by himself, no build, just a few bandages. This man is trying to make miracles happen. Looking towards the backside of zone, he gets shut.
Kxvaii dead. Oh mein Gott, Digga. Thomas auch weg.
Step up, can they make do and take advantage of the fact that they cannot earn any points? Tripper is still alive right now. No team's getting taken out, but no, he's hurt, and he goes down. He does not manage to find anything.
Tripper.
What's left is Seti and Kama. What's left is Booga.
So, Booga kommt 32 Punkte in diese Runde. Mero dead aber. Seti holt Mero. Egal, Booga, da unten ist der Junge, der lebt noch. Der lebt noch. Ja! Komm, Booga, Bruder. Er stirbt, er stirbt.
Trying to stay alive, figure out what the plan is going to be, moving around the left side of zone to where not too many players are at, and the smart usage of the Chrome splashes as well, denying the opportunity to edit through, but he finds the shots on the Scram, but he gets shot back by Chimp. This is going to come down to that.
Booga dead. Oh mein Gott, Digga.
And look at Chimp go, look at the quick edits there as he manages to turn around, now out of material, it's all or nothing, a quick edit down low, keep him in the game here, but the low ground, there's 2, and it's a danger.
Egal, Digga, er hat gute Punkte gemacht, er hat sehr gute Punkte gemacht, diese Runde. Seti lebt noch, aber Kami dead. Tyson im 1-1, Tyson verliert das da oben.
This is going to be a big opportunity for Wox to try to pick up as many placement points as he can as a solo. Same could be said with Seti. Chrome Splash, bobbifying himself, dashing, trying to take the high ground, but a misstep by Golden sent it as well.
Holt auch der Seti, Digga. Was macht Seti? Wenn Seti das noch holt, Digga, ne, fress ich einen Besen. Wenn Seti das noch holt, ich fress einen Besen.
9 Elms for Wox and Robab, 3 for Clown, who has a little high ground position here over the lobby, but they're still a duo in this game. It's Hen, it's Vortex.
Seti dead, okay. Ich muss kein Besen fressen. Clown, Wox, Hen oder Vortex, Digga. 2 Duos, ja, Hen und Vortex. Safe. Clown hat zwar High Ground, aber ja, guck mal, das ist gut. Und ciao. Nice, Digga.
Complete control of that game. From 8 moving zone and all, the last duo alive. Teamwork really making that dream work. And off the back of Hen, that 2 eliminations at the end to get the siphon, that was the recipe for their success.
And they were just so close to pushing double digits there. A low ground win is not something we've seen, but let's get caught up in a little insight from the pros.
Hello, hello. I am joined here by Vortex and Hen after that incredible game. How you feeling, man?
Pretty pumped, pretty pumped. Just gotta keep it up.
I mean, obviously grabbing, what, 8, 9 eliminations in that game. What's the next step for the next game?
Win next game again.
Okay, 2 VRs back-to-back. I love it so much. And obviously, what was the recipe for success there? There was a lot going on all around you guys.
Die denken sich auch nur, weißt du, es sind auch Kinder, die werden von irgendeiner Tante vollgelabert, die gar keinen Plan von irgendwas haben. Die einfach nur kommentieren muss, sich kurz einen Artikel über Fortnite durchgelesen hat, Digga. Die wahrscheinlich noch nicht mal weiß, was Madkit ist, Bruder.
Thank you guys so much. Hen and Vortex picking up game number 8. And all with 9 eliminations. This is kind of what we talked about yesterday at the end of the day, right? Yesterday was kind of like an initial setup. Let's go ahead and let's fight a few times, let's play a few games. But today, we really want to bring it. For them to come out in game number 8, basically the second one of the day, this is a really good jump start.
This is where they have to shine, right, Zeke? And they did exactly that in this match. I mean, one of the few victory royales that actually come from down in the dirt, from below, and they made it happen.
Yeah, they already did. And what you noticed from that interview right there, they were saying, of course, they had surge issues yesterday. They had some positional, rotational issues. And this is something that I thought might happen with this duo. They're two fraggers ready. They don't really have that lead. They don't have that IGL. I think Hen is trying to take on the role at the moment, but they're two fraggers by heart. And I think that overnight sort of VOD viewing session they must have done has really helped them fix those issues. Because although they may not have that dominant leader in the game, they've been able to look back at their games and think, okay, we're fixing this, we're fixing that, and clearly it's working out.
And just kind of like the holding, right, and reserves there, being almost a game entirely of solos, except this duo. They just kind of held out, right? They're saying, we don't know why, but everyone's fighting all the way around us. Let's just wait it out. Top 3 here are, it's a 2v1. Yeah, let's close it out. 9 eliminations, no big deal.
Look, Kxvaii and Vino were looking for high ground. Tayson and Chapix were looking for high ground. The battle up above was dangerous, and it was actually too dangerous because the duos kept getting eliminated, losing a teammate, ended up with too many solos, where in the end, Hen and Vortexer just made it happen.
Boah, Vino.
And I feel like looking back at the game, Kxvaii and Vino, they were looking
Die ersten 3 Plätze wenden sich nicht, Digga. Die ändern sich einfach nicht.
And then we kind of blinked, and I was like, hey, there's someone in there.
Kult und Senten 4 Plätze gut gemacht. Evelyn Schumann, Digga, 6 Plätze gut gemacht.
Yeah, they were uncharacteristically low on bills in that end game, and I think the main reason for that was when they went for a
Aber ich will nicht immer nur Top 10 sehen.
Vino and Kxvaii very, very split. Of course, that had to expend so many more materials to not only box up in their own individual boxes, but to get back together as well. I think Kxvaii may have gone a little bit higher up, and Vino was getting sprayed out of the air, so he had to do a little bit of a little slalom through all the bullets, and he ended up landing down below. So many of those builds were wasted there, and I think ultimately that's what caused them to go down on high.
I mean, it was interesting, but what I also find interesting is kind of the duo in the mist and the shadows, right, that are making their way up that leaderboard. Seti and Cammy, the consistency with the drop spot, it's looking dangerous.
We'll talk more about them in just a moment. First, let's go to Adam, who is standing by. Adam, what you got?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Zeke. Can I get a huge round of applause representing Brazil? It's KBR and Zeke! Amazing stuff. I'm joined as well by their translator, Gabriel. Gabriel, I'd love to ask Zeke firstly. Currently 6th position in this competition, 4 games left. What's the strategy for the last 4 games?
Então, Zeke, você está em 6º lugar do seu time e faltam 4 jogos para terminar. Qual que vai ser a estratégia da agora para frente?
De agora pra frente, a gente vai tentar nessas últimas 4 partidas pegar o high com a dica do nosso amigo DK e tentar levar o top 1 pro Brasil. Vamos, Brasil!
So he said we're gonna take the strategy of our friend over there, DK, just to go on high. And so let's go Brazil.
Let's go Brazil. And lastly,
let's go Brazil.
We ask, what's it been like representing Brazil in front of these amazing fans here at FNCS Invitational?
Então, KBR, para você, como foi representar o Brasil aqui nesse torneio?
É muito feliz estar representando o Brasil por toda a história minha e do cheat dentro do jogo. E dá pra ver aqui como a torcida é muito grande. Tipo, a gente tá com uma quantidade pouca de pessoas, só que tá dando grito maior que a da torcida toda.
He said, I'm incredibly excited to be here, and I mean, with all these people, we only have a couple of Brazilians, and we're louder than everyone else.
You had it right there. Thank you very much, KBR indeed! Let's head back to Zeke and the desk.
Thank you so much, Adam.
I mean, what more can you say? Vamos Brazil! I tell you, this corner right here, they're
right
going
there.
absolutely ham. My goodness. Let's kind of focus back up now after this game is done. I want to talk about Sammy. I knew I was going to do this. Cammy and Seti. There it is. Don't worry, my brain just mixes up words all the time. Cammy and Seti doing really well there in the middle of the game. But, you know, finding themselves kind of in an interesting position. They had plenty of builds, but it didn't quite help them make it to the end game.
Look, I don't think they're worried, right? They did what they need to do. You can see right now, Seti getting elim after elim. He was alone at the end there as his partner. There you go. Cammy went down and Seti was forced to clutch it up, but he got an incredible amount of placements, and they're playing for that crown, and that crown is given to a duo after the 12th match. So they still have time to rack up those points, to play consistent, and to do what they need to do.
And we've seen so many solo clutches from Seti across the seasons. Of course, yesterday doing so the same, and he's sort of becoming into that role in the duo. If Cammy is down, Seti will clutch up, and we saw him using the Chrome Splashes so effectively there as well, not only blobifying himself and rotating using that, he was also throwing it at enemy builds, which of course they can't edit out on him. So right there, it ultimately fell to his elimination, but of course he was able to use that so well in so many different ways.
A ton of Chrome Splash tech coming out that I do want to spend time in the future talking about, but it's almost that time to begin the next set of games. I will say for B, watching this game has made something very, very clear. These duos are getting way more aggressive. We're seeing way more eliminations coming out of these players, but it is hampering a lot of them, right? When you're like, hey, we have 5 elims. Oh my gosh, I have how many builds? 10? What do we do?
Look, they've also had time now after day one to kind of study a bit more of the exact paths that their opponents have been doing around them and how they can adapt to maybe take those engagements. Janice and Vidil, they were having trouble finding Storm Surge being uncontested, but now they were able to get to the late game in that first match, and they're doing a better job adapting, and that's what all these duos need to do.
Yeah, adaptation is the most important. You mentioned Janice and Vidil, of course. Last night, Vidil was sat in the VODs the whole night looking back at what went wrong. Of course, you mentioned the Janice social media post earlier on as well. They were struggling for those surge positions. Of course, they used their synonymous with going on that dead side of zone, and of course, they weren't able to find as many tags. There isn't as much action to the south of them as they may have had last season when, of course, they did win. So it's a little bit rough for them, but there's still plenty of games to go.
That's right. Game 9 is on the way. So, Monster D-Phase, Jacob, over to you. Let's go ahead and start gearing up here. We have the pleasure of starting to get into the late half. These are what we call the champion rounds. Game 9 will solidify just about the halfway mark for day 2.
Yeah, and you're seeing some of these teams heat up just like that battle bus. Monster, you said it. Game number 9 is about to start, and for a lot of these teams, this is the second half of the day. This is the second chance they're going to get here to try to pick up as many points as they can. And for teams like Muzz and Looter, Larson and Spy over towards Grim Gables, they're feeling each other out more and more and more. Last game was the longest it has ever taken, in my opinion, for any team off spawn to finish a fight.
That's right. It was a drawn-out battle for Smite and Larson, a tough result from that as well, as they were one of the first contested duels to actually fall there, which is, again, that is how things change here. It starts affecting the standings and the leaderboards in general. They came in around that, you know, upper 10th position, and now they have allowed others to start to close that gap.
Vico and Mariah over towards Reality Tree. Next time around, we get to see how he's doing it. And you look at that. He got himself a little parkour spot, knowing exactly what he wants.
Was hat er da gemacht, Digga?
And that's just quick thinking out of him, and you can see why he's quick to act.
What's super interesting is now our top 16 from 4th
Yeah.
to 16th has become extremely competitive amongst those standings and those positions. From 1st through 3rd, it's definitely competitive there as well. So we're starting to see a little bit of a divide. Meanwhile, Booga and Miro affected. Bevies and Vortexer find the 2 early. And they're going to be one of the first duos to fall here in the last game. And it really shows us that teams and duos, regardless of how good you are, you have to put up the numbers, you have to perform. And they are fully contested there now. So as we jump on over to Vico and Mirai, have been playing excellent here. They fought their way up to that 9th place position, coming in with 158 points. Very great performance so far.
What's amazing to see is their loot path right now. They hadn't popped a single shield, big or small, and they got themselves almost 100 shields each, and that's because of Reality Tree and those mushrooms at the bottom that get you about 15 HP or shields. as Smite and Larson. This is the fight that we're talking about. Getting tagged up from the sky, that high position, going over to Muzz and Looter, and it's doing them wonders right out of the gate. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the amount of damage that they do. They want to go aggressive and try to take advantage, but you can see in the feed, Mr. Savage and iDrop already getting busy, taking down On One first, leaving Baka as a solo.
That's right, and lucky for us, we get to tune in with Zagu and Mareem, and this is very cool and also extremely interesting. They have officially switched up their drop spot here on day 2. We have not seen anyone as notable as you know, high placing as them actually try a new strategy, and already they have had a pretty clean start to the day, but they've also slipped down a little further than they would have liked. As you jump on over to retake versus Vico here. Little head-to-head action. First tags are going to come in for Vico. They're looking good. So far, they lead the points here, Jacob, and also the execution very much in their side.
And for all of Vico's great games, it starts here, but a massive tag is going to have him back down in a defensive position where Marion's going to have to try to figure out a way to alleviate some of that pressure. And you see the sharing is carrying, minis being passed around. Novice going for the piece control. Unfortunately enough,
Aktivität im Chat und halt, ja, das ist eigentlich schon alles. Sei aktiv, unterstützt mich und dann wärst du Teil des Teams, ja.
Is hurt, forced into the low ground position, forced to run away from Novice and retake. They are proving why they were invited to the setting. Meanwhile, Zaku falls to Macwood there with a knock, so the changes, the adjustment.
Ich beobachte die Leute und mach die dann zum Mod, oder?
We have a lot going on right now.
I don't know if they just saw, but Macwood and Kanata jumped on him from Shimmering Shrines all the way to one of the highest spots on the map. As Bad Sniper taking down both the NA West duo Pars and Rays. So you said it before this one. Action is heating up rather quickly here on day 2 as teams look to take control of their own destiny. But another prolonged fight as Marion and Vico trying to catch Novice off guard. The shots to come through, that actually saved Vico's life, even though it wasn't a ton of damage. That would have allowed Novice to keep going.
Buys him some time here, and this is why he took those zip lines out the side there, trying to find these new angles. There's something so special about watching high-tier players navigate the map. Very much a strategy type of situation, type of game, when you really break it all down. But Ryan and Vico are going to go ahead and settle down now, as they need to go ahead and recuperate all of these lost resources. So was it worth it, right? Was it worth it? On average, you need around, I don't know, 400-600 damage, right? Around that range, around that first storm surge area.
Hey,
they've managed to do enough, but can they climb back loot-wise?
They can keep finding those shrooms to regenerate as much of the health as possible. It could definitely prove to be worth at the end of the day, because it's not going to expend any of their utility in order to regain it back.
What do we think about this? Larson and Smite leave the drop. They say, all right, Muzz Looter, you got it. Last game was solid. You can have Grim Gables. I'm getting out of here.
But it almost looks like they left TSM duo trying to go ahead and still put the damage onto Muzz and Looter, as Z, Andy, and Joe floating in all the way from Synapse Station, trying to put the Tiki tags onto Kanata, and that's going to be his shield disappearing right before our very eyes. But ultimately enough, the Cloudy Condos teams who lack damage very early on, beginning to put in their own tags. Everybody right now feeling the pressure.
Das passiert einfach so, Bro. Wenn's dann passiert.
Trying to pick up as many points as possible and close the gap.
See the look of focus on Z Andy's face here, as he's got a lot of things to think about. Players to the left, players to the north. Very tough spot to be in. Acorn on the other side. Acorn and Edgy still housed up in their position. Remember, Noah Riley is here, but Edgy is down. So Acorn left to try to play this one out by himself right now. He is in 7th. Second highest placing NA East team currently alive in the lobby. Cole and Scented lead with the points, but Scented has done enough to go ahead and perform, while Acorn is just behind them.
And right now, this time around, a little bit of a switch up when it comes to that zone. From northeast, looking like we're going to get a little bit of a southwestern zone for some of these teams. And Cold Incented, they spotted that one right away. They moved a little bit south, trying to take that position towards Tilted Towers, where you know a lot of teams are going to try to travel through to try to get their own spot in the zone. So that's a good opportunity for them to try to pick up as much Storm Surge damage as possible. As Thomas Trippin having such a fantastic day number 2, but that should be no surprise to anybody. Like I said, the history shows that they're a day 2 team.
I'm a bit concerned about this position here, though. This is very much reminiscent to the Game 7 positioning where they took their time, played high ground. Yes, it's more textbook as they split up, but professional players are very much not willing to rotate through those open areas. Meanwhile, Commandment and Avery also hoping for the same, playing the high ground of the Rave Cave. You can see not a team in sight. It's very, very tough to play those positions out.
Yeah, I would love to see them kind of switch up their spot, because right now...
Das ist auch sehr eng, von Platz 7 bis Platz 11.
On that edge. It's going to be a little bit of a
sehr eng die Geschichte.
Opportunities, but Peterbot and Jamper trying to pick up some own opportunities for themselves, trying to make that sneaky play all the way from that far eastern portion of the map, slowly but surely trying to close in on some of these Cloudy Condos teams that are trying to go ahead and get their resources, because you know as well as I do, this has been a little bit of a split between all 3 European teams.
If you're looking for a highlight, we might just find one. We are just moments away from something big unfolding, and Murstache and Malabuka know better, but on the other side, there's another fight too. Moraine and Vico, top 9. Such an important fight. We have to see if Moraine can actually clutch up for his teammate. Yes, he will drop down and get on top of Vico's body. He doesn't even box him up because he doesn't have enough resource to do it. He would rather save it in case he has to fight his way out of this one. Falconer and Hellfire managed to execute elimination here, and now are extremely curious as to whether or not Moraine is nearby.
I think Sentin and Cole just took out the NA West 3-time champions, Favs and Snacky, on their own way to the journey. Peterbot taking down Murstache as well. Everybody really trying to prove their own path. They don't want to have anything other than their own decisions really find out if they're going to make it to the top or not. But this one continues as Malabuka's trying to stay alive here as a solo. Peterbot and Jamper don't want to let these points go to waste. They know the Storm Surge here is so important to them, including those points on their way to the top.
Peterbot refuses to end this day in last place. He wants to fight for more points. Yesterday was a very, very tough showing for them. And now, what can they do? What can they earn? Jamper's going to get hurt there, but he does close out in the end versus Malabuka.
Dead.
And that ambush pays off.
Yep. Looter, Muzz, spotting out Vino, trying to put their own damage there from the distance. Along with Kxvaii. For them, it's not too much to worry about. That is huge. That's a huge opportunity. As Robab Kxvaii hustle goes down to Andalex, this is an opportunity for everybody to take control of their destiny. Kxvaii, Vino, box to box, wall to wall, taking that peek, and a great attempt on the Looter. Unfortunately enough, didn't find its shot.
Now, Muzz and Looter, the difference between this fight and their early game battles is they actually have had time to fully loot out Grim Gables. Vino is great. He shows us what he has. He puts a huge shot onto Looter. Mind you, this is our first place current team leaning into Game 9, taking an extremely risky battle close to the edge, but he is not fearful at all. Vino's gonna swing around, look for the angle to back up his teammate. Muzz opens the box, but nothing just yet.
He's gonna be important in a fight like this as Vino finds yet another tag onto Muzz.
It's textbook. That's what you do. Right camera peeks. He's playing it very smart, taking his time. He knows what he's doing. Take a look at how he's trying to control the terrain as well. Muzz doing just that as well. But Muzz is playing off his left side right now, so he does have to be extremely cautious. Looter fully commits in. He tries to take on Kxvaii, but Kxvaii is quick. He defends. Doesn't even get touched.
Yeah, this is a good trade of damage for both these teams, but it is a prolonged fight. You see another team closing in on the distance. Want to join in on this fun, especially if they don't have enough points. They're trying to close the gap as well. 266 below the damage threshold, but not for long.
Things are going to update now. Vino and Kxvaii looking solid here. They understand they are good and they do not need this fight currently. And now they look for the disengage as they manage to not push over Muzz and Looter. Muzz and Looter have such an interesting history of how extremely respected they are. especially as it pertains to Muzz's mechanical skill and Looter's accuracy. So a wise decision there. They may not have a lot of points, but in that setting, I think they're probably on top.
And as we find out, the zone is actually going to be a good zone for a good portion of the lobby to have their fighting chance here. And this one is Kxvaii and Seti. Honestly, if you watch the beginning of their games, you almost get that feeling. Am I watching the same thing? Am I watching the same game over and over? Because when it broke, you don't have to fix it. And Kxvaii and Seti's early game is one of the best. And that's why they're currently in third place, only 21 points out of first.
Z Andy, Joe FN already on the move. Very
Boah,
reminiscent of what we've seen before these extremely late rotates. Somehow, though, they've managed to consistently find tags.
21
so Surge hasn't been
Punkte
too much of an
Unterschied.
issue for them. Love this here. Finding some leftovers over at the vault, a launch pad as well. Big decisions to be made here. Do they use it now or do they save it for later? Take it for the road? No, instead, they're going to go ahead and look for tags.
And this is going to be interesting to see what they're finding. As we see Acorn as a solo here. I did see him go down in the feed. We're seeing how it's happening. He had a fighting chance, but no O'Reilly, one and done, sends him back.
Did you see his face? He just blinked, put it, turned stiff. He was not having it at all.
He was even impressed by that shot.
He was shocked.
He was shook even right there.
You know, they say life comes at you fast, and that's one of those moments there.
It is, though. It is. Can you believe we're already in Game 9? I feel like we're going in fast forward right now, and a lot of these teams are following that same pace. And jump on board, one of the best EU teams here in the lobby, suffering to Storm Surge. Trippin is actually going to go down, 23 below. Thomas, he's trying to do everything he can to find the damage.
What a huge, huge engagement happening here. There's a lot of story unfolding. PH Zin is hurt as he finds one. Kitos is going to go ahead and slide on in after the knock off the Tripper, but they get up. PH Zin slides in. We just saw that happen before our eyes, and now
Boah, so lag, Digga, so lag.
Opportunity to honestly
Trippern wieder dead, aber.
But it's not going to be easy as PH Zin and Kitos have already said in their interview, all they are here to do is make Brazil proud, and there's no way they're going to let this one down. And they find Thomas
HG. Dead.
That was second place. Second place is now down. The aggressive Brazil region trying to rise to the top as Kxvaii and Seti are now met with Kanada and Macwood.
Thomas dead, Digga, und jetzt halt Seti und Kxvaii brauchen einen Punkt und sind Zweiter.
They want to try to get themselves that good spot, not too far behind any position right now, but Kxvaii and Seti putting the shots in from the distance. They know Storm Surge
Das
right
wird
now
so gekostet haben. Die haben so viele Punkte dadurch verloren.
Moment right there, finding those tags, giving themselves more time to work with, as they are one of the last teams to have to
Unlucky.
rotate right now. Us casters have the wider look at the map, so we can tell how much is really
8
going
und
on
9
here.
auch dead. Oh mein Gott,
The southern
Digga.
area is looking dicey.
Das wird das Bracket nochmal so mischen. Peterbot ist dead. Peterbot.
Good run here on day 2, trying to make a comeback for themselves. Bumping up a couple placements, but KBR and Zeet overall have been impressive game after game. Their consistency is absolutely insane, and their game plan, honestly, has proven to be one of the best.
With those set of elims that now puts them
Naja, Bruder, ich sag, die werden Erster oder Zweiter.
Joe and Z Andy looking to go ahead and wrestle that one away, but the lobby is focusing on them. It's not going to be an easy rotate. The next time we tune in, they might be extremely worse for wears. Larson and Smite also having a problem. Surge is active. Just soon.
Aber gucken, was jetzt Dings machen. Janis holt Rifty, was Wadil und Janis machen, das ist auch wichtig. Und ich will, dass mein Pferd da noch was reißt, Digga.
As Smite and Larson still trying to peek through every angle that they have, but still below on Surge, not finding that comfortability just yet.
They do know that the body was eliminated there, though, so although no tags, they will find some heals, and that is going to be a difference maker. Full med miss here, but they need tags. They need a couple more. Several players nearby, they all have to also commit. Yusri and Ju are going to be one of the few. Runa and Peppo on the other side of that as well.
hearing the shields crack. They're hearing the damage being dealt to Larson and Smite, so they know that they're suffering the surge, so they're in a good spot. They just need to play defensive and not let this team get any chances.
And it was crazy smart of them not to break the Chrome builds in front of them. They know this team cannot edit, so they start to turn the focus to the other duo in the distance. But now a decision has to be made. There it is. Huge. They find a few tags and a down body that will count, and a little moment to breathe here. Now it's either fire or stop and heal, and instead they take the fight here. Smite looking outwards, and these are the crucial seconds right now that they have to think.
So once again, Storm Surge is going to shut off, and right as they were falling, right below it, a lot of those heals, a lot of their resources being used just to stay alive here in this position. So for them, in the back of their minds, they might be trying to look, when can I get a refresh? Where can I get a refresh? Because sooner or later, that is going to be a must if they want to continue their consistency.
Might make sense for them to go ahead and look for another fight, but on the other side, King and Ed are still alive in another situation. They're really starting to heat up today. All of a sudden finding their footing here in the competition. They're around the middle of the pack, just around that top 25 marker. They can still do big things. They can still show up.
Larson and Smite still dealing and trying to survive. Running out of absolutely everything box to box right now against Ram, trying to find the damage they want. This could be huge and absolutely necessary for Smite and Larson to take him down. And you got to imagine Scram as a solo jumping into a duo's box. He was probably hurting on Surge as well. But even with that elimination, they are still 105 below.
CFG Justin
and Trippin are down and out. The leaderboard will give us the full picture here. Seti and Cammy are now the only team that can start pushing for Vino and Kxvaii right now, outside of Cold Incentive. But Smite, Larson have a bigger problems here as they are looking for Surge. They are looking for a fight. The focus comes in, loses his teammate here. And dips to the stone. Not much to work with. They are going to have to step in.
Guck mal, guck den Chinesen an, Alter.
Not enough to do any serious damage. Larson is down and out now for the count.
So ist es, ne?
In 7th place.
Wie sah ich so schön aus der Nase, fließt kein Rotwein, Junge. Oder ein bisschen ernster spielen, dann funktioniert der Aal auch.
It almost makes you feel like you have no options, you have no control over your game as Kanata trying to take control of his own.
So, Cam und Z, die leben noch sehr schön, die machen Points.
Living in the zone at the beginning of the game, you can see exactly why, and you can see their game planning unfolding right before our very eyes as KBR 22.
Let's go late game.
For him, he is above
Yeah.
but only a few players needed to go down.
Luckily, this is not Brazil's last hope here. King and Ed are still somewhere alive in this game, but KBR at 22 HP, you have to wonder, he won't be making it too much further. How far can he push the envelope? Vino, Kxvaii, absolutely executing, putting in
Ja, Digga, warte ab. Die Runde läuft ja noch.
Not just one day, but 2 days in a row here. And if there's a team, if there was a team that everyone was talking about, it was Kxvaii and Vino leaning into the competition. We had that awesome videos segment where we interviewed the players and asked them, who do you have as the best player here, the player to look out for? Vino was amongst that conversation everywhere.
That was the common denominator.
Nicht, noch nicht.
And Ijo have that high ground, trying to put damage onto the lobby, and Cold and Scented trying to cement their side of zone, picking up not one, but 2 more eliminations to add to their total, add to their run. As Hen picking up and taking down all together. That tag coming out from him and Vortex, proven to be successful.
Ja, gucken wir, was diese Runde sagt, ne?
Went down early on.
Ich habe Boga noch nicht tot gesehen. 13 Punkte.
21 points behind. They have closed that gap. Now they're only 13 points behind Vino and Kxvaii.
Tough spot to be in here. Like we said, KBR has to push the envelope. He is by himself. What exactly will he do here? Running low on material, just a few builds left as well, so it's only going to get him so far. Commandment, Avery, about halfway through their resources, but looking very much solid. Launchpad's going to come out, but the head bounce, that's
come on,
Digga,
come on.
The strat there, unfortunately for him. Clix is still alive here alongside Duke. They have plenty of heals to work with, but already the lobby focus. He tries to fight his way to the launch pad. This is tough. It's just moments away from being ticked out, and now he's holding on.
Face gegen Dead durch Kxvaii.
This is looking like it might be wraps for Duke. He will need an elimination to stay alive here.
desperately running to the zone, and nothing reveals itself to him, and down he goes. But from height to height, Hijo, Belusi are still up top. They are so high up. Yeah, time to get off of this, reposition down later.
Yep, check your watch, because you know what time it is right now. 6 moving zone. This is where typically Kxvaii and Vino try to make a shot for it, and right now it does look like that one's going to come to fruition yet again. These guys know how to play the end game and take control, but Hijo and Belusi, one of few teams trying to fight for it as well. Macwood and Kanata flying through the sky. They don't want to even contest it. They feel safe towards the low ground in that chaos.
Janis holt die nächsten Kills. Tulex dead.
Clown picking up 2. Commandment going down. Cold gets another one. And Cammy and Seti are just sweet, strolling straight through the zone, finding themselves that sweet spot without too much to worry about.
Ken's got his eyes on Cold. Cold is hurt.
Come on, Diggy. Sehr
On the
schön.
prowl here. There are many, many duos nearby, and the tracking on Hen is exceptional, but high ground. Kxvaii and Vino
11 Punkte von 13 auf 11. Die holen diese richtig auf Aufholjagd.
to play for height. They are now just inches away from the finish line at this point as they continue to dominate the lobby.
And look at that. They're going to be able to hold high ground on top of the blimp. They only just have to force one duo and then maybe read down off as Cold, Scented, working their way through the mud. And that where it's going to be a treacherous journey as they find themselves front side of zone. That is a recipe for
Die leben
success.
aber noch,
And
Digga. Die
Vortex
leben
all
noch.
the way back. 6 eliminations, trying to find their way forward.
No really ist auch noch am Leben.
Let this be a lesson for every player here. It is not over until it's over. Hen was so far out of the competition, and now he finds himself fighting inside of the top 10 here for a spot at big money. But Pink is still alive now. His story is yet to be told, from contested drop now to an end game. Finally, we get to see what Pink is all made of.
Noah's made
Sending
dead.
Cold are so alive. 5 elims for them.
Bad
This is
sniper
where
dead.
they play best, the low ground.
They have to be careful, though. That's going with an elevation change. They gotta start it now or never, and a good shot by Noah Riley to
No
take
really
down
good
Reed.
lead.
Everybody having those struggles. Pink goes down to the storm. Cammy gets credit for that elimination. 2 more points, 6 total overall.
Reason that.
Down to Repscar trying to meet that total. They get
Hand
their
that.
6 as well. 4 for
Oh mein
Repscar.
Gott, Digga,
These
jetzt.
guys are
Ich bin
lighting
hier
up the
gespannt,
leaderboard,
Digga.
but the team having free rotation after free rotation. Kxvaii and Vino pressuring the lobby from the high ground.
Mr. Savage auch noch alive.
Lucy and Hydra try to get out, and no, swatted out the sky. It's over. It's a no-fly zone. And Vino and Kxvaii are just running away with height. Meanwhile, Scented finds one of the feet there. Scented and Cold might be one of NAE's last hope inside this last lobby. Savage is still alive too, just by himself though, very hurt. I drop hunting nearby. Great way to start to turn around here and put a little pressure on.
Komm schon, Junge.
This time there, 111 onto height.
Vadil, komm, Junge. Gute Runde von denen. Savage dead. Kxvaii holt Savage.
To the backside of zone. Spots eye drop up, but he continues.
Janis und Belusi.
Was taken away.
Velo dead.
And Seti, better late than never, as they're forcing everybody down, and they have that free rotation towards the low ground if they want to take it.
This is excellent now.
Janis, oh mein Gott, Janis holt Velo.
And take back first place. They started it off that way, and they want to remain. But Kxvaii is still.
Noah, oh mein Gott, Noah dead. Also, Digga, krass. Kami und Seti High Ground. Das ist deren Runde. Die gewinnen das schon wieder.
6 total players, but Cold goes down. But Jadis and Fadil get knocked as well. 1v2 situation. NAEs, the world on sentence shoulders.
Ja, okay, Janis und Vadil dead.
Third victory royale in the FNCS Invitational.
Es darf nicht wahr sein. Seti und Kami gewinnen schon wieder, Bro.
Close out this game as Scented trying to take control, trying to fight for the high ground, but it's not enough. EU strikes again with Seti and Kami taking their 3rd victory royale.
I don't know how they do it, but they have the face of champions. They go ahead, they sit down.
Die haben 4 Wins.
Through to the end, and emotionalist reaction there as they say, nope, we still have a job to do here. It's not over.
Not over until that 12th game is done and dusted, and that was only number 9. This one is heating up quick as the teams at the top of the leaderboard are trying to take control of everything that they can. They're trying to do everything in their power to not let it slip through, because Monster, at this point in time, nobody at the top can afford a bad game.
That is true. They cannot. as the winners start to take to the stage, we will get to touch base with them one more time this weekend. Let's go ahead and send it on down to the floor to get the update.
Thank you very much, MDF and Jay. Give it up for Kxvaii and Cxvaii, everyone! We've spoken so many times the last few days. We're almost approaching getting matching bracelets time. This is crazy. Congratulations. What a great way to head into the halftime. Another Victory Royale.
Like, we need to get more.
You need to get more!
Yeah.
This guy's confident. Looking at the last few games as well, you wanted to start this strongly. Said you've done exactly that, and you're managing to manage your games exceptionally well. Huh? You're managing your games exceptionally well.
Yeah, thank you so much. We just have to be confident going into the last 3 games, and yeah, good luck to everyone.
Now, looking at the leaderboard as well, obviously we had Kxvaii and Vino who are very close as well. We now know that this is coming down very... We love a battle going into the last few games.
Krass, Digga.
Kxvaii and Vino are there, a few others too. What are you guys going to be doing in this break now, in terms from a strategic point of view, to prepare yourselves for the last 3 games?
Just chill and wait for the games.
Just wait for the games. Cxvaii, is it going to happen? Could you be FNCS Invitational champions?
Yeah.
Of course they could. Guys, give it up for Kxvaii and Cxvaii! Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Adam. Congratulations to Cxvaii and Kxvaii. I mixed up their names last time because my brain does crazy things. A massive victory out here in game number 9. So right now we are heading into a little bit of a break period. Our duels will be having about 20 to 30 minutes, step away, recollect themselves before the last 3 games. Now for you all at home and of course here, don't forget, stick around, watch till the end of the broadcast for some FNCS news. Now, Vivid, Taco, welcome back to the desk. We got to talk about Cxvaii and Kxvaii. I would just like to set the stage a little bit for the duo. These guys were stacked all game. They had borderline max materials. Look at the loadouts. They had the launch pads. And I mean, even in the situations where they would have been forced to use them, Vivid, they were just able to just casually navigate builds like it was nothing.
I mean, they're impressing me right now. I'm not gonna lie. You know, day number 1, they did get those 2 victory royales as well. And then this third one, I really wasn't expecting them to get another one, but sure enough, they find themselves on the high ground again. So uncharacteristic. We've talked about it so many times that usually they are not a high ground team. They like to play towards that mid ground, just casually go throughout the game. But no, ending this game with 5 eliminations, which yeah, that's not too many, especially.
But Jan is auf 18.
But again, you know, just realizing that, hey, listen, we're on the international stage and people are making mistakes, and we have to go for the higher ground when we feel like we can.
It's just the fact that despite the level of competition that we see here up against Kxvaii and Cxvaii, these two still control a third of the victory royales for the matches that have taken place so far. That alone is an incredible feat to accomplish here on a stage of this level.
Kxvaii Cxvaii auf 2.
That really came down to
14
that
Punkte,
7th,
Digga.
8th zone period where you could really tell that Kxvaii and Cxvaii, they started to recognize the fact, Kxvaii Vino, they're not really building out as much. They're kind of taking their time. They're working through these high ground layers, starting to see if they can actually find somebody for resources, find a way to refresh themselves. But it was just a beautiful overtake there. And they had enough. They only had 27 builds, I believe, when they first took control of Hype, but sometimes that's all it takes.
I love that they were talking about confidence, right? Finding that opportunity, like you're saying, they were just like, hey, they ain't building on high ground. We have plenty of builds. Let's just
Sogar auf 37.
turns it into a victory royale. Mini Miner, you are standing by here during this break period. What you got?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now let's take a little look at our game number 9 winners, Kxvaii and Cxvaii. How did they manage to get into the position to win the game? Let's take a little look. As you can see, that is their drop spot, the Kxvaii split as they call it, and we can have a look at how they're getting their surge off spawn. It was something I talked about on the desk. These guys had a little bit of a problem, right? They were having a few issues with their surge, going down in that first moving more often than not, and it was down to surge. But look at this. They have the balloons to give them that elevation in the center of the map, even staying back into the storm to take advantage of the fight that was going on. We saw Canada, Macwood, Basil, and Jace going head-to-head. And look at this. Kxvaii and Cxvaii just thought, you know what? That's free surge. We're going to take that for ourselves. And what's most beneficial about this position is, of course, you can wait late because you have the balloon to rotate in late. This is a risky rotation. I was watching this in the back and I was thinking, oh no, they could get beamed by so many of the teams that were pitched up inside of Tilted Towers. But look at this. Beautiful plays using the buildings to prevent them from getting seen. Not just seen, but also taken out. And that is ultimately loving what this team are doing. They're really adapting their play style to get that Storm Surge early on, and they're even staying back in the zone to get those tags and then rotating in perfectly. That's a little look at what Cammy and Seti are doing. How are Thomas and Trippin thinking? Kelly, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner, joining me here. I have Thomas and Tripper, and I want to start talking about yesterday's games. Just consistency is key, and that's what you showed off, ending off the day with back-to-back fourth-place finishes. What was the key to that success?
I don't know, we just played consistent. We had our search, and we just played in game, and it was easy from there.
So, obviously, Game 9, not the best. Was Surge the issue for you guys there?
Yeah, we didn't get a really good spot, and we couldn't see a lot of players, so we just had a really bad game and we didn't get enough search.
Well, obviously, you guys have 3 more games to go here, and you have a little bit of a break. What's going to be the preparation for the second half of the day?
We were just too slow off spawn, like, to get out, and that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys are going for consistency. Eliminations, though, don't seem to be a focus for you guys. Why is that?
I don't see a reason to go for dumb kills, so...
No.
Obviously, it's a bit...
We just play our game and try to get placement.
I mean, obviously, it's working out for you guys. Even with a rough Game 9, you are still in 4th place, so still doing a great job. Thank you guys for joining me here. We're going to be heading on back to the desk.
I haven't watched all of them, only a few.
A fantastic interview there, and of course the raw emotions from the players. We have a very special guest joining us here on the desk during a little bit of a break here. It's none other than Somerset. Welcome.
Thank you.
How have you been enjoying things?
Oh, it's been great. It's just so surreal to see everybody just here together and watching people competing. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different atmosphere, right? Like when people are getting eliminations left and right, you're just hearing the fans go crazy.
Absolutely.
Have you heard the Brazilian corner of the venue right up here? They're right up here. Anytime you see Quitos,
I have actually. I'm all the way on the other side, and I can hear them all screaming. I love the support. It's great.
You can still you love to see it.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. We'd love to kind of pick your brain. Somerset, you're one of the best to do it. I mean, one of the toppest tier competitive players. Don't act like we don't watch, because we all know. I want to kind of just get your thoughts here. When we look at this top 10, is there anyone that kind of stands out to you that you're maybe thinking, look, I would really like these guys to do well, or maybe even I want these guys to do better?
For me personally, I've been watching Kxvaii, a lot recently. They've been absolutely dominating. But also I have a couple of friends on the board, like Tripper and Thomas HD. I really want them to do well. And they're all such good players, and there's always something that makes them stand out. So every game, it's just a surprise to see how they play against one another after they've been doing it for years.
Yeah. How do you keep yourself focused, especially like in a situation like this?
I mean, at this point, you just have to know that when you're in the game, you're in it to win it, and you have to be so focused on the right things, because whether you're an IGL or you're a fragger, there's always a role you're needing to play, and being able to communicate with your teammate properly is so important, especially for moments like these when you're trying to get those impact frags and to just win the entire game, because it takes a lot. There's so many different steps.
Yeah, what all goes into that? Because I know, like, I've watched a lot of you in recent tournaments especially. Like, what role do you play? And then, like, what are maybe just a few things you kind of have to be mindful of when you play that role?
I'm personally a fragger, but I'm always having to make sure I'm calming everything properly, being as quick as I can, constantly staying close with my teammate. Because if you fall back, you can easily just mess up the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. I know recently, Taco, you got to cast an event that, of course, Somerset was in. How are you feeling about all this? And, of course, Somerset now being here.
I mean, I think it's awesome. Somerset, you had an incredible performance with your team, and I think Vanessa especially, she's got to be feeling awesome with everything that went down. You guys didn't walk away with the win, but at the same time, I still think that it was clearly a strong indicator of the fact that you know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you.
I don't even stop. No,
I don't know, like, I'm just like, stay humble, you know? Like.
Yeah. Of course. How do you feel about, like, seeing all the fans here in person? They're all running around. They're losing their minds. Like, are they just running up to you like, oh, Somerset, I know you. What's up?
I've actually, it's so surreal because I'm trying to, like, walk 10 feet and I've got all these people like, can I take a picture? And I'm like, hi. Like, it's like I'm the one that's more excited than you know what I mean? Like, it's a complete opposite experience for me because it's not what I'm used to. I'm used to streaming at home, looking at the chat go wild, and now I get to put like a name to a face and meet all these people that I've known for years and my community that's just been so supportive over the years. It's been great.
That is amazing. Well, Somerset, thank you so much. We hope you continue to enjoy all of the action. Kelly, I believe you're standing by. What you got?
I am indeed, Zeke. I'm joined here by Joe and Zandy, the current 8th place team right now in top 10. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, feeling okay. The last games, couple of games, I haven't gone the best. Just need to play good in the next 3.
So what exactly happened, and what do you plan to change to make it a better second half of the day?
We're just going to start double-looking everyone.
I mean, it seems even when you guys go down a little bit early, you're still able to grab those elims. So what is the part that you're able to do so well there?
All we can do is just get kills. Like, can't get any placement points. Just got to keep running across the map.
So obviously there's a lot of people watching, hopefully being able to learn from you guys, wanting to be pros like you guys. When you do have these far polling zones, what is something that could be a good piece of advice for these people watching?
You just need to make sure that you have enough stage to survive and then go to dead side and farm your meds.
Dead side rotation always works, or it works sometimes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here, Joe and Zandy, and can't wait to see how you do in the second half of the game. But guys, it looks like it's time to head back to the desk.
You love to see it. Kelly, thank you so much. And again, I'm always going to shout out the players for just giving us that moment of time, just check in with them, see how they're doing, see how they're feeling. We have another special guest lined up. Nick A30, my boy, it is so good to see you. I don't know if you can hear it, but the venue is actually losing their minds that you're here with us.
I can't hear too much, but actually that's one of the best parts about those events, like the crowd reaction and the hype. Like, I was just looking at the crowd when they were showing it on the broadcast, and there was people dressed up as Peelies, there was people with signs. Like, that is the best part. I love it.
That is so awesome. Nick, welcome. We hope you are having a great watch party with the A team, the A squad, all of the homies out there. How are you enjoying the competition so far? What's standing out to you?
So I love it. I mean, I tweeted about this, but like the walkouts were epic, and the commentary from Monster and everyone was just phenomenal. It was on point. It was crisp. The quick stats are so cool. They add such another element, and I think the spectator client has improved so much. I mean, there's no lag. You can see everything in real time. Phenomenal. Production quality is great. Zeke, you're looking good, and you're killing it too. You guys got some nice setups. Like, I just want to say. And you know, it's been interesting to watch a lot of these top players like Cammy and Seti, Kxvaii and Veno, and you know, I'm rooting for Kxvaii, Savage. There's so many. It's like you just can't. I don't know who to root for now.
That's right. Yeah, we just had Somerset on, and we kind of got her like thoughts and insights. I wanted to pick your brain as well. Watching some of these players, especially, I mean, you've competed in a number of these tournaments as well. What kind of goes through your mind in these situations, in these like high intensity? Like, obviously, we here get to see everything. But when you're a player, your vision's a lot smaller.
Yeah, and I'm like, I get really nervous too, but I'd say the way to get not nervous is to practice. When you're practicing, you become more confident. When you're confident, you're thinking right, and you can actually like make those calls. I was really impressed with like Cammy and Seti because they popped off early in day 1, and they're still showing up. I also was very impressed with Kxvaii and Veno. Like, they're so calm, completely opposite of me when I'm in that situation. Like, they're always on height, they're always finding it. And actually, Game 7, I want to like call out that. Like, they did a fantastic job when they dropped down. So I think it was Veno who dropped down first, and Kxvaii was waiting, lurking from above. And the duo on the bottom drew their attention to Veno, and then Kxvaii comes in from behind. He stalled a bit after Veno drew their attention. It's just such great teamwork. And like, this is what it's all about, Zeke. Like, you're seeing the top level plays like that you don't see in like public matches. So it makes it so fun for hopefully everyone watching, and you know, it's just great. I love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. We love hearing from you, and of course that insight next level. We hope you have a continued awesome watch party. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Once again, massive shout outs, Nick 830 and Somerset. We love you guys so much. Why don't we check in with our casters? Monster Deep Face, Jacob PR, what you got?
You know what? I like Nick A so much. I might actually just take his jacket for you, Nick. I got you. I'm gonna take Zeke's jacket. We're gonna split it in half though, and we'll go ahead and send it out. But let's talk about some of our favorite moments. Dude, Thomas HD Tripper.
Insane.
We agreed, right? We agree on this one?
Absolutely insane. And what they went through at the start of the day, we were surprised they even stayed alive as long as they did. And that was absolutely important because them staying alive throughout all that chaos is the reason why they are still in contention. And that is just amazing on a stage this big.
Yeah, if there's been a team to stand out, it's moments like this, especially with game one, when they can just pull out those clutch points against all odds. But we have so much unfolding here. This is what I love so much about the FNCS Invitational stage. We get to get an update on a special guest for you guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Monster and Jacob. I'm joined by the almighty Vanessa! Vanessa, welcome to the wonderful audience here at FNCS Invitational. How has your time been here so far?
It's been absolutely incredible. After seeing World Cup all those years ago, I've always wanted to go to a LAN, and I'm way into Fortnite more now than I have been, so it's really insane to see all this in person.
It really is. I mean, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, amazing. I mean, obviously, you play competitively as well. What has it been like for you seeing all the top 200 of the top players from around the world here to compete? It's been incredible.
It's been insane. I'm trying to steal some of their strats. They keep doing little things. I'm like, yeah, let me keep that in mind for later.
Let me keep it for next time. And also, I mean, community-wise as well, obviously World Cup, now here Invitational a few years later. How great has this been for everyone watching at home and for these audiences as well?
I can only imagine how good the broadcast looks just on a laptop or a phone or on a PC because it's incredible in person. Everyone backstage has been really nice. All the media looks great. Production's just fantastic so far.
It really is. Any particular duos you think to look out for? You think could go all the way? Who kind of sticks out for you? Anyone in particular? Or do you think it's still very much an open race at this point?
I think it's kind of an open race. I mean, there's still 3 games left, but with Bino and Kxvaii close with Cammy and Seti, that's like honestly what everyone's looking out for right now is who comes out on top.
Yeah, who will be on top of EU? Or a dark horse will come through. You never know. There's 3 games to play. One more time, give it up for Vanessa, everyone! Let's head back to Zeke and the gang.
Thank you so much, Adam. And look, we just talked about Somerset, paired up with Vanessa. There was Vanessa, way over there. I don't know how we pulled this off. It is absolutely crazy. Now, we've had a couple moments throughout both of the 2 days of competition to do a little bit of a listen-in, right? To catch these raw moments from the player in those high-intensity elimination moments, or even just like, what are we going to do next? Let's take a listen.
We can do that, maybe.
I got 2 gotchas and like I got nothing, bro. I'm a broke here. I got 3 gotchas, bro. Nothing, bro. We got zone.
Nothing.
We need to get early search.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look towards thingy. Dodge and pumps you. I see one. 26, 39.
Look, he's southeast. He's coming towards us and he stopped.
What if it's a solo, maybe? Big kid coming in behind.
They're fighting in here, I think.
Face.
Got it.
Nice, bro.
Nice. It's decent. 5 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, drop it. Yeah. Hit me. Crack, watch me. Then watch me. 9!
Yeah, let's see red zone is in 30 seconds. If it's far, keep the bubbles.
Do drop my bubbles. You went so.
Yeah, drop your bubbles.
I'm chugging. Come on.
Look as well.
I died 200. Nice.
I got
chugging.
chugged.
Yeah, you need to go.
More
I have no
chugged.
mats.
Yeah, come here.
Just go. Get ahead. We just play for placement. Get all the
150?
Yeah. 150 on height. I'm coming down though.
That on me. I got buddy.
Yeah.
Adding. Jump in. Go box. Get it.
Push me.
Nice, bro.
Second, They
padded up. I dropped. Team padded up.
Okay, go down.
Position.
Nice. We hope you enjoyed that. Now, guess what? We got a really special interview from Adam, who is on the stage. This is Around the World.
It certainly is. Thank you very much. We have 2 phenomenal players here on the stage. Please, big round of applause for Pars and Jace. All right, guys. Good to see you. Obviously, what a fantastic experience it's been. Pars representing NA West here. What has it been like being here in North Carolina with these beautiful people here and competing against this stacked lobby?
It's been an amazing experience. Honestly, it's my first LAN, so I didn't really have any expectations going into this. But the whole thing's just been incredible.
Has it made a big difference playing in front of the audience, knowing, I mean, as well, being the player hotel, being around the other players, has it really added to the experience for you?
Yeah, just the atmosphere in general is just incredible. It's electric.
It really is. And Jace as well from OCE. What's it been like for you as well? I guess, you know, all the way from like Australia.
Yeah.
What's it been like being here in North Carolina competing in front of the crowd and everyone at home?
Yeah, no, it's been cool. It's a new experience because I've never been at LAN before, but yeah, it's been fun.
What do you think you'll take away from this? Obviously, the community have been absolutely loving this as well. What do you take away from this experience as well?
Just experience for more LANs in the future, hopefully, and hopefully next time can win and not come last. But yeah.
Don't be such a pessimist. Always have hope. One more time, give it up for Pause and Jace. Thank you, fellas. Back to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Jace. Listen, you're gonna go far. All right, believe in the me that believes in you. Okay, we still got 3 games. Ain't nothing. Come on, Jace, you got this. Fantastic to see now. Our players are slowly kind of making their way back onto the stage. They've kind of had this little bit of a break to collect themselves, talk amongst their duo, potentially a coach. What are kind of some of our expectations? We only have 3 games left to go, Vivid. Now, more than ever, it is vital for these duos to put everything on the table.
It is, yeah. There's only 3 more. You know, when we were playing yesterday, it was like, oh, we have tomorrow. When we started the day, it was like, oh, there's a lot of games left, 6 games. But no, now the halftime, like you mentioned, is over. Only 3 more left to do it. And the top 3 on the top of the leaderboard right now, they are pulling away from the rest of the competition. So not only do you have to perform, but you also have to stop them from gaining points if you want to break into that.
It's 2 things from how I look at it, because as far as the top 3 to 5 are concerned, you don't want to start hitting that autopilot region. And what I mean by that is you don't want to start thinking about, oh, well, this is what it looks like to be first place. You start thinking about yourself having already won. Cammy and Seti, Kxvaii and Vino, these 2 are just duking out nonstop back and forth between who's actually going to stay in that first place position. And I want to see the bottom as well. Those teams, I don't want them to check out necessarily, because there are still 3 games. There is still a substantial amount of prize pool money up for grabs and some pretty significant jumps if you can get just 1, 2, 3 more placements.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my key takeaway as well when we watch things like the FNCS for their respective regions. It's not over until game 12. Anything can and anything will happen, right? So for all of you here in the venue, for all you watching at home, if you have a favorite duo that maybe isn't where you want them to be, continue to cheer them on, right? Until that last game, anything can happen. They can find that refresh. They can make it into that top 5 and get the victory royale. Anything can happen. You can see these players are zeroed in. They're focused, Vivid. The pressure is on. You've been in situations like this.
Oh, gosh.
What is going through these guys' mind? Do you think some of them are maybe racing? Are some of them trying to calm that storm? Are some of them just like, yo, I'm the best, let's keep that going?
I can tell you right now, for probably a lot of them, the end result, right? Every single possibility is running through their minds. Are we going to end up on top? What if we get second? What if we lose by 1 point? What if we lose by 2 points? What if I got that 1 elimination in the last game? All of it right now is racing because we are in this little bit of a break. But the ones, there are a couple of them out there that are still thinking strategy, that are still fully mentally reset, and they're locked in for this game, and those are the ones that have the edge.
And look, I know I just mentioned about how we are primarily looking towards Kxvaii and Vino and Cammy and Seti in that first and second place position, but Cold and Scented, by the way, each of them in that last match with 5 elims apiece. That's 10 elims collectively and a 20-point difference in their actual scoreboard. So as far as the leaderboard is concerned, these guys have just been steadily climbing. I believe they're actually 3rd currently in that leaderboard position. And if we're talking about a dark horse entering the race, I'd say these 2 are the ones to keep an eye out for.
It's incredible, the storyline, really, because I think that they were, you know, expecting themselves to be contested, actually, and I don't think that they have been getting contested pretty much any of these games, which is why we can see them rising up the leaderboard so fast. But then even coming into today, right, like we were talking about, there was 5 EU teams in the top 10 and 4 NA East, and Acorn and the Edgy were that top NA East team, whereas Cold and Scented, I believe, were in 8th coming into today. But now, in 3rd place as well, so taking that top NA East spot, and they're on a hot streak right now. Like, they're coming for top 2.
Yeah, man, and I think one of, I guess a reminder for us as we watch these games, remember these players only have their perspective, right? So to us, when these players are possibly making what we would consider a mistake, they don't have all the data, right? We're watching all these perspectives. We have the bird's eye view, so we can see a lot more. So I think for a lot of these players, kind of being able to go back last night to spend that crucial time to say, okay, let's VOD review. What happened? What actually led to us ending the day the way we did? I'm happy to like report a lot of these players, pretty much all of them, were back at the hotel reviewing every little thing, man.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Like we talked about it on day number 1, you know, hey, listen, some of these teams are going to go back to the hotel, they're going to reset, they're going to watch the VODs, watch some of the mistakes. I was there in the room. I know Acorn and Edgy, they were working hard as well. Like I mentioned earlier, they did come into the day 4th place position. They were still VOD reviewing, working hard, even though they did get that top 4 spot. So the hard work is being put in for sure.
And it's also just awesome seeing the amount of dedication as well, because it is quite the grind, both physically and mentally, I think, to just sit here playing through those 6 matches, go home, sit through more VOD review, and you're still staying mentally honed in. That's not an easy accomplishment by any means for all of these duos that are here competing. And I also want to just try and keep an eye out in that top 10 specifically, because we talked about Cold and Santic kind of making their way up in the leaderboards, but there has been a whole lot of shakeups as far as 4th through 9th are concerned in the placements.
That's right. I mean, here, the tension is real. Raleigh, North Carolina here, the Raleigh Convention Center. I know y'all have been able to hear this crowd go absolutely insane. We've had 3 games already with 3 left. There was a break between these 3 sets of games, so a lot of these players have collected themselves. And you can just tell, man, anytime we take a look at these faces, they're just thinking like, okay, look, whatever happened doesn't matter. Like, I just have to perform here for the next 3 games.
Yeah, and some of them don't even really care for the break even, right? Like, I know that we had that interview with Cammy and Seti right before, or right after they got that victory royale, right before the break, basically. And Cammy was just like, or Adam asked Cammy, you know, hey, like, what are you gonna do on the break? And Cammy was like, I'm just gonna wait for the next game, like, right?
Yeah.
Like, some of them are still locked in. That break isn't even phasing them at all. And then Seti's been loving it, right? He's got a big smile on his face all the time, feeling confident.
What I want to see is what the momentum shift is going to be for having this break period, though, because it's not necessarily that the players are going to go cold by any means in terms of their aim, because I'm sure just from the energy in this crowd alone, looking out into that audience as a player, it's got to be an invigorating feeling. But as far as that catalyst aspect, because something to kind of highlight from earlier in the day, for our first game with Game 7, there was a moment with Tripern and Thomas HD where Tripern literally challenged a box fight in a 1v2 situation, gets a trade, and essentially forces out On1 and Baka while picking up an elim in the process. And from that moment on, we kind of just saw Thomas HD and Tripern just really make a strong move up in the leaderboard positions because of the fact that they were able to just take that instance and just run with that momentum.
Yeah, there's a pretty big tonal shift coming into today, right? We observed a lot of duos yesterday. Storm Surge was rampant, right? And a lot of them kept kind of saying the same thing. We need to get more aggressive. Today, duos are realizing that. We have to go absolutely ham if we want. That solves our Storm issues. That solves our issue of we don't have mats or weapons or whatever. We just have to get refreshes, right? We always go into that mid-game zone ready to go. But for some duos, it's still not enough. It's what I'm like, the trend we're seeing is they're getting aggressive, they're finding eliminations, they're doing all the things, but they have nothing left in the tank.
I mean, that's just Fortnite and Storm Surge in general, unfortunately, right? And I love that you've kind of pointed out that aggression. I feel like Vico has been one of those players that we have seen constantly try to get aggressive off spawn in that early game, landing over at the reality tree. I just feel like every single time we tuned in with him, he was like looking for a fight. So he himself knows that he has to go get aggressive, but he's also confident in his aggressive. Coming off the back foot of that, a phenomenal game yesterday. I would be feeling confident too.
I'm glad that you brought up Vico though, because even last night in the player lounge, he was just so energetic, so excited. And the one thing that I remember him distinctly talking about was, I'm aiming for that 3rd place position at a minimum. Okay. He wanted to make sure that everybody there was aware of the fact that he is doing everything in his power to try and elevate himself from that 9th place position where he started out today. And I believe it's still a decent amount of work cut out for him, but if he's able to keep consistently putting up elims like what we've been witnessing, you never know, because we've already seen duos such as Hen and Vortex, for example, where they secured 50 points in one match.
I love the fact that that we're talking about players right now, and one of them that we have to talk about, Zeke, it's Vino.
Yeah, man, just take a look at these stats. I mean, Vino, I will always continue to talk about this player, specifically his evolution. Ever since he hit the competitive scene, he was always known as just the guy that could do one thing. he will not lose a fight, ever. You put him on any team, you got a problem, you send him in. He takes care of the issue, but now he's evolving, right? He's understanding, okay, maybe I can kind of do both. And we see many players not capable of doing that. Some can say, well, I can IGL, but I'm not most comfortable fighting. And then we see the same on the other side. Vino is one of the very few players that can kind of do both.
Yeah, look at him. 2 thumbs up right there, 2 peace signs. He's feeling confident. He wants to get into the next game. And shout out to Nick A30, right? I'm supposed to be the analyst, and he was the one breaking down one of their plays. It's actually one of their, like, their highlight plays that they do all the time. They do this thing where one of them drops down on one side, and then the other comes right down on the other side. And Nick A30 spotted that. So shout out to him for having that analytical mind, having the game knowledge. But Kxvaii and Seti talk about game knowledge, being well aware of their surroundings at all points during the game, so much so that we have seen them take high ground twice now, when that has like never been done before by this duo.
No, but they understand fully that when it comes to the competitive environment, especially an in-person event like the FNCS Invitational, you're going to have to be flexible, and that is exactly what they have managed to deliver time and time again. The fact, again, that they have a third of the Victory Royales out of the matches that have been played so far speaks volumes. And again, I think that as far as Kxvaii and Seti, they're also keeping in mind, we might have 3 Victory Royales, but at the same time, we're still not in first place. That as well, I think, is an incredible metric to gauge things by for just how in control Kxvaii and Vino just have been throughout each of these rounds.
Yeah, that's right, you guys. This insight is next level. Why don't we check with Mini Miner to get his thoughts on the competition?
Thank you, Zeke. Now, yeah, this is a huge moment in the tournament, right? We're halfway through day 2. Game 9 has been completed. I want to talk about how these players are feeling mentally. How strong do you have to be in these moments as a player on that huge stage in front of this incredible crowd to stay calm, stay confident, and stay effective in your plan? We've seen so many teams switch things up on day 1, and I feel like we've seen less of that in day 2. We've seen teams that are sort of thinking about, you know what, let's just stick to our guns, let's just stick to what we know, and let's try and see if it works, right? We're seeing Kxvaii and Seti returning to the low ground quite often as well, picking up elimination after elimination. I touched on their Storm Surge strategies earlier on as well, and these guys are looking really, really strong when they are in that position. And I think they could take it all, you know. These are one of those teams that if they are getting those end games, if they're getting there consistently with this great Storm Surge plan that they have, they could definitely take it all. Of course, we talk about Kxvaii and Vino taking the high ground, but that is, of course, very relevant and very reliant, if you like, on their material management as well. So it's exciting back here. The hype is real, and I can't wait to see what's happening next.
Thank you so much for that insight, Mini Miner. Once again, we just had a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's going on, we've played 3 matches. We gave the players a moment to breathe. We had them step away, collect themselves, and now they are back. We will be getting into games in just a little bit. I want to turn attention to the standings. Kxvaii, Vino have maintained this lead almost all day, but Kxvaii, Seti, they are right there, man. They are in lockstep with this duo. They are looking, waiting for Kxvaii and Vino to make a mistake. Now, last game, we did see that. They finally said, high ground, we're sick of it. And they pushed them, and it worked. Now, this does go back to Mini Miner's point, though. They haven't been managing resources as well as they could be.
Exactly, but I love the fact that you mentioned that, you know, Kxvaii and Seti, quote-unquote, are sick of the high ground, because another team that was kind of sick of the high ground, even actually so much so that they love playing the low ground, it's Cold and Scented, and they were just running through the lobby throughout the low ground. 10 eliminations is what they finished that game number 3 with, and they're hot on the heels of that top 2.
And Cold and Scented, I think, have just been working very seamlessly with each other. You can really see this duo's chemistry come to light whenever they're playing through these first and second moving zones. And I think more specifically, Scented as well has really been surprising a lot of these other duos, just taking such aggressive instances that I don't think you would naturally expect those challenges right away, but it just doesn't seem as though Cold or Scented are willing to miss today.
And the teamwork is always there. This is one of the things that I am most impressed by when I watch these 2 guys play on NA East. You can see in almost every single highlight, pay attention, they are always doing the exact same thing. They know what the other person is doing. They know where that other person is at, whether they're going to get that shot in. And it seems like they always get that prime shotgun shot off at the same exact time collectively. So it's like 2 people just firing that shot at the same exact time every single time, whether it's an edit, whether it's piece control, anything.
It's about that synergy factor, right? This is kind of something we've danced around, I would say, over the past 2 days of competition, right? Some of these duos they've been doing as long as we can remember, right? Cammy, Seti. Some people have come together for the first time in this competition. For this duo in particular, they, to your point, are basically the same person. They act as a single entity, right? When we watch duels like Kxvaii and Vino, it's like, oh, I don't know, I gotta go take high ground, Vino, go down there and deal with it. For this duo, they're like, hey, we need to accomplish a goal.
Yeah.
Let's just go put our heads together and take that together.
And it works so well, especially when they get to that high, or that low, I almost said high ground, that low ground position, because Santic has been playing it for so long. They're back to when he got multiple second places, so he himself, you know, not to mention, is still chasing that championship title. And, you know, right now, I think he's like 54 points behind, definitely within striking distance. That's like one game. If Kxvaii and Vino and Cammy and Seti both go down early, then Cold and Santic are being set up very, very well.
And that's another thing that I love about looking at the top 10 of the leaderboard and even seeing some of the players that are in those 11th through 20th positions is that there are so many duos out here that we see in that top 10 who are chasing the prestige of their first championship title for an event. And to accomplish it here at the FNCS Invitational, one of the first in-person events that we've been able to witness in quite some time for Fortnite, it's just absolutely insane, and I can understand why these players are just so excited to continue the competition, to keep trying to showcase that this is what we've been grinding for.
I mean, just look at these emotions, right? These are just a handful of highlights from every victory royale we've seen. You could just see on their face. Well, unless you're Cammy and Seti, then.
Cammy.
Yeah, Cammy's just like.
single clap.
Yeah, you know what? One clap, boop, another day in the office. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of familiar faces here, getting back-to-back victory royales or cumulative victory royales. Man, oh man, it just kind of begs the question, what the heck are we going to see in these last 3 games, man?
You know, game number, let me do a little bit, what was that, game number 9? Yeah, game number 9. So, Belusi and Hydra, right, they were kind of tired of seeing Kxvaii and Vino up on the high ground, and they themselves were actually up there, so much so that they had it going into the moving zones, right, and then they lost it to Kxvaii and Vino. Who would have thought? But then they went for it again later on, so the battle was kind of continuing. And that's something that Kxvaii and Vino are actually known for, so maybe they're stealing a little bit of a strategy out of their book, because I have seen Kxvaii and Vino actually lose that high ground on a multiple occasions throughout the Invitational alone, but it's like, you know, a minute later, they're just back on that high ground. So I feel like that strategy where you kind of just let somebody take high ground and you're like, all right, whatever, let me reset, let me go get a more advantageous position, and then just take it right back. That's something that Kxvaii and Vino love to do. However, like I mentioned, Hydro and Belusi were the ones that pulled it out that game.
And they're not the only duo that's been aiming to try and keep that high ground level suppressed away from Kxvaii and Vino. It's just another kind of instance where we see Kxvaii and Vino, they're doing everything in their power to try and maintain, but again, we have seen them encounter some material issues. Their builds haven't necessarily been able to match their aspirations in terms of maintaining high ground for games 8 and 9. But heading into game number 10, whenever we do get to that instance, after the players get their nice little break, have to keep in mind, these are the players that I really wanted to kind of keep an eye out for the 11th through 20th, because I think Clix and Duke, we've been seeing a lot of action coming out from that Fort Jonesy section. Pink and Nas especially. I mean, these are all names that we have been watching over the past couple of years, just making themselves known.
Yeah, and I really quickly wanted to turn attention to Thomas HD and Tripperin. We watched the top 3 be unmoving to kind of start the day, right? Kxvaii, Vino, right? Thomas HD, Tripperin, and now for the first time, Cold and Santic have actually dethroned Thomas HD and Tripperin. And now we still have 3 games. Anything can still happen, right? But to see them finally kind of have that moment where they're like, oops, we were in top 3, we have to take a step back now to Cold and Santic. What are we hoping to see from this duo, right? Because they got the passion, they got the fire, that's why they're in your top 5. But this is a duo capable of winning it all.
So Cold and Santic aren't too far ahead right now, right? I think
it was like 3 points, 4 points.
Exactly. So we consider maybe a little bit of a tie right now, right? You just have to have a good game out of Thomas and Tripperin. I mean, it's just one game, right? One slip up. I want to see them return to the form that they had in Game 7 and Game 8. If they do that, then I think that they're fine in terms of securing that top 3. Unfortunately, you know, for the NA East hopers, it would be an all EU top 3 at that point, but you know, what can we hope for?
We still have to keep an eye out though for Hen and Vortex. It really seemed as though Hen is trying to remind everybody, hey, I was considered a kind of goated player for a reason, and his fragging potential has really been highlighted throughout these last couple of rounds. And I think especially getting
Auf
50
jeden,
points in
Sebastian.
a single match on top of the Victory Royale, but it is unreal to think that he went back to back with strong elim performances, because I don't think that a lot of people really had too many expectations for him. He's been relatively quiet, especially given everything that happened throughout the entirety of the last season, funneling into the FNCS Invitational. But here today, he just seems like he's alive again.
Yeah, for a lot of these duos, they're kind of thinking that, right? Last opportunity, 3 games. Let's just play with an open heart. Let's see what can be done.
For sure.
It is almost that time, so very quickly, don't forget, watch all the way to the end of the show for some FNCS news for Vanessa, Somerset, Nick, A30. We really appreciate y'all coming, hanging out with us, and giving us your insight. We're gonna check in with MDF and Jacob really quickly. I wanna hear from them.
Yeah, big shout out to the community coming together. I saw Bucky sending me some messages like, hey, get me on broadcast. I'm like, can I trust you, Bucky?
Everybody.
But yeah,
everybody's seeing the biggest stage and they want to go ahead and take part of that biggest stage, but that's exactly what the atmosphere is like. Even everybody in the crowd knows this is one of the biggest moments in some of these players' careers, and it says a lot.
The way I see it is you should have gotten a flight and came out here and hung out and enjoyed this atmosphere, because it is nothing like we have ever experienced before. One thing I also want to give huge credits and shout outs to, let's just think about how well Europe is playing as a whole. One of the questions I think the community was asking was, why is it that they have been so good? It's the practice. It's all the practice they put in over the last year. It's no surprise that European scrims have just been at an all-time high. And you have to shout out the Noble Scrims, of course, for putting on these games for them, because it is showing off that they are doing very well now.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. And one of the always things that I've said throughout my career in general is you got to do twice the work to stay on top than you did to even get there in the first place. Because there's a thing that some people like to feel complacent. Oh, I achieved first place. I got my FNCS champion. Now it's time to relax. And no, that is actually the complete opposite, especially when you get invited to a global competition like this. There is nobody that is really going to give you any single chance.
And it's super interesting when we got to talk to the pro players. A lot of what they say is, hey, the way you improve nowadays, what we do is actually we just play in creative. We just go head to head on a very frequent basis. But you're seeing now that, you know, playing those end game tournaments, really putting in the work in zone war-esque style tournaments. That's what we love about creative, is you can take it any way. That is some of the best practice you can use to start to hone in and become some of the best of the best.
Yeah, and you can even see like that practice that you're talking about, Kxvaii and Vino, time and time again, that 6 moving zone, that's when you can really count on them to really try to go ahead and take some of that height. But we can count on the Des to go ahead and hold us down with more information.
Thank y'all so much. Fantastic as always. We're getting ever closer to starting game number 10. We're almost there. We're making sure we're checking that battle bus, making sure all players are on board before we kick off the last 3 games of the FNCS Invitational. My goodness, the crowd here has been electric. They've been cheering on the fans. You guys are allowed to be hyped. It's okay. There they are. They're awake. They're focused, just as focused as some of these players are. Vivid, I wanted to kind of ask you a quick question here about aggression. We're seeing these players, they think the answer to winning, the answer to solving many of our problems is aggression. Whether that be pushing a duo, whether that be making a single edit and hoping for the best. What are your thoughts? Do we need to be even more aggressive? Do we need to maybe slow things down for the last 3 games?
You know, I tried to remove bias as the best I can. Sometimes, you know, it slips through. And this right here, this answer is going to be biased, because I was like, like I'll straight up tell you, I was like one of the most passive players to ever play Fortnite, right? So aggression to me would have never have been the answer. I personally would just be maybe looking at the positions that I'm setting up on throughout that mid game and the early game. Hey, you know, maybe this hill isn't working. The people that are landing around me, they're not rotating towards me. They already know that I'm going to be setting up here. What other positions around can I go set up in? Or maybe I can go get some, like, you know, sneaky little beam on somebody that is rotating one of these crazy other rotations, and maybe, you know, figure it out that way.
But if the topic's aggression, one thing that I love to see is that we have some of these newer duos, I think, as far as competitive experience is concerned, especially when it comes to playing at an in-person event. But Smite and Larson, they have been a duo that have been very open about how aggressive they want to be. They've been looking for that challenge up against Muzz and Looter all day yesterday specifically, and now here today even. I think that we've still been seeing some instances between Smite and Larson, but at the same time, they just gotta be careful to not necessarily go too hot-headed into some of these engagements. But I think for the most part, their aim has looked pretty strong, and when you're on point, it kind of makes sense if you want to go all in.
I love the fact that you bring up that aggression, because one of those games I was watching between Smite and Larson and Muzz and Looter, I think Muzz and Looter like left Grim Gables. It was like going into the third zone, so I don't know how they were fighting for that long, but they were like 700 above, and you already know that they did basically all of that damage to Smite and Larson. So I have no idea how they're doing so much damage when there's literally only one duo around them.
I'm getting word we have Mini Miner who is standing by with a special guest in the player area. Mini Miner, who you got?
We have a very special guest indeed. We have Blake, one of our pro players, one of our alternate players here. Blake, of course, you're a pro player yourself. You've been in this situation before. All of these players going into the final few games. What must be going through their mind from your own experience?
I mean, it's just an incredible experience being here. Not really the question, but
yeah, nice.
They're definitely nervous. Like going into these last 3 games, you know, they gotta like bring it all and keep it up.
Yeah, for those teams that aren't doing so well, how do you resolve those problems, right? If you're going into this final 3 games, things can change. So how do you approach the sort of attempt at fixing those?
So I mean, like look at Hen. They started in like 40th place and they climbed all the way up today. So I mean, you just gotta like keep your mentality straight and not get tilted. And I feel like that's like the biggest thing. Like everyone has a chance still.
Absolutely, everyone has a chance. Why words indeed. Thank you very much, Blake, for the interview. Now back to you, Zeke, on the desk.
Thank you so much, Blake. You are absolutely incredible. Never forget it. Now, I'm getting word we are standing by with Adam and Kelly. Hey, what do you two have?
We have so much for you here, guys. We have had a lot of action thus far. 9 games gone, 3 to go. 27 countries, 7 regions. FNCS Invitational 2022. Only 3 games left.
But everyone, before we can get into game number 10, we're gonna need your help because the players need to hear you, the world needs to hear you, so we need to make some noise on 3. 1, 2, 3!
We call excitement, energy, and everything more in the room.
Yeah, the arena is just impeccable right now, waiting for the moment that we crown an FNCS Invitational champion, but we got a few more games to go.
That is right, and we are getting the taste, and here it is. It's the battle bus. Sounds like it is ready. We get to gear up for game 10, and this is gonna be an important game. We have had this extended break. They have gotten the chance to sit down and really strategize, think about the way they wanna approach this next half, and it's all or nothing now.
Yeah, big change-up of zones from day number 1 to day number 2. But for some of these teams at the top, Trippin, Thomas, Cammy, Seti, include at the top Kxvaii and Vino, nothing has really changed. They've stayed consistent through and through, and they are your front runners right now. But like Blake said in that interview, you cannot count anyone out. I bring flashbacks to Chapter 3, Season 3, NA East, where Commander Avery started day number 2 in 9th place and had an ending of a lifetime.
That is right. Well, there are just 3 more games in front of us as we are now kicking this off. Mr. Savage and iDrop are going for an extremely wide split here, giving respect and distance to On1 and Baka, who have had quite the day, if we do say so ourselves, putting up the performance. You can see they've really earned the respect here at Chrome Jam Junction. Early on, we got to talk to iDrop, and all he had to say was, hey, I've been uncontested. I absolutely feel extremely confident here, but that has changed so far.
Yeah, with the FNCS Invitational, this is where worlds collide. And last game, we saw an early game drop from Booga and Mero, and shots already being fired off by Vortexers. But Bevies, he takes a huge amount of damage. Mero gets targeted. He is going to be the first one down from this duo, leaving a ton of pressure on Booga's shoulders.
Yeah, what's crazy about this is they have just switched up the strategy all the way and have decided they are just going to contest Booga and Mero. Cut their chances at performing any kind of comeback story here and earn themselves a real drop. That's some of the things you have to weigh, right? These are the decisions you have to make. There's nothing wrong with getting a side drop, a split drop, but realistically, if you want to win, you need to have winning loot. Trunkers has got it.
Yep, going over to Grim Gables, a fight that we know so much off spawn. Larson and Smite, they have the majority of the victories over here, but last game you saw them kind of disengage, not really take that fight, but a fight that we know so well. Cold and Scented taking down Raze, and you gotta imagine Pars was there to follow. Both of them sent back to the lobby. The NA East duo starting off game number 10. Hot.
That's crazy because we haven't seen them actually contest them in that way, so they are mixing it up. And for them to do that tells us, hey, let's play for first. We want to play for points. Let's play for first. We got to close that gap. We need elims.
And for Scented and Cold, a couple second place finishes, close calls right there. Really smelling and tasting what could be theirs, but falling short a few times. Larson and Smite, they know how bad it was to disengage before. They want to be able to try to take this one, but two separate 1v1 fights. It's all about the individual in a duo competition.
Meanwhile, I saw Vino find an elim as well in the feed, so our first place team already picking up the pace as well. Onto Alice. Shots on the other side though. Muzz putting up a great defensive attempt here, but Larson is hurt. Not looking good for Smite and Larson right now, Jacob.
Yeah, he's trying to backtrack, box to box, that individual fight. They want to bring it back to the duo. They don't want to let one person really decide everything as Muzz and Looter. They have the advantage. They have the high ground builds and piece control going over, but a huge shot to really back them up and stabilize right now for Smite and Larson are doing everything they can to fight back from the low ground.
Not looking too hot right now for Muzz as he has to reset. Starting to run low on the heels there as well for a second. And again, Alice, the full finish there in the feed, so Vino does find himself a set of points. Smite and Larson, one of the few duos from NA that have managed to put up an exceptional performance this weekend. If there is any takeaway here, it is that every region has such standout performers on this international stage. I am sure there have been such surprises, great surprises this weekend that have been revealed for us.
Yeah, you can see this one being another prolonged fight. More teams slowly but surely rotating in this direction, trying to go ahead and get their own Storm Surge, so it's not going to be a worry later on in the game as Larson and Smite trying to fight around, keep control of the pieces. Looter doing what he can. See flashes coming out. A lot of their resources, Monster, being used very, very early.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they're going to double down, start to farm up some material here. This will make a difference. Larson going for the wall tick, has to be careful. That is a 2v1 peek. This is one of the most dangerous things you can do, but there it is. Smite comes from the side there to back him up. Wasting no time there to fight back. Meanwhile, Ju, U3 start to step on in. Remember, Ju and U3 are contested by Alex and Bailey, but they have moved out of their drop spot a little early. Smite recognizes what's going on here, and all of a sudden, Larson also doubles down on the defensive maneuvers. Everyone will possibly have to get out of here now.
Yep.
And even then, I think there's an additional team putting their attention into the mix. There it is. Shots from up above.
Yep, that's our team from the Copenhagen Flames. That's Pablo, Wingu, and Swag.
Wow.
They didn't have the best day number one, but looking to have a great day number two. Shots being fired on the Larson. Pablo picking up that elimination. And this is where it's going to get hectic because everybody also still has to rotate south to zone. And Bevy's in the elimination feed. He did take down Booga. That's not what you want to have happen. And even Mr. Savage getting dropped by Baka, the NA West duo rising to the top on day number two.
Yep, so fights are starting to conclude now. Tayson finds Aqua as well, so all of our contested drops are leaning towards a conclusion. KBR and Zeke, KBR by himself right now, our 5th place team currently in the back half here. Already has a big task in front of him. It's making up the points and a much tougher one. We get to see how Booga was actually eliminated. Bevy's and Vortex are just catch him, trying to escape. All the while, a tough day for Booga.
In comes Kxvaii and Vino flying high through the sky, watching all that action from Green Gables as the dust settles. And you can even see what their plan is. They know some action is down there, and they too want to take part. Their early game aggression on the back of Vino already netting themselves one elimination, but they know how stacked it has actually been. But Santic goes down. Santic goes down for the duo from OCE.
And do not forget, Santic and Cold are the highest current positioned NA East team. Cold is now by himself. This is a problem. The full thirst has already happened. This is a tough spot to be in for our young player, Cold. Cold, who has just had an exceptional year, being picked up by Santic, playing alongside one of the greats in our space, and trying to work his way up, earn his stripes throughout this scene. They are in 3rd place coming into Game 10, and what a position to be in to represent for your entire region.
And if there's any pressure right now, it is solely on Cold's shoulders to stay alive. I said early on that at this point in time, with how stacked the top side of the leaderboard is, you cannot afford to have any sort of bad game.
Thatch, Pam still fall there too. Joe and Z Andy just looking around. NA East is getting chopped out of this lobby. But what stands true is Seti and Cammy alive right now, looking very well, baiting out potential opponents to fire inwards to see if they can entice someone to take a fight against them at longer ranges, of course.
That's what they do best. Is Noah Riley trying to go ahead and sneak some shots from the bush. Him and Bad Sniper landing towards Tilted Tower. And for them, it's just about trying to get these angles. As they spot Epic well at the top, that's going to be one shot to kind of add to the total for them. As when it comes to loot, when it comes to positioning, they're not in such a bad spot, but they're also not in a spot to really find tag after tag. There's only such few teams near them actually in Tilted.
It's one of the best things we've seen from Thomas HD and Tripper in this weekend is that they have been probably the most malleable team, the most flexible team. Great tags here. Tripper manages to land on a rotating duo just in the distance there, but it just shows you they play so dynamic, zone to zone. There is no same strategy, but they execute, and they've been executing all day long.
Consistency is key, and right now, see Clicks and Duke going over towards Shimmer Shrine. They got a knock-in elimination onto one, trying to hunt down that solo. Jace is going to be that guy. And on the other end of him is Pink and Anas, the other team from Fort Jonesy. Duke gets the piece control, going right in, trying to take down Jace. Who's trying to play the defense right here, backs down just enough to buy himself some more time to try to stabilize, but we talked about the pressure of multiple teams looking to get this elimination.
And it's crazy. Their average placement has been around 22.6. It shows us that they are making it far every game, but they are just having a tough time around that halfway mark in the competition. Getting beyond that point is some of the most difficult parts of Fortnite. And if you're not executing perfectly, one mistake will cross you out.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that when you split Fort Jonesy, you're not really getting too much damage on Storm Surge. You're not getting the best loadout. You're forced to kind of either look for tags or look for any sort of some resources. Clicks, spotting out the tags coming from the bush, tries to fire back, not being able to connect with anything. But Duke, once again, trying to push up. This team is in complete focus mode, trying to take control of their destiny, shoot to the top of the leaderboards. And that is exactly what you have to do as the games are coming to a close.
Okay, Cold still alive right now, manages to put up a great defensive hold here. And it looks like they might have found an Elim along the way as well, or pushed off what was the opponents, and now the play to go ahead and get out and play for the reboot, play for the pickup. There's a med kit. He's got well-timed information of this entire area. And look at that. Santic will be rebooted. Our 3rd place team have a chance in this game.
The crowd giving them some life as well. Let's see if they can take a page out of Asia's FNCS champion, Zagu and Miram. After their reboot, they ended up with a 2nd place finish.
But hold that thought. Middle East has arrived. Falcon Spy and Bravado Focus is just nearby. They will absolutely know there's a player at the reboot. The information was perfectly handed to them. They have everything they need to execute an ambush. There it is. Spy opens up, and now it's his time to shine here. It's his moment. This is the first fight we get to see him kick it off. I've watched him in creative. He is gross, but can he hit the shots when it matters most? A worst case scenario is a scrappy player like Spy and Focus here looking to fight back a huge 100. Cold puts down Focus, though, in a great fight, and Cold is 1v2ing here, as he only has a little bit of loot, sets to find something in the distance, comes back to support, and he's here!
Oh my God.
And they turn it around!
Make some noise for NA East as Scented and Cold do it again. They have an entire region on their shoulders. So make sure we show them some love every single time. But for KBR, doing it for Brazil, 138 below the damage threshold for him. Getting that reboot if he tries is not going to be enough because so many teams are around. He needs to get damage all at the same time. His options are slowly closing.
I must say, that was so impressive. I haven't let it down just yet. But let's look at KBR here. He needs 160 damage to get safe here. He's only found 30. You need big tags. You cannot miss these. That's huge. There it is. Very nice. Very nice. He sees another team in the distance. And look at this. Turning up when it matters most.
Doing just enough. Just enough. Tag by tag. Not getting too greedy. This is huge. 29 more. Only 28 below. Top of the med miss. Just trying to top himself off. The shots continue to get landed. KBR doing everything that he can, but you can see the numbers jumping, lowering in this lobby. Everybody taking part. But finally, the dust settles just enough. 2 above the damage threshold. That is the miracle KBR needed for now.
Now imagine if he hadn't found any tag, he would be hundreds below the safety line there. But instead, he gets active, he does enough. Cammy and Seti in a zone fight. This could be a defining moment. EU versus Asia now. Peppo and Runa. Absolute savages. You know, what we've seen this weekend is that Asia can hang with the best of the best. Do not count them out.
Can't count them out. Can't count them out at all, but it almost makes me wonder, are they suffering a surge? The Chase out of nowhere, trying to enter into the Fey. Basil was lost long ago, but Jace finally goes down. Peppo's going to be able to clean that one up. But Sammy, Cammy, and Seti getting the top once again. 657, finally leaving their drop spot. Literally on replay right now after every single game.
And this is what they do best now. They will play extremely passive. They don't need to do much. They will be fine damage-wise. All they have to do is focus on positioning. That will be the name of the game for them. And also, let's just talk about, finally, we get a little bit of a mix-up here. The zone pool south. There are new teams in this general area that need to step up. Vino doesn't care where it goes. He finds an Elam in the feed, showing us that you can pull south, you can pull north. He's going to make the best of the situation.
Yeah, no O'Reilly. And Bad Sniper knows somebody is under pressure outside. Now, not only hear the storm surge, but see the shots getting fired off in the distance. Ed, that's a revive, and I think King is at least going to try and go for it. But Noah Riley and Bad Sniper are going to be the gatekeepers for them if they're trying to look for an exit.
What's crazy about that is Noah Riley and Bad Sniper have no idea that that is Ed and King right there. And yes, you might have assumed he saw the feed. Take a look at how Vino picked up his elimination. Just boxes up Janice like it's nothing and takes him right out the lobby. Look at his face. He knows for a fact that that was a huge elimination, and he made it look easy.
If anybody is full of confidence, it is Vino, 100%. You ask him who the best player in the world is, he's going to point at himself with 2 fingers, and honestly, it would be more if he had more.
If you needed a clip to show you why, that's probably one of them.
Onward and Baka also getting busy. Belusi's going to go down, cleaned up all together. That team from NA West, scrappy as can be, and that's why I kind of looked at them as a very under-the-radar team.
What a crazy reaction time there from Thomas HD to defend off Snacky's peak. He saw Thomas HD swinging a little wide there. Here's KBR still alive. Remember, he survived the storm surge with just excellent tags, and still, it seems like he may not have a reboot card to save his teammate, and now he has to rotate out. But we've seen some interesting stats. When you actually pick up your teammate, you have, believe it or not, lower chances as far as the stats go to place higher, and that's because more often than not, you are worried about splitting your loot, effectively lowering your chances. So he actually has a great odds right now, just playing by himself, play his game, play to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's all about those solo points that you can get here in Game 10. And Scented and Cold coming back from the depths. That play, Cold, if anybody can do it, it is going to be him. And just hopefully they don't run out of gas, because right now they are in reach. You see it right there, 247 points in 3rd place. They still have a gap to close though, Monster.
And they are doing just that. I mean, they picked up those 2 elims on Spy and Focus. Again, you don't see a team get rebooted and just find points like that. This is an incredible situation that's unfolding for Cold and Sensitive, like giving quite literally a second chance in this game here. But we have a zone that's going to start to play out now. Things are going to begin to constrict. The zone pulls east, and this is going to favor Cold and Scented perfectly. Cammy and Seti are already here as well. It couldn't get any better for them.
I like Cammy and Seti right now. The dust is settling. They're not getting overly aggressive, letting these opportunities naturally present themselves as they're gathering all that information. Walks, Robab in the distance, followed by Merstash and Malibu, who are a little separated. Hen and Vortex as well, looking good. 4 eliminations. Got to be feeling pretty confident when it comes to Storm Surge, especially since you're landing even more shots as players fly through the sky.
Showing you what that hammer assault rifle can do once you let it rip. 2 of them in hand, big damage. Vortex and Hen. This has been a great day for Vortex and Hen.
Yeah.
We talk about a team that was well outside the top 15 and then all of a sudden turn online, come in now, earning themselves a 5th place after several rounds today.
Robab goes down to Duke and Clicks. We're trying to make up for that day number 1, trying to bolster their position as Merstash gets one as well. Avery and Commandment under pressure. They had a victory royale the day yesterday, trying to replicate that success today, but they become the focus of the lobby. All directions now joining in, but luckily for them, they have so much position here, so much control of these pieces, they can back out and still be safe.
I need someone to send Avery a tweet and just ask him, how does he play leaning with that posture? I'm so confused.
He's just chilling. He's vibes right now.
He is fully invested into the game. But here's Ketos and P8's in. 300 above the surge and a very long rotate in front of them. Can they find a launch pad? Do they have something to work with here to get out of this spot? Little loot split for them.
Make sure everybody is good. Kxvaii and Vino looking like they got another elimination onto Alice, bringing their total. So 4 in this game alone, trying to run away with it, trying to build themselves the biggest cushion possible going in to what could be a big game number 12. And even though we didn't see it on screen, but let's see how Vino was able to get that kill.
He just continues to add more and more here. Adding up, Alice is gonna fall there. And it happens once again. Here it is, the half in, half out pulls far east. Cammy and Seti pull half in, half out. Are they destined to take it all away? Can they swing their way back over? Will it be Cold and Sensitive? They're one of the few there as well in the conversation here. Vico and Maride need to do more. 14 above is not going to be enough. He's going to slide right past Avery and Commandment. This is dangerous territory to be in. We all know you don't want to walk past enemy builds like that, but luckily they do not swing open, not worth the risk.
But if anybody's ready for that dangerous territory, it's Vico and Meringue. From the start of the game, every single game towards Reality Tree, they get busy very early and they're looking for the shots, looking for that piece control. And you see that duo that was once there, they just completely abandon that position. They don't want to risk it all too early in this game.
Macwood and Kanata on high ground. This is what we love to see. You know, you put them in a lobby like this, you expect a couple of games, maybe 1, maybe 2, to go this way. This is a high ground team. Now, the problem of today, or this weekend, has been these high ground teams haven't made it. We've only seen Aqua in a few end games, and whenever he is there, he's going for it. We've only seen Kanata maybe once or twice make an end game. Now he's going for it.
And you know what time it is right now. You know what time it is, right? 6 moving zone. Got them on the big screen. Kxvaii and Vino, this is where they typically always, and I mean always, at least try to make a play for the high ground. And I feel like they have the most success in the lobby so far when it comes to making those plays happen. But Sentin and Cold talked about the position they are. 3rd place on the leaderboard. Thomas and Tripper just a little bit above. 453 when it comes to that damage threshold for them. The only focus is getting to the next zone.
But their loot looks great. The launch pads in the inventory, they have everything they need. Kxvaii and Vino are playing such an interesting strategy. Late from behind, they try to swing all the way on in, and that is such an interesting way to play this one out, because what they want to do is allow the zone to pull very, very far, give them room, and then time that entrance. And now look at this. It puts them in a prime position to start eyeing and sizing up high ground. Ascended, Cold already there, beating them to the point. Start to look in. Someone lands in the box. And Cold is possibly there to defend. Yes, he's still there. It's Avery who tries to land in the box. No, sir. That was a mistake.
And they instantly close in on him like a Venus flytrap as Kxvaii and Vino. They've done it yet again. They have that portion of the high ground, but you see they're staggering Vino back, wanting to let nobody get any opportunity to try to steal it away. And the only person that does gets taken down almost immediately, adding to their elimination total.
They're making it look easy. Seti and Cammy now also very much positioned to make another big endgame. 15 duos remaining here. Thomas HD and Trippin still have so much left in the tank as well, but they get broken down. Oh no, a great block there though. They were just one build away from potentially getting taken out the lobby. Too much shot starts to come in now. The focus is here. He has to swing around. This is looking terrible for a second place team. Trippin is nowhere to be found.
Grund und Santic, Digga, die können das vielleicht noch machen. Aber laut der Abstimmung, Alter, sind doch noch wenig, wen kann das machen können.
But Kxvaii, he's going to abandon it for now. Vino's going to follow suit. Shots coming in. This is huge. Japix goes down though. The refresh and the siphon is absolutely important. Tayson trying to break into the box, but he goes down. Vino and Kxvaii will not be denied.
And this is why they're some of the best. He was there to back him up.
Das
and it
ist
works
so
out
krass.
so well. Bevies and Vortexer from contesting Booga and Miro at
Noah
the drop, running them out of Chonker Speedway. Now running it up to the high ground here in an endgamer, looking like they want to take home their first victory of the weekend.
Down goes Vino. Down goes one member of the first place team.
To the hands of Cammy.
A chance right now for teams to try to overtake that top spot, and one of them is going to be Thomas HD as a solo. Doing everything that he can, trying to move through the builds. He has enough resources to make it happen, but Kxvaii, no build to his name. 1v1 against Drew, but he gets taken down thanks to the storm.
And Thomas HD is still alive right now, flushing, which is so monumental.
Das sind noch trotzdem gute Punkte, das sind noch 8
They have
Duos.
a chance to earn some points here. Cold and Scented are still alive as well.
Und jetzt können Seti und Kami Punkte machen, oh mein Gott.
In order to close the gap here, Scented
Thomas Tripper, oh mein Gott, Digga, die leben alle noch.
Cammy and Seti are also still alive right now. On the heel, so close. Cold and Scented.
Weißt du, Top 4 Gruppen, also Top 4 von Top 5 leben
More
noch.
than enough points of Scented and Cold can keep up this pace, keep up this pressure for them to have a shot at the last game at the end of the day, but Cammy will not be stopped as well.
Thomas and Seti's dead.
Seti gets dropped, but Cammy knows he can't be the hero in this situation. He has to try to continue on without him, but he finally gets dropped. Thomas HD is on a roll.
He's done a lot, but you can't fight yourself out of that spot there. Clicks and Duke are alive. Sensen and Cold are alive. And on high ground, Vortex and Bevies. It's EU on top. Down goes Cold. And a great tag there from Vortexer. And the finish now, Bevies slides his way down, painting the loot here. Does a couple edits there, but no, doesn't hit the shot. Bevy is so quick, but not fast enough. You're going to get some of the best of great low tag there from Duke.
This is huge. This is huge for Duke and Clicks. They have the high ground right now, but for Bevy and Vortexers, taking out some big names already on the day. Using these builds to try to keep that advantage. Duke, he's in a fray. He ends up on top. Clicks and Duke could take the game with Vortexers going down. Bevy outside of zone. He has the only chance right now, but he gets the down on the Duke. Clicks versus Bevy. He's trying to go for the hill.
Oh mein Gott, Digga, Klick so clean.
Situation, Clicks does not let us down. What a tag, and a great moment for Clicks and Duke there.
Progression throughout each and every moment. They finally got the chip off their shoulder, taking the victory royale in game number 10. They gotta be feeling good. They gotta be feeling like they have nothing to lose at this point.
And all that matters is that they managed to show us what they can do against some of the greats. Let's go ahead and get a word from them.
Thank you so much, MDF. I am joined here by Clicks and Duke, and my goodness, it is better late than never. Grabbing that VR in Game 10. How you feeling, Clicks?
We're feeling good, you know. We struggled at the start, but we finally brought it home, you know. So.
Ich bin auf das Leaderboard gespannt.
When you're watching Clicks in that final moment after you go down, what's going through your mind?
I was just hoping that he had more whites because he got the siphon from the full kill, and then I heard a pump shot and he won.
Clicks, I don't know if you heard it, but the audience went absolutely insane. Let's do it again, guys. What does it feel, man, to hear that?
Their support's crazy. I'm the best fans by far. Just look at them in the crowd.
Congratulations, guys. 2 more to go. And let's head on back to the desk.
Massive congratulations to Duke and Clicks. Clicks
Soll ich echt
fans,
mal gucken?
rise up.
There it is.
That moment where it's the 2v2, we are literally sitting here going, this is literally where you want to be, Clicks. This is what you're known for, is being put in these situations. Now is your time to shine, and so masterfully handled from Clicks and Duke.
Those head-to-heads, they're so easy for them. I loved watching this endgame because we were like, oh my gosh, Cammy and Seti are going crazy. Oh my gosh, Tom and JD top of the leaderboard. And then we went to that wide, and all of a sudden, Clicks and Duke are on the lower ground, looking healthy, and right here, the teamwork is just so clean. Of course, Duke takes the blunt of the damage right there, ends up going down the bevies, but Clicks is so smart in these endgame 1v1 situations that he recognizes this player could potentially have heals. He hears the splash go up, makes the push for it, and the little mantle cancel right there and gets the shot off too. So clean.
That was just an absolutely disgusting clutch moment, though, from Clicks. He saw the work that Duke was putting in as well to take the brunt of that damage, like you mentioned, Vivid. But it was just such a clean finish here, and I think that that's really a moment for Clicks especially that is going to permanently be in a highlight reel for him.
That's right. We're going to talk about more of these duels in just a moment, but first we have Adam, who is standing by with Cold and Scented.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Let's give it up for Cold and Scented! Cole, we're going to talk about the clutch up earlier on. You rebooted, then you suddenly find FKS and Spy coming through. You managed to stay in the game. The crowd went wild. Walk us through that one.
I don't even know. Had flew to the Coney vault.
Yeah.
And I kind of they just caught me alone as a solo, and I just kind of tried living, and I had no more mats left, so I kind of just had to fight, and it ended up winning.
You did. And obviously, you know, that now puts you in a great contention now. You're currently 3rd in the leaderboard right now, 44 points off the top. You guys, 2 games to go. You must be feeling confident here.
We're feeling good. We're locked in. We're just going to play our games and see how they go, honestly.
Love to see it.
To
Love to see it.
Katoshka.
I'm here too. Give it up for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper! Noah Riley, you guys are currently sat in 7th. We haven't taught you much this weekend, but what an incredible display thus far with 2 games left.
I want to get top 5 at least, and then I'm happy.
Top 5 seems to be the target. Are you feeling the same way, Basil? What do you guys do now with 2 games left? How do you manage the next 2 games?
I mean, we just have to do the same thing we did the last games, keep consistency, and it will be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're very chill over here, Zeke. Back to you, buddy.
Hey, you know, just keep it fine. Everything's fine. That's what I like to hear, personally. My goodness, this game, though, game number 10 of 12, was absolutely insane. I think the big kind of overall storyline for me was Kxvaii and Vino, right? Then their kind of counterpoints, Cammy and Seti, right?
Yep.
And what was interesting to me about this was actually, for a long time I was sitting here thinking, yeah, Cammy Seti versus like Kxvaii and Vino. It's actually a Cold and Scented versus Cammy and Seti tournament that's happening here. Kxvaii and Vino are just kind of like happen to orbit around both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that so far, you know, we do have 2 games left, but I think Cold right there in that 1v2 situation, that's got to be like the play of the tournament so far for me. Literally keeping their contention for 2nd and 1st place alive right here. Look at this. FKS and Spy coming in. They're trying to get these sneaky shots in. Cold literally is in a 1v2. If you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Scented is so far away. So this is literally like a straight up 1v2, and Cold ends up finding both eliminations beautifully handled right there.
Oh, look, his name might be Cold, but he just absolutely lit FKS and Spy on fire with that display. I don't even know where they came from, because that reboot ban was literally the bat signal for those 2. They were full on expecting a prime opportunity to try and snag a quick and easy elim, probably look to clean up the other part of the duo in the process, because I don't believe they had any idea that it was specifically Cold and Scented in that instance. But it's that momentum shift that I was asking for during the halftime break. That was a primary example of one of those instances, because as soon as that took place, you could just feel a change in the venue, and you could definitely see it in Cold and Sented's gameplay. And the fact that they went from needing a reboot onto Scented to a literal third-place finish for this matchup, that's awesome.
Absolutely, and if we look at these standings, Kxvaii and Vino still holding strong. They are the I would say the end game boss of the story we're telling here, but Cammy and Seti are actually the secret boss of this story because they have been single-handedly shutting Kxvaii and Vino down for games now. It was in fact Cammy that actually knocked Vino out in that game and kind of put Kxvaii in that difficult situation of like, okay, what do you do now? You don't have your silver bullet, and now there's two of us.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Kxvaii and Vino, I don't know how they do it. It's like every single time we're in that end game around 5th, 6th, or in that first movie, it's like I'm almost guaranteed to look up towards height and see them up there. They have gotten it seems like every single game, and it's not like it's just like a repeat of strategy. It's something different every single time. I beg to question, is anybody even like looking up in the skies for these guys at this point?
I think that that's just an attestament as well, though, to Kxvayi's IGLing capabilities and the fact that Vino himself
100%.
can also kind of fulfill that role, even despite the fact that he's an insane fragger at the same time. But going a little bit more in depth there with Kxvaii, I think it's kind of cool to see because he is definitely someone that is definitely a little bit more emotional, but at the player frustration level, mental fortitude becomes so impactful here, and we've seen him make a comeback before.
That's right. That is 3 games. This means we have 2 left. Here we go. Let's send it on over. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR, prep us for game 11.
That's right, we have the honor to call all the action. We're starting to get into the final moments now. I do want to give so much credit as well to Avery and Commandment representing as the last NAE's FNCS finalist champions. But here we have it, game 11, Jacob, it's here.
And the pressure is on for some of these teams that are looking to call themselves champion, looking to get the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool, a trophy that have never been seen like this before in Fortnite, and then that chance to call yourself literally one of the best players in the world after this global competition.
That is absolutely right, and what a better way to kick this game off than a perfect split down the middle, and this is it. It doesn't get any better than that. Last game, we saw Clix and Duke have their moments and take a win, and that just tells us anything can happen here on this stage. These players have been invited to this event for a reason. They are some of the most skilled players we have in the space.
Yep, you can see already Clix living with all the momentum over towards Fort Jonesy. Business as usual for these teams, looting up, getting some resources, starting your game off, and trying to replicate that success when it comes to Clix and Duke specifically.
See it, get the touchdown, get their loot together, rotate early. They do not want to take a fight. Here's a tough spot to be in. Bevies and Vortexers were moments away from taking a victory royale before things change. Miro finally starts to clap back, but what you're seeing is just the cold hands, unfortunate. Bugha does fight back though. He will be able to save his teammate here. And does of course get the siphon as well. Material is more important though, because if Vortexer pushes up, he's got everything to gain here.
Really nothing to lose at this point. Bugha trying to will themselves back into this one. Saving the play for now. Miro still down, trying to hide his body, not wanting to get that one, give it up to Vortexers. That's 2 more points for them. Bugha doing what he can, backtracking, trying to go ahead and get his shields up as well, trying to get as many mats as possible. He knows the fight is inevitable, and the shot's gonna be landed. Bugha back to back, looking to clean this one up. All he needs is 1 more shot. But he's gonna find this moment to breathe and stabilize before he goes at it again.
And it looks like we will see all of our faves start to have their moment here. Bugha does need to, of course, finish it now, and he does. And there it is. They win back the drop. Chalker Speedway swings back to Bugha and Miro.
Yep, Miro did finally go down there, but it's not going to be any trouble for Bugha to get that reboot back up. Vico and Marine, though, trying to sneak their way towards the bottom. Catch, retake, and Novice off guard, but Bevy and Vortexers down altogether. 6th place, 212 points